invincible forbidden lord. The ninth chaos was silent. Indeed, the prerequisite for him to nurture other Tao creators was that they couldn't threaten him. He also knew that there was no right or wrong in all of this. In the end, he was a step slower and did not surpass the Tao creator realm. The ninth chaos said, "In that case, I won't beg anymore. If you want to destroy me, so be it. However, your battle with me has just begun. Dark Forbidden Lord, I was once invincible. Other existences were also invincible before me. Now that the invincible throne is given to you, how long can you last?" With that, the ninth chaos suddenly began to compress the transcendent rule. A terrifying force was quickly accumulating. Hanju didn't stop him. Boom! The ninth chaos self-destructed with the transcendent rule. The violent power shattered this dark domain. The bodies and souls of the four restrained Tao creators were destroyed. Hanju could be seen when everything returned to normal. The ninth chaos self-destruction couldn't hurt him at all. He clenched his right hand, and something flashed in his palm. He looked at the other four Tao creators he had revived. The blank domain fell silent. The four Tao creators were silent, feeling despair. Even the ninth chaos died? How could they fight the Dark Forbidden Lord? Now, Hanju suddenly raised his hand. The basic power of rules of the blank domain quickly bound the four Tao creators and sucked them into his hand. Hanju clenched his hand and let go. Four jade pendants appeared in his hand. The statues in the jade pendants were the four Tao creators. At this point, the battle between the five Tao creators ended. The ninth chaos perished and the four Tao creators were captured. The four jade pendants floated in front of his chest and emitted a different luster. Hanju turned around and walked towards the chaos. In the chaos, after a long battle, more than half of the domain was already dilapidated. Countless living beings had died. Negative karma filled the various voids, making it lifeless. In the depths of the chaos, the battle was still ongoing. Heavenly Venerate Sun was high and mighty and still suppressed primordial despair, but his expression was already filled with impatience. The mighty figures who were originally pleasantly surprised felt uneasy again. Heavenly Venerate Sun was indeed powerful and had always suppressed the primordial despair, but that was only suppression. Primordial despair was still lively. The hostility did not dissipate for a long time. During the battle, primordial despair stretched out its tongue from time to time and devoured the world and the great Tao sages watching the battle to increase its strength. The three primordial fiend celestials and the nine chaos began to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, the ninth chaos clone suddenly dissipated, stunning everyone. Immediately after, the other chaos dissipated, leaving only Zhao Shenyuan and Yu Yuan. Huang Zuentian frowned. What happened? Zhao Xuanyuan's expression was ugly and he did not answer. He was only the reincarnation of the eighth chaos and did not know of the existence of the ninth chaos. Yu Yuan was the same. The two of them could feel the power in their bodies being extracted. They panicked. They were not the only ones. The chaotic space began to collapse. Space distorted as if it was being washed by torrential rain. All of them sank. The scene was extremely strange. The 3,000 great Tao lost control, like 3,000 dragons dancing wantonly above the chaos. The seven supreme rules darkened and were no longer so holy. All these changes were seen by the mighty figures. Not to mention them, even all living beings panicked. The collapse of the chaos caused the end of the billions of worlds in the heavens. What's happening? Could it be that the power of Heavenly Venerate Sun and primordial despair is too strong? No. Have you forgotten what the Dark Forbidden Lord said? The chaos also has a creator. Could it be that creator? Impossible. Even the existence who created the chaos died in the hands of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Don't think too much. Perhaps the endless era is coming. The mighty figures discussed. An unprecedented uneasiness and confusion filled their hearts. Heavenly Venerate Sun also noticed this scene. He frowned and muttered, "What's going on? Has history changed? But why didn't I sense it? Could it be because of my interference?" The more Heavenly Venerate Sun thought about it, the more uneasy he became. If he couldn't even resolve primordial despair, How could he save the living beings of the chaos? No. He had to end this quickly. He had to deal with the legendary strongest ferocious beast first, primordial despair. Heavenly Venerate soon opened his arms and all the surrounding divine weapons entered his silver armor. His entire body transformed into a divine sword that shone with a strong light and attacked primordial despair. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire chaos, suffocating all the mighty figures watching from afar. Endless hope surged in their hearts. This attack had to kill primordial despair. They would really be finished if he failed. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Sun Xian collided with primordial despair. The dazzling light made the entire chaos lose its color. The great Tao sages were sent flying. Primordial despair was still roaring. The strong light suddenly shrank. Han Huang looked over and his expression instantly turned ugly. A figure appeared in front of primordial despair. It was completely black and surrounded by red flames. Who else could it be but the Dark Forbidden Lord? At this moment, the Dark Forbidden Lord grabbed Heavenly Venerate Sun's neck with one hand and raised him high. Heavenly Venerate Sun's body became comparable to the Dark Forbidden Lord and was struggling with all his might. Above primordial despair, Su Qi and Zhou Song's great Tao heaven saw Han Ju's back, and their faces immediately turned pale. Thinking back to the Dark Forbidden Lord's words, could it be? More and more great Tao sages noticed Han Ju. They were all in despair. The Dark Forbidden Lord had returned. This meant that the chaos was about to be destroyed. Heavenly Venerate soon couldn't escape Han Ju's hand. This hand contained an extremely powerful sealing ability. Impossible. Heavenly Venerate soon widened his eyes and looked at Han Ju in disbelief. Who are you? Heavenly Venerate soon asked with a trembling voice. He was a Tao creator. He had never suffered a loss ever since he became a Tao creator. Why was he unable to resist this person? That's right. Unfortunately, I'm telling you that the 5 Tao creators, the 9th chaos, the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, and Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, have already died in my hands. No stronger existence can save you. You don't have to struggle. Wait for it to end. Han Ju's voice resounded through the chaos. Even mortals could hear it. Under the gazes of the great Tao sages, he clenched his right hand and crushed Heavenly Venerate Sun. At first glance, Heavenly Venerate Sun's body and soul seemed to have been destroyed. Han Ju didn't completely kill Heavenly Venerate Sun. Instead, he expelled his soul. He knew very well that Heavenly Venerate Sun's identity was related to him, so he showed mercy. Han Ju turned around and looked at Primordial Despair after dealing with him. Primordial Despair was licking his wounds like an aggrieved dog. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. All Primordial Despair's injuries recovered. He looked at the mighty figures behind the primordial chaos and smiled disdainfully. You injured my pet and have to become its food. This time no one dared to go forward. All the mighty figures were in despair. The chaos would completely disappear like the primordial chaos, and they wouldn't be able to escape the outcome of death. Han Huang, primordial origin, Huang Zuentian, Zhao Shuangquan, the ultimate god of punishment, the primordial ancestor god, the 9-headed divine spirit, emperor, Han Yi, formless world, and so on. The top mighty figures of the chaos were all silent. They didn't give the order to attack, much less boost morale. Despair and fear spread throughout the chaos. Han Ju was disappointed and pretended to be disdainful. Are you really giving up? I originally thought that the chaos would fight until the end. Even if you die, you will die in battle. Do you know what the 9th chaos who created the chaos said before he died? He begged me to let you all go. Can you imagine a transcendent existence standing at the end of cultivation, controlling space and time, controlling fate, and controlling creation begging me like a mortal? The Dark Forbidden Lord's words made all the mighty figures furious. Han Huang looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even Primordial Origin and Huang Zuentian were the same. They almost went berserk. No matter how they fought, they could not change a fact. All the mighty figures present were born in the chaos and owed it a favor. Even the transcendent existence who created the chaos fought until the end and died in battle. What were they afraid of? Even the living beings watching the battle through the dream were infuriated. wishing they could tear the dark forbidden lord into pieces. Primordial despair roared, as if congratulating the dark forbidden lord on his victory. Boom! Han Huang transformed into a primordial fiend celestial and attacked Han Ju. He held the divine punishment light blade in his hand and wanted to cut him off, but it was easily crushed. Han Ju was satisfied with Han Huang's performance. Only by daring to resist in a desperate situation could he be considered his son. If Han Huang gave up directly, Han Ju would choose someone else to accept this great Tao immeasurable calamity. Hidden sect disciples, listen up. Kill! Liao raised her sword and shouted softly. All the hidden sect disciples immediately attacked Han Ju. Although the chaotic heavenly dog was afraid, it still attacked when it was time. Dozens of personal disciples attacked together. The chaotic fiend celestials used their great Tao mystical powers with a huge commotion. In a desperate situation, the hidden sect disciples erupted with stronger strength than before. Han Ju waved his hand and destroyed them all. However, their souls were not injured. These disciples quickly recovered their bodies. Creation Emperor Court. Fight to the death. Han Ling flew towards the primordial despair. Her solemn and magnificent voice also made the entire Creation Emperor Court attack. It was the same for the other major factions. Han Ju was satisfied. His hidden sect was at least not cowardly. True courage was to face death and the destined outcome. From the point of view of the chaos, when the ninth chaos died, there was no hope. Perhaps the disciples of the hidden sect were still looking forward to Han Ju's appearance, but the chaotic mighty figures were really hopeless. Han Ju suddenly felt that the chaos was not meaningless. Perhaps he could change the situation. Chaos was born, the primordial chaos was destroyed, endless life was born, and the chaos was destroyed. When would this cycle end? Han Ju suddenly became larger than the entire chaos. With a wave of his right hand, more than 10,000 great Tao sages were reduced to ashes and countless worlds shattered. However, the great Tao sages quickly recovered their bodies. They also discovered this. Why didn't the dark forbidden lord kill them? Primordial despair opened his mouth and rolled his tongue. Only then did the great Tao sages understand. The dark forbidden lord really thought they were primordial despair's prey. That's right. I like to watch the dying spirit struggle. Han Ju smiled impudently and deliberately exaggerated the atmosphere of despair, giving the chaotic mighty figures more pressure. Then, he bent down and looked down at the entire chaos. His dark face revealed a pair of scarlet eyes and a mouth filled with fangs, turning into the greatest fear in the hearts of all living beings. Struggle with all your might. Fear to your heart's content. The dark forbidden lord's wild laughter echoed in the chaos like thunder. Mighty figures attacked him one after another. Their bodies were constantly destroyed and they were constantly reborn. They continued to kill. They ignored the primordial despair, but it did not stop. It continued to devour living beings and the world. At this moment, the mighty figures fighting to the death had already forgotten their fear. They only wanted to kill the dark forbidden lord. Han Ju waved his palms and killed them again and again. He pretended to enjoy it and laughed extremely arrogantly. He noticed that the dim 7 supreme rules at the top of the chaos had lit up again and were still fusing. The power of faith of all living beings was fusing into the supreme rules in a way that his senses could not spy on. Even a Tao creator could not sense this detail. He could only see the supreme rules light up. Interesting. Han Ju secretly thought that if there was really a dark forbidden lord whose cultivation was inferior to the creator lord, he might really fail. Now that he thought about it, the 9th chaos last words were not lies. Han Ju ignored the supreme rules of the chaos and continued to wreak havoc. At the same time, the 3rd Tao field, Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun, and the other Tao companions came to Han Ju's Taoist temple. The other disciples also knelt in front of the Taoist temple. They could also see the dream of the dark forbidden lord and knew what situation the chaos was facing. Han Ju let them in. Qing Wan'er was the first to speak. Husband, can you move them all back? The other women also looked at him anxiously. They didn't dare to expect Han Ju to go out and fight. After all, they had already witnessed the dark forbidden lord's power. He was really invincible. Xianxia didn't say anything but looked at him. Didn't you call yourself invincible? His children would all die if he did not move now. Hanju said helplessly. I can't move them back. The dark forbidden lord has already isolated the chaos to prevent anyone from escaping. The women were silent. Dao Comprehension Sword muttered. Sister Liao is still outside. Chongyuer looked at him and hesitated. Hanju sighed and slowly stood up. Forget it. He started stretching. Husband, are you? Shen Qingjun asked excitedly. If Hanju was willing to help, he must be confident. Xing Hongxian finally smiled. That was more like it. Hanju said, I'm indeed not completely confident, but for my children, for Liao, and for my disciples, I have no choice but to help. Watch. Qing Waner could not help but say, if there's really no other way, why don't? She wanted to say forget it, but it was too difficult. Her son was also outside. Hanju said, if I can't win, I can also revive in the Dao field. All right, go back and wait. With that, all the supreme treasures on Hanju's body burst out. Divine light flickered and covered his figure. Han Huang revived again. He clenched his fists and felt his dermic powers dissipate. He was filled with unwillingness. Was there really no other way? At this moment, Han Ling appeared beside him and said, Second brother, I have an idea. She sent a voice transmission to him. Han Huang immediately rejected it. Impossible. I can't accept it. Han Ling sighed. Only this method can have a chance now. As long as we can protect the chaos, there will be a chance of survival no matter how great the sacrifice. Second brother, there's no time to waste. Primordial despair has devoured more and more great Dao sages. If this continues, not to mention the dark forbidden lord, even primordial despair will be enough to devour the entire chaos. Han Ling sent a voice transmission. Her gaze landed on primordial despair. Compared to the beginning of the final battle, primordial despair was already more than 100 times stronger. This speed of becoming stronger was really exaggerated. Even the experienced Han Ling was shocked. At this moment, the dark forbidden lord suddenly raised his hand. Han Ling was caught off guard and was sucked over. Han Huang was furious and immediately went to stop him. In the end, his body was shattered by an invisible force. Hanju grabbed Han Ling's neck and smiled teasingly. It's not right to plot in battle. You should die. He squeezed his right hand and Han Ling's body and soul were instantly destroyed. This time, Han Ling did not revive. This scene made the eyes of everyone from the hidden sect turn red. Han Ling was Hanju's most beloved daughter and also their junior sister. She actually died just like that. The personal disciples roared and attacked the dark forbidden lord. You're too weak. You're not worthy of me killing you. Leave it to the little fellow below as food. Hanju smiled disdainfully and repelled the hidden sect disciples again. In front of Hanju, who was even larger than the chaos, all chaos existences looked tiny. Han Huang completely went berserk. He attacked with all his might one after another. He was more violent than everyone else. The primordial fiend celestial had completely gone mad. Han Ling's death also agitated the other mighty figures. After all, she had once been an invincible existence who had suppressed all living beings in the chaos. The mighty figures all lost their minds and displayed strength that surpassed that of before. I'll risk it. Damn it. Even if I die, I have to die with a backbone. I don't believe it. If you persist, there might be a chance. Who else can we rely on? Divine might heavenly sage. That true invincible expert. It was unknown who mentioned the divine might heavenly sage, but it raised morale greatly. All the great Dao sages of the older generation knew how powerful the divine might heavenly sage was. He had never lost. Although the few Dao creators mentioned by the dark forbidden lord were very impressive, in the hearts of the mighty figures, they were far inferior to the divine might heavenly sage. This was the first time they had heard of the Dao creator realm. It was the same for the hidden sect. Their morale soared. Some people even prepared to use the invocation technique, but they were stopped. Don't. If Master is coming, he will definitely come. Don't disrupt Master's plan. Do you really think Master doesn't know the situation here? Xianxia said in a low voice. His words made sense. The other disciples no longer thought of using the invocation technique. Divine Might Heavenly Sage? Ridiculous. Do you really think the Divine Might Heavenly Sage will save you? He's only a worm cultivating in secret. In that case, I'll let you see if he dares to come out. Hanju's laughter was filled with disdain. His majestic figure shot out countless black beams of light that shot into the chaos. These black beams of light were filled with destructive power. The 3,000 great Tao were shattered and most of them shot towards the mighty figures near primordial despair. In an instant, all the mighty figures could not move, including the berserk Han Huang. Crap! They realized that they were frozen by the dark forbidden lord. Looking at the approaching black beam of light, they felt unprecedented killing intent. This killing intent brought fear that exceeded their limits. Han Huang stared at him. He was not afraid of death, but before he died, he didn't avenge Han Ling, making him filled with unwillingness. He was still not strong enough. If he had hurried up and worked hard to become stronger, perhaps this would not have happened. Han Huang thought of his father and felt extremely regretful. The evil heavenly emperor looked up and sighed. He knew that it was over when the formless transcendent deity died. Liao also stared at the dark forbidden lord with a hint of pity. If she didn't come out all these years and kept cultivating, she might have had a better performance when she came out at this time. Jiang Juesher clenched his fists. If not for him choosing to fall into the cycle of reincarnation before the great Tao immeasurable calamity, he would not be so weak now. Beside him, Han Qinger was indignant and cursed. Just as all living beings were in despair and regret, a strong light burst out. A golden color appeared above their heads, isolating countless black beams of light. This golden color was like the bottom of a seal, engraved with various patterns that were profound and mysterious. No matter how the black beam of light bombarded, it could not break through the defense of the golden seal. The golden seal covered the entire chaos and completely blocked the dark forbidden lord's attack. At the same time, the terrifying killing intent that bound the mighty figures vanished and was replaced by an indescribable warmth. A mysterious force was healing them. Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal. Han Huang muttered to himself as he looked at the golden light above his head. He was overjoyed. He was not the only one. The hidden sect disciples were also overjoyed. He still came. Dark forbidden lord, you've crossed the line. An indifferent voice sounded. All the mighty figures turned around and saw a figure shining with divine light walking over. He was like the hope of the great Tao immeasurable calamity, expelling the darkness as he walked over. That powerful aura shocked all living beings, leaving an indelible impression. This was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Immeasurable merit Divine Might Heavenly Sage. The Dark Forbidden Lord didn't panic when Hanju appeared. Instead, he teased. You finally left the Tao field? Unfortunately, you're too late. If you joined forces with those Tao creators, you might have a chance of survival. Hanju said calmly, since ancient times, evil can't defeat good. Your Tao has been tainted by too much negative karma and will definitely perish. He raised his right hand, and the ultimate origin heaven seal disappeared. A divine light shot out from his palm and soared into the sky. It pierced through the 3,000 broken great Tao and fused into brand new supreme rules. The 7 supreme rules had already completely fused and become a new rule. The chaos is the foundation of all living beings. If you want to erase creation, you have to withstand the backlash. Feel the power of all living beings. Hanju's voice resounded throughout the chaos. As soon as he finished speaking, the new supreme rule shattered and turned into countless lights that scattered into the chaos. The mighty figures were scattered by these lights and did not have time to dodge. Immediately after, they were pleasantly surprised to find that their dermic powers were increasing. This is... The Holy Mother of Order's voice trembled. Even she, who had witnessed history, could not understand this scene. Those divine authority generals became even taller. On the battlefield, all existences were becoming stronger, except for primordial despair and the dark forbidden lord. This was Hanju's little trick. He temporarily distributed a trace of his power to all living beings and created the will of the chaos. Dark Forbidden Lord, face the anger of all living beings. Hanju's voice was filled with killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the three primordial fiend celestials immediately attacked the Dark Forbidden Lord. At this moment, their auras had actually reached the Tao Creator level. Even if their cultivation realms had not, they had the power to surpass the Tao Creator. Their strength was no longer inferior to the Tao Creator realm. How arrogant! The Dark Forbidden Lord roared angrily and waved his palm. Endless darkness transformed into waves that drowned the three primordial fiend celestials. In the end, it was forcefully torn apart by them. This power is really strong. Han Huang thought in surprise. This was a power he had never felt before. He felt that he was already omnipotent. Primordial Origin and Huang Zuintian were also overjoyed and extremely fascinated by this power. Tao Creator? They would reach that realm sooner or later. The Dark Forbidden Lord was Han Ju's main body, while the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was his clone. Han Ju quickly completed the exchange of his main body and clone. At this speed, even the ninth chaos wouldn't notice. Seeing the three primordial fiend celestials unleash their might, the other mighty figures attacked one after another. They had also obtained Han Ju's power. Although they were inferior to the Tao Creator, they still had the power of a half-step creator. One mighty figure after another rushed towards the Dark Forbidden Lord. Primordial Despair opened his mouth and stretched out his tongue, wanting to sweep away a portion of the mighty figures, but he was easily dodged. He roared angrily. His huge body stirred the surrounding spatial fragments. The Dark Forbidden Lord did not panic when facing the attacks of the three primordial fiend celestials. Instead, he easily dealt with them. It was still very difficult to hurt him even with the strength of a Tao Creator. A group of ants who have obtained the pity of a transcendent being. You're really courting death. The Dark Forbidden Lord snorted coldly. Darkness erupted again and destroyed all the mighty figures who attacked. The three fiend celestials were the same. However, in the next second, they all revived around Hanju. They turned around and saw that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was already taller than the chaos. The divine light on his body gave them a great sense of security, as if no matter how they fought, they did not have to worry about death. As expected of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. So strong. There's hope. Ha 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 ha. We're saved. Dark Forbidden Lord. Wait for death. It's said that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage is the #1 prodigy of the chaos. He lives up to his reputation. Back in the first chaotic assembly, I joined forces with all the geniuses to challenge the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. I knew the difference then. Hanju stepped forward and said, "Follow behind me." The mighty figures landed behind him and approached the Dark Forbidden Lord with him. Han Huang looked up with a complicated expression and thought to himself, "Father, why didn't you appear earlier?" If that was the case, Han Ling was dead. He felt that he had an undeniable responsibility. As a brother, not protecting his sister was the greatest irresponsibility. "Ha ha ha! That's my father, my father!" Han Qinger shouted excitedly and introduced him to the mighty figure beside her. Jiang Juesher shook his head helplessly. The mighty figures began to flatter Han Qinger. They might not care if it was in the past. But now, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's arrival brought them great hope and surprise. They no longer cared about their identities. "Come, Divine Might Heavenly Sage, let me see your strength. It'll be meaningless if you're as unbearable as the 9th chaos." The Dark Forbidden Lord laughed crazily. His killing intent swept through the chaos like a violent wind. Hanju ignored the other party's killing intent. He personally advanced against the killing intent. The violent waves were pushed away by him and the chaotic space kept collapsing. "Huanger, go!" Hanju's voice suddenly sounded in Han Huang's ears, startling him so much that he looked up. The high and mighty Hanju looked straight ahead and didn't look at him. However, Han Huang was certain that he didn't hear wrongly. His father asked him to attack. Han Huang took a deep breath and immediately jumped over his father's shoulder. "Huanger, I'll teach you a mystical power now." Hanju's voice sounded as a huge memory surged into Han Huang's mind. In an instant he was stunned. The dark forbidden lord was not far away when he opened his eyes again. So, Han Huang had extremely complicated emotions. He finally understood something. The mysterious power that had helped him become invincible in the past was actually his father's dermic powers. No wonder. Han Huang felt extremely ashamed. He thought that he was relying on himself, but he had always relied on his father. Prepare for battle. Hanju's voice sounded again, pulling his thoughts into reality. Han Huang's eyes suddenly widened. A figure appeared beside him. It was Han Ling, fourth sister. You're not dead? Han Huang asked in surprise. His voice trembled, afraid that he was dreaming. Han Ling smiled. Father revived me. The reason why I didn't attack was that you and your fellow disciples had a wisp of your souls with me. Hanju's voice entered the siblings' ears. Boom! The ultimate origin heaven seal erupted and appeared in front of him, blocking the endless power of darkness. A pillar of light descended from the sky and split into two. It landed on Han Huang and Han Ling, causing their auras to increase. Looks like the chaotic will chose you. In that case, represent the chaos to destroy the dark forbidden lord with me. Hanju's voice echoed in the void. This time, the other mighty figures also heard it. They looked at Han Huang and Han Ling differently. They all saw that the pillar of light descended from the supreme rules. Hanju was right. The chaotic will had indeed chosen them. All of you, use your strongest mystical powers and attack the dark forbidden lord together. Hanju's voice sounded again. The mighty figures came back to their senses. Through Hanju's majestic body, they attacked together. Thousands of powerful dermic powers circled around Hanju and attacked the dark forbidden lord. Han Huang and Han Ling attacked as well. The mystical power Han Huang used was the ultimate origin soul oblivion. Han Ling fused 10 million emperor soldiers into the strongest emperor soldier. With Hanju's help, the dermic powers of thousands of mighty figures attached to the strongest emperor soldier. The 7 divine punishment light blades of the ultimate origin soul oblivion surrounded the strongest emperor soldier and attacked the dark forbidden lord together. This was the strongest attack of the power of the chaos. The dark forbidden lord struck out with his palm. Darkness devoured space and time. Countless resentful devils roared and attacked, like a black wall larger than chaos. Boom! The terrifying impact made the bodies of the mighty figures who had obtained the power of the Lord tremble and almost collapse. The chaos even shattered into several pieces. Even the blank domain cracked and spacetime lightning interwove. That's all you've got? And you want to kill me? What a joke! What a huge joke! The dark forbidden lord laughed wantonly, causing thousands of mighty figures to be moved. Could such power not kill the dark forbidden lord? They could sense that this combined attack was extremely powerful. It was obvious from the shattered chaos. If the power of all the living beings in the chaos is insufficient, what if I join in? Just as the mighty figures were panicking, Hanju's voice sounded, pulling them into hope again. The divine might heavenly sage, who was as majestic as the dark forbidden lord, raised his right hand and extended his index finger. That is, the hidden sect disciples were excited, especially the disciples from the reroll world who were too familiar with this move. Back then, when the evil devils wreaked havoc in the mortal world, Hanju stood on the Cultivate diligently become Immortal mountain and stood far away from the mortal world. He destroyed the evil devils with a finger and saved all living beings. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. The sword finger that contained the power of the Creator Lord shot out. The sword chi wreaked havoc above the strongest Emperor soldier, and shattered the black wall that was larger than the chaos with an extremely domineering aura. The powerful Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger pierced through the power of darkness. The dark forbidden lord wanted to block it, but the layers of dark power he created were all pierced through. In the end, a huge hole appeared in his body. The blank domain behind tore open a long black crack. Just the width was enough to contain the chaos. Thousands of mighty figures were shocked. This was even more shocking than Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction Venerable's huge hand. How strong was the divine might heavenly sage? The dark forbidden lord was not dispersed. He roared, "Divine might heavenly sage, you actually have such power. However, it's impossible to kill me. A Tao creator is undying and indestructible." Han Ju snorted. "If I can't kill you, I'll suppress you forever." With that, a vast ultimate origin heaven seal appeared above the dark forbidden lord. It was 10,000 times larger than the chaos and descended with a world-destroying divine might. The dark forbidden lord wanted to dodge, but strange lightning appeared around him. It was like a prison that wrapped around him, not allowing him to escape. Under the excited expressions of thousands of mighty figures and the anticipation of all living beings, the ultimate origin heaven seal crushed the dark forbidden lord into ashes. His soul struggled with all its might in the ultimate origin heaven seal. "Impossible! Impossible! Why do you have such power? Why don't you fight since you're so strong? Why keep a low profile?" The dark forbidden lord roared hoarsely. He seemed to be at the end of the line. Han Ju's voice sounded, "The Tao of cultivation is not about competition. I'm only fighting for myself, not external objects." These words left a deep impression on the mighty figures present. Under the gaze of all living beings, the dark forbidden lord was sealed by the ultimate origin heaven seal. Han Ju retracted it through the air, and the ultimate origin heaven seal disappeared. 4 jade pendants appeared in his hand. With a casual throw, the 4 jade pendants transformed into 4 Tao creators. Chaotic consciousness, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, formless transcendent deity, yin-yang purity nirvana deity. They had been sealed previously, but they didn't lose their will. They had been watching the battle. From the point of view of the dark forbidden lord, the chaos was so weak, but they didn't expect that with Han Ju's appearance, everything would be reversed. Even the 4 Tao creators were shocked. They still did not come back to their senses after reviving. Han Ju looked down at the shattered chaos and said, "The chaos has been broken. The old order should pass. In that case, the endless era can begin." He waved his right hand and the chaotic space shattered. Heaven and earth scattered into the blank domain. In an instant, it was as if a force swept through the blank domain from the chaos and spread endlessly. The mighty figures clearly felt that the blank domain had changed. It was no longer as heavy as before. They were as relaxed as if they were in the chaos. Endless spirit chi filled the blank domain. The endless era had arrived. "It's over?" The mighty figures looked at each other in disbelief. The living beings scattered in all directions began to cheer. "Thank you for your help, divine might heavenly sage." The formless transcendent deity was the first to bow to Han Ju. The other 3 Tao creators followed suit. Thousands of mighty figures knelt down to Han Ju and looked at him fanatically. If not for Han Ju, the great Tao immeasurable calamity would have ended with the destruction of the chaos and they would have died. Han Ju said, "The dead are already gone. The new era needs order and transcendence. From now on, you will control the prelude of the endless era. The other 3 Tao creators will assist and confer the creation of this great Tao immeasurable calamity. As for primordial despair, he has killed too many people and is sealed outside the order with the dark forbidden lord. He will never transcend." Primordial despair let out a shrill cry of despair as it turned into dust under the gazes of all living beings. Han Huang frowned and turned his head away, unable to bear it. Han Ling noticed her second brother's expression and had a guess. Her eyes revealed pity. The great Tao immeasurable calamity has ended. After Han Ju finished speaking, his body that was shining with divine light gradually faded until it disappeared. The chaotic consciousness, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity looked at the formless transcendent deity enviously. The formless transcendent deity was glad. He was also grateful to Han Ju. He had bet correctly. Han Ju was so magnanimous. The formless transcendent deity began to teach everyone. He condensed the creation of the great Tao immeasurable calamity and prepared to reward it. The so-called creation was actually the power of the chaos itself. The chaos no longer existed and its power would be eaten by them. In the third Tao field, Hanju returned and was surrounded by women. Husband, you're really too powerful. That dark forbidden lord is far inferior to you. Are there realms among Tao creators? Can you revive those dead living beings? I knew that you could easily kill the dark forbidden lord. Don't let him revive. If you have a way in the future, you still have to completely kill him and eliminate future trouble. All the women were excited. Even Xianxia, who already knew that Hanju was invincible, was still very excited. They finally felt Hanju's power after witnessing the Dark Forbidden Lord's power. Hanju seemed to have used the help of all the living beings in the chaos, but the power he used was clearly many times stronger. They couldn't be compared at all. Hanju smiled. All right, the calamity is over. The next endless era will be a new era. Everything is unknown. If you're so happy, you can go out for a walk. With that, he walked into the Taoist temple. The women agreed immediately and left the Tao field under Xing Hongshuan's lead to visit Han Huang and the others. Shan Yi and the 10 divine stars were also allowed out by Han Ju's clone, making them cheer. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju sat on the lotus throne and opened his right palm. 2 auras appeared, one black and one purple. The black was the 9th chaos remnant soul, and the purple was primordial despair. Hanju actually didn't hate the 9th chaos. It was a pity that such an expert died like this, so he chose to throw the 9th chaos into the ultimate origin heavenly prison. With the cultivation of the 9th chaos, it would probably take billions of years to completely enslave him. As for primordial despair, in order for him to live better, Hanju decided to let him reincarnate and awaken his intelligence in the cycle of reincarnation. Hanju blew gently, and the purple chi in his palm blew away. He looked at the blank domain. Although there were only remnants of the chaos in the world of the blank domain, he could already see the torrent of history of a vast era surging over. It was unstoppable. The great Tao immeasurable calamity ended. The dark forbidden lord and his subordinate, the evil fiend primordial despair, shattered the chaos. Then, they were sealed by the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. After that, the endless era arrived. This past was forever engraved in the long river of history. It was passed down from generation to generation. The Tao creator realm became the highest goal of cultivation. The divine might heavenly sage became the leader of the creators, the supreme existence that all beings believed in. 100 million years later, the blank domain became lively and colorful. It was no longer as pale as before. Countless worlds were distributed. From the great Tao Supremes to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, they were all creating worlds and adding a hint of vitality to the endless era. In a great world, in an inconspicuous small world among the billions of small worlds, under the blue sky green mountains rose and fell. Hanju sat at the edge of the cliff halfway up the mountain. Fog filled the air ahead and the tall mountain opposite was faintly discernible. The supreme treasure on his body shed its divine light. He wore a white robe that fluttered in the wind. His gray hair fluttered in the air. His face was still young and handsome. Coupled with his gray hair, he could be said to have white hair and a youthful look. He had an immortal aura. I wonder how long it will take to surpass the Creator Lord realm. Fortunately, as I cultivate, my origin lifespan will continue to increase. Hanju opened his eyes and looked at the sky-covering fog ahead. Many changes occurred after the endless era began. All living beings only saw a truly endless world, and what he saw was the change in the basic rules of the blank domain. All living beings spread out a blank domain and countless tiny creations scattered, causing the basic rules to produce some new creations. For some creations, Hanju needed some time to understand. Perhaps this was a self-defense ability of the blank domain, just like the primordial fiend celestial and the 9th chaos. It would subconsciously create trouble for the invincible and push for its development. Hanju could only control the basic rules now and couldn't truly own them. True domination was that he could create and destroy them at will. Perhaps a second creator lord would appear in the future. What Hanju had to do was maintain his cultivation heart and continue to become stronger. He could never stop, and he also could not block the path of his descendants to consolidate his status. The failure experience of the first two invincible people had already proved that this path was not feasible. Of course, it was acceptable to relax occasionally. Just like now. Ha ha ha. I know how to control a sword. A slightly childish laugh sounded. A youth flew out of the mist on a wooden sword. He wore clothes made of brown beast skin and had a slightly dark face. He looked to be 14 or 15 years old, but his facial features were sharp and bright. The youth stood on the wooden sword and swayed as if he would fall at any moment. Hanju looked at him and smiled. After 10,000 years, this kid's personality is always like this in every life. It's interesting. It seems that even the Fusang tree's spacetime reincarnation can't erase his nature. The primordial Fian Celestial's nature is still powerful. Hanju looked at the youth and thought silently. The youth's name in this life was Chu Xiaoqi. He was born into an ordinary family in the mortal world. Because he was the seventh and youngest, he was given the name Xiaoqi by his parents. Chu Xiaoqi had yearned to cultivate since he was young. So he ran away from home when he was 13 and wandered the world. In the end, it was naturally very bleak. First, his luggage was snatched by bandits, and later he almost died in the mouth of a beast. He stumbled and wandered for a year. When he was being hunted down by a certain spirit monster, he fell off a cliff and met Hanju, an immortal. The two of them had already interacted for half a year. Hanju taught Chu Xiaoqi the basic cultivation technique and the flying sword technique. After a month, Chu Xiaoqi barely learned them. His potential was average and his soul was still sealed, so his potential completely depended on his reincarnation. Most of Chu Xiaoqi's previous 10,000 lifetimes were mortals. He had lived mediocre lives and had also cultivated. The highest he had reached was the pseudosage realm. He had just stepped into the pseudosage realm when he was surrounded and killed by his enemies. This matter was still discussed by his descendants in that world. Of course, it was not a good story, but a joke. Chu Xiaoqi's personality was extremely out of place. He was lively most of the time, but occasionally he was also very gloomy. He was completely different from primordial despair. After flying for 5 minutes, Chu Xiaoqi's remaining spirit energy was exhausted. He landed beside Hanju and lay on the ground, panting heavily and sweating. Hanju found it funny. He could clearly lie down, but he insisted on kneeling. He supported himself with both hands and stuck out his tongue like a dog. However, this posture was somewhat similar to primordial despair. Hanju didn't appear in Chu Xiaoqi's life in the previous reincarnations. This was the first time. Immortal, how long can your flying sword technique last? It must be a long time. Are you a golden core cultivator? Legend has it that golden core cultivators can fly. How long have you been here? Ah, I'm so hungry. Immortal, can you make a roasted chicken for me? I'm too tired and don't want to hunt by myself. I don't want to fast yet. Chu Xiaoqi chattered non-stop. He was clearly tired, but he refused to shut up. Hanju smiled and didn't say anything. He waved his right hand, and a fragrant roasted chicken appeared in front of the kid. Chu Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. He immediately became lively and began to tear the roasted chicken apart. Hanju wanted to refuse and let Chu Xiaoqi rely on himself, but his heart softened. Strangely, he couldn't be bothered by his children's suffering. Instead, he doted on his reincarnated grandson. Primordial despair's life was indeed bitter. Although he had committed many sins and deserved to die, no one had taught him since he was born. Even before he died, he was very puzzled that his father did not help him. Primordial despair did not have high intelligence and did not understand communication. But in his heart, Han Huang was his father. After Chu Xiaoqi was full, he lay on the ground and stretched. Then he continued to chatter and fell asleep. Hanju waved his hand, and a white robe covered Chu Xiaoqi. He closed his eyes again and continued cultivating. 2 years later, Chu Xiaoqi had successfully reached the Foundation Establishment realm and his body was much stronger. He was flying on his sword in the mountains and plains. He kept casting spells with both hands and chased after a bird demon. The bird demon was like a golden eagle. Its feathers were golden and its wingspan was 10 feet wide. Chu Xiaoqi's spells landed on the bird demon, causing its feathers to fly and blood to flow. In the end, the bird demon's wings were broken. With a cry, it fell into the cliff. Chu Xiaoqi took out a rope. It was a piece of equipment that stretched out at will and tied the bird demon into a ball. Then, he carried it and landed in front of Hanju. Hee hee. Grandpa, am I powerful? Chu Xiaoqi smiled proudly. He placed his hands on his hips and looked extremely arrogant. He called him Grandpa because Hanju didn't want to have a master-disciple relationship with him, and he couldn't always call him an immortal. Not bad, Hanju said without opening his eyes. Chu Xiaoqi curled his lips and began to deal with the bird demon. After a while, in order to survive, the bird demon acknowledged Chu Xiaoqi as its master and was named Chu Xiaoniao. Hanju's face twitched upon hearing this name. Night fell. Chu Xiaoqi hesitated as he sat beside him. Hanju opened his eyes and looked at the night sky. A shooting star flashed past, causing a hint of surprise to flash across his eyes. Why was he in this mortal world? Grandpa, I want to go home and take a look. Can I? Chu Xiaoqi asked softly. This immortal had taught him for so long, but he didn't ask for anything in return. Therefore, he felt that he would let the immortal down by leaving. What if the immortal did not agree? Yes, of course. Hanju's answer stunned Chu Xiaoqi. He had thought of all sorts of answers but didn't expect the other party to agree so casually. You agreed? Don't worry. I'll definitely return to be filial to you. Chu Xiaoqi was very excited and spoke respectfully. He had always been rude in the past. Hanju smiled and nodded. Chu Xiaoqi decided to return after dawn. He was very excited tonight. He looked forward to returning home. He wanted to prove to his family that his choice was not wrong. He was not daydreaming or possessed. That night, Chu Xiaoqi struggled until almost dawn and only woke up at noon. Chu Xiaoqi kowtowed before leaving. Hanju kept his eyes closed and continued cultivating, ignoring him. For some reason, Chu Xiaoqi's heart ached. Grandfather was definitely the person who treated him the best. He was even better than his parents. At home, he had too many siblings. His parents were busy making a living and did not dote on him much. Some of his elder brothers even bullied him. Chu Xiaoqi walked to the edge of the cliff and prepared to ride his sword. He couldn't help but turn his head and say, Grandpa, do you want to walk with me? He was filled with anticipation, but he knew that it was impossible. How could immortals be so easy? All right, Hanju replied and stood up. Chu Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Yes. Don't you want to cultivate? The world is vast. I can cultivate anywhere. Great! Chu Xiaoqi was extremely excited. He also wanted to introduce Hanju to his family. Hanju let Chu Xiaoqi fly on his sword while he rode a cloud. He sat on the cloud and continued cultivating. Damn, Grandpa, why didn't you teach me this move? Chu Xiaoqi's eyes widened again and shouted. This kid always liked to glare, making Hanju feel he was very similar to the hot-blooded male protagonists he had seen in his previous life. Although he had become a creator lord, Hanju still felt that he still had humanity in his bones. Different races were ultimately different from invincible people born from experience. As he got older, he missed the times when he was weak. It was just that humans were like this. The other races were not like this. The nature of humans was to value relationships no matter what. Hanju didn't want to completely separate himself from this. He was him. He wanted to be himself and not try to be like other existences. Along the way, Chu Xiaoqi became talkative again. Grandpa, do you have family? Yes. Where are they? They're very, very far away. So far that you might never reach them in your lifetime. Sorry. Hee hee. Chu Xiaoqi thought that Hanju's family was all dead and knew that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly changed the topic. He began to introduce his family. Actually, he did not like his family much. He just wanted to go back and prove himself. Chu Xiaoqi kept talking, and Hanju listened silently. The two of them flew to the horizon together. Chu Xiaoqi's carefree laughter echoed in the sky. Figures gathered in a vast palace. The weakest was a pseudo-sage. Standing at the front were 3 primordial chaos sages. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked in one direction. In front of them sat a figure in the position of the master of this world. It was Huang Zuintian. Huang Zuintian obtained a great creation after the great Tao immeasurable calami ended. The name of the primordial fiend celestial shocked the endless era. His cultivation level was considered top-notch below the Tao creator realm. The living beings present did not know his identity. The difference in status was too great and they were not qualified to know. However, Huang Zuintian was too strong. Just the pressure was enough to make sages lose their will to resist. The World Lord was a gray-robed Taoist. He frowned and asked, "Senior, did you find what you wanted?" Huang Zuintian opened his eyes. In an instant, everyone in the hall lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. "No, but perhaps in the future. All of you help me pay attention. One day, a talented person will appear in this world. He is bloodthirsty and will bring calamity to all living beings. It's not only your world. If that day comes, you can use this token to contact me." With that, Huang Zuintian vanished. A black token floated above the throne. A strange figure was carved on it. Everyone looked at each other. Huang Zuintian leaving just like that made them heave a sigh of relief. But his words cast a shadow on everyone's hearts. This world was about to face a calamity. They couldn't deduce it, but they didn't dare to ignore Huang Zuintian's words. Chu Xiaoqi's home was in a town. The nearest city was 100 miles away. Most of the people in this town hunted and fished for a living. Han Ju followed Chu Xiaoqi home after entering the town. Chu Xiaoqi's parents were already 50 years old. His father had a hunched back and held a walking stick. He looked 10 years older than his actual age. His parents were very excited to see Chu Xiaoqi. His mother cried in joy, but in less than 10 breaths of time, his father began to chase after her. The 2 sisters at home also came out and were very surprised by his return. As for the 3 brothers, they were still hunting in the forest. After a while, Chu Xiaoqi introduced Han Ju to his family. Their eyes locked on him the moment they saw him. Han Ju had white hair, but his face was extremely young. They had never seen such a handsome man. Chu Xiaoqi's 2 sisters were so shy that they blushed and didn't dare to stare at him. "Thank you for saving him, Immortal." Chu Xiaoqi's father, Chu Dazhu, said with a trembling voice. He didn't believe that Han Ju was an immortal, but he had saved his son, after all. Chu Xiaoqi suddenly leaped, and a wooden sword appeared under his feet. He began to circle above the courtyard and cried out, attracting the attention of his neighbors. Chu Dazhu and the others were dumbfounded in disbelief. The neighbors exclaimed. Han Ju looked at Chu Xiaoqi with a smile. This was how youth should be. He's really unlike me but very similar to his father. Soon even the mayor was alarmed. The news that Chu Xiaoqi had become a cultivator spread very quickly. Even Han Ju was sought after. He wasn't angry at their enthusiasm. Fortunately, Chu Xiaoqi was not a fool and asked his mother to arrange a room for Han Ju to cultivate in and stay away from trouble. Han Ju hid in the room and started cultivating. In the evening, Chu Xiaoqi's 3 brothers returned. They were shocked to know that he had succeeded in seeking immortality. That night, they knelt in front of Han Ju's house and wanted to acknowledge him as their master, but he rejected them. In the following days, Chu Xiaoqi publicized his spells everywhere, causing the entire town to be extremely lively. He even alerted the nearby cities, and the city lord personally came to receive the immortals. Han Ju didn't appear, but Chu Xiaoqi handled it well. The city lord even wanted to marry his daughter to him. Such a fast pace made Chu Xiaoqi realize the influence of cultivation on mortals. Another night, Chu Xiaoqi came to visit Han Ju and complained crazily. That city lord's daughter looks like a pig. She also wants to get close to me. I'm so angry. She's not as good-looking as the little flower in town. With her figure, tiske. A wretched smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Facing Chu Xiaoqi, who was smiling like a pig, Han Ju asked, "Then, are you willing to marry Xiaohua?" Like young girls, it was normal for youths to yearn for love. Chu Xiaoqi scratched his head. "How can I cultivate if I get married?" In the future, won't I have to help her cultivate? If her potential is not good, she might even drag me down and distract me. No, I shouldn't get married. There are many beauties in this world. Hanju chuckled. You just like her beauty? Nonsense. I haven't even interacted much with them. How can I fall in love with them at first sight? As long as you're happy. Grandpa, how did you get married back then? Chu Xiaoqi sat beside Hanju and asked curiously. Hanju smiled. Back then, I was a herb garden servant and an outer disciple of a cultivation sect. I happened to meet a female cultivator. He told the story of him and Xianxia. Xianxia was a spy, but she met Hanju by chance and fell in love with him at first sight. After that, she pestered him every day. She also repeatedly gave him treasures. Such a story fascinated Chu Xiaoqi. He had always heard that men chased after women, but it was rare for women to chase after men. He couldn't help but look at Hanju. Such looks were indeed liked by girls. Even his two sisters secretly asked him about Hanju. Chu Xiaoqi suddenly clapped his hands and said in shock, I've decided. I can't marry easily in the future. I want beauties to pursue me. I'll marry whoever is the most sincere. Hanju found it funny and didn't discourage him. Who could say for sure about the future? Hanju could see the future, but he wouldn't look easily. That would make things meaningless. He only needed to be vigilant and wary of the future. As long as there was a possibility that the future threatened him, he would check it. He had such foresight as the Creator Lord. Of course, he still had to take the time to check his fate every once in a while. Grandpa, aren't you curious about my other brother? Chu Xiaoqi changed the topic. Currently, other than Chu Xiaoqi, there were 2 sisters and 3 brothers in the family. They were still missing one. Hanju asked, If you want to say it, say it. Chu Xiaoqi chuckled. I want to cultivate because of my big brother. I've never seen him since I was young. He also went out to search for immortals when he was very young and never returned. A few years ago, he replied that he had joined the Darkness sect. We all thought that he had been deceived. Darkness sect. Hanju was not surprised to hear this name. The Darkness sect collapsed and began to disperse after the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity ended. The Tao creators didn't kill all their members because Hanju had told the formless transcendent deity that there was white and there was black. If he killed the Darkness sect, other sects would appear. It was better to keep the remaining members to pave the way for another Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity in the future. Instead of choosing the disciples of the various families, it was better to let the evil descendants continue to be evil. Of course, Hanju was still thinking for Shi Dudao, Jing Tiangong, and the others. The formless transcendent deity also felt that it made sense. Many mighty figures of the Darkness sect were killed. Only a few people related to Hanju survived. From this point of view, Hanju was very selfish. But so what if he was selfish? He was the strongest. He decided everything. Who had the right to blame him? It was only a rule set to protect the same level of benefits. Chu Xiaoqi told Hanju about his brother for a while and only left late at night. Chu Xiaoqi was still glorious in the following days. He didn't even have time to cultivate. He either helped the hunters kill spirits and beasts or taught the children in the town to cultivate. Hanju didn't stop him. He would occasionally go out for a walk. At first, the people were surprised by his appearance, but later they got used to it. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Chu Xiaoqi found Hanju again and said, Grandpa, I want to cultivate. Let's leave. Hanju didn't even open his eyes. Should we part for now or forever? Chu Xiaoqi was stunned. He fell silent and then understood what Hanju meant. He was different from mortals after becoming a cultivator. His family did not have the potential to cultivate. If he stayed, not only would it delay him, but he might also cause trouble for his family in the future. There was also the parting of life and death. It was even more exciting. After a long while, Chu Xiaoqi clenched his fists. Forever. At dawn, Chu Xiaoqi left a letter. Before leaving the town, he even went to see Xiaohua. In the end, he severed his mortal thoughts and left with Hanju. Grandpa, should we go back and cultivate? I don't have to go back. I can walk around. All right, I also want to see if the world is exciting. Do the cultivation sects you mentioned really exist? Do you want to join a sect? It's a good opportunity to train. What will happen to you then? I'll find a place nearby to hide and cultivate. Whoa, Grandpa, you're the best. I'm so touched that I'm crying. I'll kidnap a beautiful nun for you when I join the sect. She's definitely the most beautiful fairy in the sect. Hee hee. One rode a cloud and the other on a sword. They flew side by side and laughed as they flew towards the horizon. 3 months later, they came to a cultivation sect. Hanju asked Chu Xiaoqi to join them while he opened a cave abode in the nearby forest. I'll only teach you cultivation. I won't interfere if you encounter danger. You have to rely on yourself. Hanju warned him before leaving. Hanju couldn't help but look at Chu Xiaoqi as he sat in the cave abode. Chu Xiaoqi was already at the Foundation establishment realm, so it was naturally not difficult for him to enter the sect. The most powerful expert of this sect, the sect master, was only at the soul formation realm. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, void amalgamation, fusion, tribulation transcendence, Mahayana. Hanju couldn't help but recall his cultivation years. Chu Xiaoqi first became an outer sect disciple. With his cheerful personality, he quickly made a group of good friends. The cultivation technique Hanju taught him was stronger than the cultivation techniques in the mortal world. Therefore, in less than 3 years, Chu Xiaoqi passed the inner sect assessment and was chosen by an elder. The elder was very curious about his cultivation technique, but everyone had their own opportunities, so he did not force him to hand it over. Chu Xiaoqi began to encounter trouble after entering the inner sect. One of his brothers had his Dao companion snatched by a genius. Later, he was murdered while training outside. Chu Xiaoqi was furious and also became enemies with that prodigy. This prodigy was the personal disciple of the sect master. But Hanju could tell that he was actually an illegitimate son. On the surface, the sect master did not care about this matter. But if it really reached the point of no return, Chu Xiaoqi would definitely die. Hanju looked forward to Chu Xiaoqi's next performance. How would he overcome this obstacle? However, Grandpa, someone wants to kill me. Save me. Chu Xiaoqi came to visit Hanju and cried on his lap. He was clearly grown up, but he was deliberately acting like a child. Hanju could clearly tell that this kid was not really crying. He was just pretending. Furthermore, no one was chasing after him. That's good. Just die. Hanju stroked Chu Xiaoqi's head and smiled benevolently, startling him so much that he suddenly looked up. No tears could be seen on this kid's face. He pretended not to care at all. Chu Xiaoqi said aggrievedly, "Who will be filial to you if I die? You've nurtured me for so many years. You definitely won't let me die casually." "Not necessarily. I've taught countless disciples." "Wow, Grandpa, what's your cultivation level? Are you like our sect master?" "No, no one noticed you hiding here. Your cultivation level is definitely stronger than our sect master." "My cultivation has nothing to do with you. Cultivate well. This hatred has nothing to do with you. Why get involved? That won't do. In life, you have to dare to love and hate. He killed my brother. I hate him. I have to kill him," Chu Xiaoqi said indignantly. His expression turned sinister, inadvertently showing a hint of primordial despair. Hanju smiled. "Then kill him. Don't look for me. I can't. Grandpa, teach me a spell. I can't defeat him with my current strength." Chu Xiaoqi stood up and started to massage Hanju's shoulders and back. His expression was fawning, and he didn't care about his reputation at all. Hanju enjoyed it and smiled. "Then, I'll teach you a mystical power." "Mystical power?" Chu Xiaoqi's body shook. He had heard of mystical powers after joining the sect. They appeared in ancient books. They were superior to spells and could only be learned by immortals. Hanju smiled and said, "This is the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. With one strike, it can shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Don't use it unless you are in a desperate situation." Heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Chu Xiaoqi's eyes widened. He immediately knelt down and started to kowtow, thanking Hanju for his guidance. Hanju used the barrier and made the space in the cave abode 100 miles wide, making it convenient for Chu Xiaoqi to cultivate her mystical power. Chu Xiaoqi was shocked. Hanju's image in his heart increased infinitely. It seemed that he had still underestimated his grandfather. Could he really be an immortal? Several months later, under Chu Xiaoqi's relentless cultivation, he finally learned the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. The world-shattering power made him unable to stop and his blood boiled. Chu Xiaoqi left excitedly after cultivating the mystical power. Hanju also continued cultivating. During the time he accompanied Chu Xiaoqi, Hanju felt that time passed very slowly. It was longer than the past 100 million years. This was probably an experience. Hanju enjoyed his current life. There was less fighting and killing. Participating in the lives of others was also a form of training and a feeling. Chu Xiaoqi's comprehension of the sword Dao had increased greatly after learning the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. In just a short year, he had learned all the sword Dao spells that the disciples of the sect could learn. His reputation could be said to have risen greatly. Even the sect master had personally received him. Chu Xiaoqi did not act recklessly. Facing the prodigy of the enemy, he did not argue and kept looking for an opportunity. He did not complain to the sect master. Countless tragedies happened in a cultivation sect. The morals of mortals did not work at all. As long as they did not betray the sect only valued cultivation and potential. Hanju paid attention to Chu Xiaoqi as he cultivated. Chu Xiaoqi would visit him every once in a while. Other than him, no one else knew of Hanju's existence. Chu Xiaoqi was also puzzled. Was this place really difficult to find? However, as his cultivation level increased, he realized that it might be because his grandfather had allowed him to find it. 10 years later, Chu Xiaoqi was outside killing the prodigy. Because other fellow disciples saw it, the news quickly spread to the sect. The sect master was furious and issued a kill order. For a time, Chu Xiaoqi fled in all directions in a sorry state. He didn't even have a chance to go back and find Hanju. He was being hunted down. A woman was accompanying him. She was the younger sister of Chu Xiaoqi's brother in the sect. Her name was Tang Wan. Tang Wan's biological brother was the brother the prodigy had killed. Chu Xiaoqi had taken good care of her, and it was all thanks to her seducing that prodigy that he managed to kill him. In the mountains, Chu Xiaoqi flew on his sword. His black hair fluttered. At this moment, he had already lost his childishness, and his skin had become fair. He had a handsome face and cold eyes. He had the aura of a sword immortal. Behind him was a young woman with an oval face and a sweet appearance. She gently held Chu Xiaoqi's waist. Tang Wan leaned her head on Chu Xiaoqi's back and whispered, "Brother Xiaoqi, where are we going? Where can we escape to?" Chu Xiaoqi replied, "I'll find a place to settle you down and find an elder of mine. He can protect us. Why don't you go directly?" "He's still in the sect." Tang Wan was silent. She thought that Chu Xiaoqi's elder was a sect elder. How could an elder compare to the sect master? At this moment, a sword chi crossed mountains and rivers, devouring 10,000 miles. Chu Xiaoqi subconsciously turned around. That sword chi was too fast. He couldn't dodge in time. Boom! They were overturned by the sword chi and fell to the ground. If not for Chu Xiaoqi twisting the flying sword in time, the two of them would have been instantly crushed. Chu Xiaoqi wanted to hug Tang Wan, but a talisman landed on him. Lightning interwove and he could not move. He watched as Tang Wan fell into the forest. His eyes instantly turned red. Damn it! Chu Xiaoqi fell onto the cliff outside the forest. He felt that his body was about to fall apart. He had fallen from 1,000 meters in the air and was even injured. He couldn't take it even with his golden core cultivation. A figure slowly descended and landed above Chu Xiaoqi. This person wore a green robe and a jade crown. He held a horsetail whisk and a blade appeared in it. "Chu Xiaoqi, you harmed your fellow disciples. You must die," the green-robed Taoist said expressionlessly. He looked down at Chu Xiaoqi with an extremely indifferent gaze. Chu Xiaoqi got up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The talisman on his body turned into dust and dissipated. He first used his divine sense to find Tang Wan and discovered that she was lying in a grass patch. She was covered in blood and her body was covered in branches. She looked extremely miserable and appeared dead. "Then why didn't you kill me?" Chu Xiaoqi asked. He tried his best to calm down. The green-robed Taoist narrowed his eyes. "Hand over your cultivation technique and mystical power. I can let you die a quick death. If the sect master catches you, you will definitely beg for death. He will extract your soul and sacrifice your Dharma treasure, so you can never reincarnate." Chu Xiaoqi grinned. "You want to learn? All right, I'll teach you." The green-robed Taoist landed and said, "I'm at the nascent soul realm. Don't play tricks. I'll save that woman first, but if you dare to tease me, her outcome will be even worse than yours." Chu Xiaoqi ignored him and walked towards the forest to check on Tang Wan. At the same time, on a cliff 100 miles away, Han Ju stood at the edge of the cliff looking at this scene. He didn't move. The green-robed Taoist and Chu Xiaoqi didn't sense his existence. Chu Xiaoqi's cultivation technique was only casually created by Han Ju, but in the mortal world, it was definitely a top-notch cultivation technique. Without the help of Han Ju's Tao voice, it was very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend it. The green-robed Taoist cultivated for several days but failed. He was not in a hurry. Not far away, by a small river, Chu Xiaoqi was helping Tang Wan clean the wound on her back. Tang Wan covered her chest with her clothes. Her originally snow-white back was covered in crisscrossing scars. It was a ghastly sight. Tang Wan used her voice transmission technique to communicate with him. "Are we going to surrender just like that? Let's wait and see. His cultivation level is too high. We can't resist. Isn't your mystical power able to cross realms to kill enemies? I was bragging to you. It's fine to cross 2 minor realms, but the other party is a nascent soul realm cultivator." "Fine." The two of them fell silent, each thinking about something. Chu Xiaoqi felt bitter. "I wonder how Grandpa is." "Oh Grandpa, your grandson is about to die." In Chu Xiaoqi's opinion, as long as his grandfather took action, this nascent soul cultivator would definitely die. However, this place was too far from his grandfather's cave abode. His grandfather would definitely not be able to save him in time. No, he had to think of a way to save himself. Chu Xiaoqi thought silently and began to think of a way. He couldn't win. He could only scheme. How to be sinister was another problem. In the evening, the green-robed Taoist called him. It turned out that the green-robed Taoist felt that this cultivation technique was too difficult and needed his help. Chu Xiaoqi was overjoyed. There was a way. He began to mess with some of the steps of the cultivation technique. To prevent himself from being discovered, he modified it bit by bit. The green-robed Taoist was stunned by the profoundness of this cultivation technique. There were too many questions, so he did not notice the details. 100 miles away, Han Ju laughed as he saw through Chu Xiaoqi's tricks. This kid was really dramatic. Since he had nothing to do, Han Ju decided to draw a creation heavens chosen. He accumulated the creation heavens chosen every 10 million years. Now, he had accumulated 46 attempts. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Chunju has awakened an innate great creation unparalleled Dharma star. Unparalleled Dharma star. Innate great creation. It can allow one's dharmic powers to be endless and never dry up. His dharmic powers were endless. It was not bad, but it could only be said to be good in the early stages. When his cultivation level reached a certain realm, it could also have such an effect. He silently deduced that Chinju was a straight line distance away from this world formed by 10 million chaos. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to encounter Chu Xiaoqi in this life. This time, Hanju didn't plan to nurture the creation heavens chosen and let Chunju let nature take its course. He would draw and unleash a huge explosion when he gathered 100 attempts. Then, he would gather them all and nurture them into his Creator Lord's army. There were still 55 attempts left to accumulate. He had to wait for 550 million years to pass. Hanju's gaze landed on Chu Xiaoqi again. How many times would Chu Xiaoqi reincarnate in the next 500 million years? However, Hanju couldn't bear it as he looked at him. Forget it. He had reincarnated enough. It was time to escape the pain of reincarnation. Hanju smiled and closed his eyes. 2 months later, under Chu Xiaoqi's schemes, the green-robed Taoist cultivation state became more and more amiss. He realized that something was wrong and immediately found trouble with Chu Xiaoqi, threatening him. Chu Xiaoqi knelt down without any backbone. He was terrified and tears and snot flowed down his face. Tang Wan saw this scene, making the green-robed Taoist feel that he was not faking it. After all, men cared about their reputation. He had to put down his worries. He had no choice. He had been stuck at the nascent soul realm for too long, and his lifespan was coming to an end. He really needed a top-notch cultivation technique that could surpass the nascent soul realm. Another month passed. The green-robed Taoist developed a mental demon. A murderous aura surrounded his brows like a demon. He found Chu Xiaoqi again. This time, he even cast a spell to torture him. Chu Xiaoqi cried that he had also cultivated like this. This time, Chu Xiaoqi even peed. His pants were drenched and he had no dignity. The green-robed Taoist's suspicion increased. Could it be that their cultivation techniques conflicted? He was really unwilling to give up just like that. What would happen in the future if he missed this opportunity? No, he couldn't listen blindly. The green-robed Taoist's eyes turned ruthless. He stopped Chu Xiaoqi and began to use his secret technique. He split a portion of his soul and possessed him, occupying his memories. After Chu Xiaoqi was frozen, he knew that something was wrong. He despaired. Damn it. After acting for so long and losing all his face in front of Tang Wan, he still couldn't escape death. If he had known earlier, he would have fought head-on and died with dignity. Tang Wan drew her sword and stabbed at the green-robed Taoist's back. However, she was sent flying by his dermic powers and vomited blood before fainting on the ground. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators could not withstand a single blow from a nascent soul realm cultivator. The green-robed Taoist's eyes emitted a green light. His soul flew out and entered the space between Chu Xiaoqi's eyebrows. In an instant, Chu Xiaoqi was stunned. His shoulders drooped and he lost consciousness. Several breaths later, the green-robed Taoist trembled. His eyes widened and he said with a trembling voice, "What is it?" Boom! The green-robed Taoist's body exploded, along with his nascent soul. His soul dissipated into the world. Chu Xiaoqi fell to the ground. Wisps of blood qi appeared and condensed into a terrifying shadow. It was primordial despair. However, the shadow quickly dissipated as if it had never been there. 100 miles away, another person appeared beside Han Ju. It was Xianxia. It's really him. Xianxia clicked her tongue in wonder. Half a month ago, she was bored and visited Han Ju. She wanted to go out and travel together. So Han Ju moved her to this world. Han Ju didn't hide anything from her. Xianxia was enlightened. No wonder primordial despair gave her a strange feeling. Han Ju didn't kill him after that. So that was the case. This kid's personality is completely different from yours and your children's. Xianxia sighed. Chu Xiaoqi had actually pretended to the point of peeing his pants. It had broadened her horizons. Han Ju smiled. It's more interesting if it's different. You plan to accompany him more? Yes. Let's spend 10,000 years accompanying him. TSK. I didn't expect you to like your descendants across so many generations. In that case, I'll wander around the vicinity for a few years and come find you after some time. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. Han Ju had no objections, and the two of them parted for the time being. Han Ju approached Chu Xiaoqi and waved his right hand. He changed his clothes and sat by the river to cultivate. 2 hours later, Tang Wan woke up first. She was shocked upon seeing Han Ju. She hurriedly raised her sword and prepared to fight. Han Ju ignored her. Tang Wan didn't dare to act rashly. She hurriedly came to Chu Xiaoqi's side and checked his condition. Chu Xiaoqi also woke up as she checked on him. The moment this kid woke up, he screamed and cursed the green-robed Taoist. Like a despicable trader in the market, he used all sorts of dirty words. He was pleasantly surprised to see Hanju. He pushed Tang Wan away and pounced in front of him, wailing, "Grandpa, you're finally here. You have to avenge me. I was tortured by him." "He's already dead." Hanju smiled. Chu Xiaoqi looked up at him in surprise. "Grandpa, you killed him?" "No, it was you. He was already dead when I arrived. He should have suffered from qi deviation and forcefully possessed someone. He died by his own hands." "I see. Then I killed him. Ha ha ha. I set him up to suffer from qi deviation." Chu Xiaoqi turned to look at Tang Wan, who was walking over from not far away. He smiled proudly and said, "Wanner, I was acting earlier to make him let down his guard." Tang Wan nodded. "I believe you're crying, but I don't think you can pee your pants for an act. I can't do it, anyway." Chu Xiaoqi was embarrassed and did not know how to refute. Tang Wan took the initiative to bow to Hanju. She introduced herself a little nervously. Hanju smiled kindly, but with his appearance, his smile was not kind but gentle. Tang Wan blushed. Chu Xiaoqi widened his eyes and shouted, "Damn it, Wanner! Don't tell me you want to be my grandmother? That won't do. What nonsense are you saying?" Tang Wan was furious. She naturally didn't fall in love with Hanju at first sight. However, he was so handsome and unfathomable, so she naturally couldn't face him casually. Hanju said angrily, "Don't go around acknowledging your grandmother. Your grandmother just left not long ago. She might be eavesdropping from somewhere. Be careful she doesn't deal with you." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoqi hurriedly jumped up and looked around, kowtowing in different directions. Tang Wan rolled her eyes. This fellow was very imposing when he was serious, but he was usually very unreasonable. He was simply a freak. Hanju smiled. "All right, don't cause trouble. Rest well. There won't be any danger nearby for the time being." Chu Xiaoqi stood up and nodded excitedly. Felt good to survive. For the next period of time, Hanju sat by the river. Tang Wan and Chu Xiaoqi cultivated not far away and occasionally practiced their spells. Tang Wan was very curious about Hanju. She asked how they met when the two of them went out to find herbs. After knowing the process of their encounter, Tang Wan felt that Hanju must be an expert. That green-robed Taoist had definitely died in Hanju's hands. However, Chu Xiaoqi did not think of this. This fellow was really naive. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed. Chu Xiaoqi was worried that the sect would find them and suggested that they change locations. Hanju had no objections to this. To him, it didn't matter where he went. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Just like that, Hanju and Chu Xiaoqi embarked on the path of the world again. But with one more person this time. Chu Xiaoqi and Tang Wan flew on their swords, while Hanju rode a cloud as usual. This method surprised Tang Wan. Wasn't that the legendary Immortal? Tang Wan was even more respectful towards Hanju. Several months later, the three of them arrived at a villa. The nearby mountains were steep and no one could be seen within 1,000 miles. It was like a paradise. However, there was no one in this villa. Hanju could see many ghosts hidden inside. The people of this villa had been slaughtered in the past and the ghosts refused to reincarnate. So it became a ghost village. Tang Wan felt that this place was sinister and did not dare to walk alone. She kept following Chu Xiaoqi, but he did not care. With his grandfather around, Chu Xiaoqi felt that he wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Hanju felt that this place was not bad and agreed to stay. It was a good opportunity to increase Chu Xiaoqi's cultivation. As night fell, Tang Wan did not dare to stay alone. She found Chu Xiaoqi, and the two of them stayed in the same room. Tang Wan was at the Foundation establishment realm after all, but she still felt uneasy entering this place. The two of them were not mortals and did not need to sleep. They cultivated together. However, every night, they could hear the faint cries of women and children. This made Tang Wan even more nervous, and Chu Xiaoqi could not remain calm. He was a golden core realm cultivator. How strong were ghosts that even he could not see? He was indeed very strong. Hanju predicted that even if a nascent soul realm cultivator came to this villa, they would also die. The person who slaughtered this villa was at the Tribulation Transcendence realm and captured all the adult men here. The consequences of his spell were to make the evil ghost stronger. The ghosts here absorbed the essence of the sun and moon every day and became stronger all the time. The reason they didn't hurt them was naturally because of Han Ju. He planned to let Chu Shaoqi deal with these ghosts as an exam after he became stronger. On this day, Han Ju was cultivating when a line of words appeared in front of him. The formless transcendent deity sent you a dream. Do you accept? With Han Ju's cultivation, the Tao creator shouldn't be able to visit him in his dreams. But he still lowered his status and gave the formless transcendent deity the right. The formless transcendent deity was now the overseer of the endless era, the most powerful existence on the surface. The dream was a blank domain. The formless transcendent deity bowed respectfully and asked, "Creation Lord, are there requirements towards future Tao creators?" Han Ju said, "There's no need to restrict them. If they can become a Tao creator on their own, let nature take its course." It was very difficult for a Tao creator to emerge. Even if no other Tao creator stopped him, it would take countless years for a new Tao creator to be born. For example, Han Huang, Han Ling, the primordial ancestor god, the ultimate god of punishment, and the other top great Tao supremes who had obtained a great creation in the great Tao immeasurable calamity could not see any hope of becoming a Tao creator for the time being. I observed the future and discovered that a calamity for Tao creators might appear in the future. It might be related to the ultimate evil chaotic devil. The formless transcendent deity continued. After the ultimate evil chaotic devil was chased out of the chaos, he actually disappeared mysteriously. Han Ju couldn't deduce it. He guessed that it was related to the ninth chaos, so he couldn't be bothered to use the system's derivation function. He would continue asking after the ninth chaos was completely enslaved. Let the Fusang divine tree supervise the future, Han Ju replied, deciding the Fusang tree's status. The formless transcendent deity nodded, not daring to refute. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Recently, Han Yi has been destroying the great Tao worlds everywhere to increase his cultivation. Do I have to do anything about him?" Han Ju said, "Aren't you unaffected by karma? Let nature take its course. Don't interfere with things below your level. The endless era is a brand new era. Even I don't know what kind of danger will appear in the future. Let all living beings be vigilant." Understood. After the dream ended, Han Ju looked at Han Yi. This kid was indeed a little bloodthirsty. Furthermore, the direction he traveled would coincidentally bump into this world. According to his calculations, Han Yi would arrive in this world in at most 100 million years. His descendants couldn't be bullied, but he couldn't let him mess around. Han Ju suddenly had an idea and smiled. In the blank domain, large worlds were dotted with pale white. Han Yi, who was surrounded by blood qi, meditated in the void. His entire body trembled very frequently and his state was extremely wrong. At this moment, Han Yi was in a dream. In his dream, a blurry mysterious figure kept suppressing him, making him very angry. Han Yi woke up from his dream after fighting for a long time. This was not the first time he had such a dream. Every time he cultivated and entered a state, he would be tied down by such a nightmare. Most importantly, he could not deduce the karma of this dream. Could it be because I've killed too many people, causing negative karma and grudges? Han Yi frowned, but his innate great creation was the ultimate killing star. He had relied on killing to grow to this day. If he was asked to give up, it was equivalent to cutting off his right arm. The most terrifying thing was that once Han Yi stopped killing, as time passed, his cultivation level would slowly decrease. How could he accept that he had become weaker? I have to resolve this dream. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate in the future and can only kill. Han Yi muttered to himself. He stood up and continued his plan. Since he couldn't find the problem, he would continue killing. One day, he would find the fellow in his dream and kill him to eliminate future trouble. Somewhere in the blank domain, thousands of worlds surrounded a huge palace like stars. It was the Creation Emperor Court. After the great Tao immeasurable calamity ended, the status of the Creation Emperor Court soared. Now, it was already one of the most famous holy lands in the endless era. The emperor was even given the responsibility of controlling the order of the endless era. The current creation emperor court had absorbed many mighty figures, including Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Jiang Yi, Lao Dan, Li Daokong, and other ancient gods who had left behind legends in the great Dao immeasurable calamity. From the perspective of a great Dao sage, 100 million years was not long, but to all living beings, existences below the sage realm, 100 million years was already the alternation of several eras. Inside the hall, Han Yao and Han Bahen faced Han Ling. They were alone. Han Ling wore an exquisite and holy robe with countless jades hanging on it. The jades reflected small worlds. The divine light on her head shone with a strong light and covered most of her face. Only her mouth could be seen. Just her mouth was enough to make people appear. Han Yao said angrily, "Your Majesty, we have to control Han Yi. If this continues, our creation emperor court's reputation will be sullied by him. Yes, just kill the enemies of the creation emperor court. Our creation emperor court can't be without enemies." But he slaughtered the innocent, causing many factions to become dissatisfied, Han Bahen added. He was also very dissatisfied with Han Yi. After the great Dao immeasurable calamity ended, although Han Yi was still in the creation emperor court, his relationship with the primordial chaos was clearly closer. It was mainly the primordial chaos with Han Huang. There were 3 primordial chaos in the endless era. They were each on their own side and were very far away. Their relationship was subtle. Han Huang was the most famous. In the great Dao immeasurable calamity, his contributions were higher than the emperor of the creation emperor court. Han Ling said, "He has already fallen into his own calamity. Don't worry, just watch." Han Yao asked in surprise, "What calamity is it?" "Life and death calamity." Han Yao frowned. Han Bahen was the same. Although they were unhappy with Han Yi, they still had a close relationship. They were also members of the clan. How could they see Han Yi die? "You don't have to care about this. I have something to tell you," Han Ling continued, ignoring their turbulent emotions. "Formless world has opened the Dao mystic realm. I hope that the various factions can enter a mortal world. Every faction can only enter one mortal world. The cultivation level of the mortal world cannot surpass the deity realm. Its goal is to unite the endless era and for the various factions to establish a certain connection. The choice of this world is chosen by Han Yao. Han Bahen, go to the Dao mystic realm and gather information in advance. Contact Han Yao at any time," she instructed. Han Yi and Han Bahen accepted the order and left. As the sun shone brightly, the huge villa was filled with boundless mist. In a courtyard, Chu Xiaoqi was cultivating a spell. He was cultivating the transformation technique. Tang Wan was feeding a huge golden eagle. It was Chu Xiaonyao. Chu Xiaonyao had always been in a free-range state and had only found them recently. This made Chu Xiaoqi very happy. He had even forgotten about this fellow. He didn't expect it to find him. Little did he know that Chu Xiaonyao was not looking for him, but Han Ju. Chu Xiaonyao already had intelligence. Han Ju had once taught it and it had benefited greatly. All these years, it had wandered around and discovered that it was too weak to be a demon king. So it followed Chu Xiaoqi's aura to cultivate. Of course, Chu Xiaonyao didn't show this. At this moment, a figure flew out from the clouds. This person had disheveled hair and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He wore a gorgeous black robe and had a powerful aura. His gaze landed on Chu Xiaoqi. "Kid, I finally found you. So you're hiding in this ferocious land. You're courting death." Chu Xiaoqi and Tang Wan looked up, and their expressions changed drastically. "Sect Master." Tang Wan's expression turned defeated. Chu Xiaoqi was on high alert as he shouted, "Old man Chun Su, don't be arrogant. My grandfather is here. You're courting death if you dare to attack me." Daoist Chun Su didn't capture Han Ju's aura and guessed that Chu Xiaoqi was bluffing. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Could it be that your grandfather is a wandering ghost here?" Chu Xiaoqi snorted. "My grandfather is an immortal. Your illegitimate son has done all sorts of evil and harmed so many fellow disciples. As the sect master, you didn't stop him. You deserve to die. Today, I'll let the immortal uphold justice." Ridiculous. Taoist Chun Su's anger was instantly ignited. He had many illegitimate children, but the son Chu Xiaoqi killed was the most talented. He still wanted to send that illegitimate child to a larger sect to exchange for pills that could break through a higher realm. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by this brat. Taoist Chun Su waved his right hand and a figure landed in front of Chu Xiaoqi. It was the corpse of a handsome man. Chu Xiaoqi's eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. The other party was not only here to kill him. Today you have to die for my son. My son will revive with your death, Taoist Chun Su said coldly. He took out a white ruler and pressed it down. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended, causing Chu Xiaoqi and Tang Wan to vomit blood and kneel on the ground. The courtyard collapsed and the fog in all directions dispersed. Taoist Chun Su was about to cast a spell when he suddenly saw a figure that made his pupils constrict. After the clouds dispersed, he saw a figure sitting on the roof of the Taoist temple next door. He actually did not sense it. Now, even when he saw the other party, his divine sense did not capture his aura. It was as if this person did not exist and he was only hallucinating. There's really an immortal? Taoist Chun Su had such a ridiculous thought. He was about to speak when Han Ju opened his eyes and glanced over with a cold gaze. Before Taoist Chun Su could see his eyes clearly, his body was instantly petrified. He fell and smashed into the courtyard that had turned into ruins. He shattered, causing rubble to scatter all over the ground. Chu Xiaoqi was dumbfounded. Tang Wan was also in disbelief. What happened? Chu Xiaoniao shivered in fear. Han Ju's voice floated over. I wonder when you can rely on yourself to resolve all the trouble. Oh my god. Grandpa, you're fucking strong. Chu Xiaoqi came back to his senses and exclaimed. He immediately jumped to Han Ju's side and started to flatter him. Tang Wan looked at the rubble ahead and swallowed. A soul formation realm cultivator died just like that? How was that possible? Even the legendary Mahayana cultivator couldn't kill a soul formation realm cultivator without attacking, right? This method was beyond Tang Wan's imagination. Grandpa, what mystical power was that just now? Teach me. Grandpa, you're definitely at the Mahayana realm, right? Have you surpassed the Mahayana realm? Can immortals descend into the mortal world? Chu Xiaoqi shook Han Ju's arm and kept asking questions. Han Ju was helpless. Only this kid dared to be so rude. If it was Han Huang, Han Tua, and Han Yunjin, he would directly slap them. I can't tell you my cultivation level for now. You're not qualified to know. Cultivate well. Han Ju interrupted Chu Xiaoqi and chased him out. Chu Xiaoqi and Tang Wan began to clean up the courtyard. As the two of them cleaned up, they excitedly discussed what they had just seen. They were now extremely certain that Han Ju was an immortal, a true immortal. They were filled with anticipation for the future. If they cultivated under him, could they also become immortals in the future? Tang Wan sighed. Are you really his grandson? How can an immortal love mortals so much? Chu Xiaoqi scratched his head. I saw it with my own eyes when my grandfather was buried. It can't be fake. Could it be an ancestor? It's really possible. After all, we're both handsome and of the same lineage. How shameless are you? Tang Wan rolled her eyes. She felt that Han Ju was the most handsome man she had ever seen, and Chu Xiaoqi was the most shameless man she had ever seen. It was all reflected on her face. Chu Xiaoqi chuckled. In any case, he's my biological grandfather. I'm certain of this. Who could threaten him in the future with such powerful backing? Chu Xiaoqi was overjoyed. He had already imagined a beautiful future. After Taoist Chun Su died, no one from the sect came to hunt him down. The cultivation days in the villa became more leisurely. Han Ju would occasionally guide Chu Xiaoqi and Tang Wan. Although it was little, it could greatly increase their comprehension every time. The two of them didn't know what fortuitous encounter they had encountered, but they clearly felt their improvement. Although that was the case, it was still within their acceptable range. After all, this was an immortal. 20 years passed quickly. Chu Xiaoqi had reached the nascent soul realm, and Tang Wan had reached the golden core realm. She was not far from the nascent soul realm. Such cultivation speed was definitely top-notch in the mortal world. It was even faster than the top prodigies in this mortal world. The two of them did not realize this. On this day, Tang Wan found Han Ju. He already treated her as his granddaughter-in-law and would occasionally chat with her, so the two of them were not distant. Tang Wan sat beside him and said in distress, "Brother Xiaoqi looks different. Or rather, he has no feelings for me at all." Han Ju smiled. "You two are fated. The reason he didn't tell you his feelings is that he's still waiting." "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for more women." "Humph, it's indeed like his style. Previously, he always peeped at the other female disciples in the sect. Then you have to capture him well. I can't force the two of you to be together. Although there's marriage, it's difficult to decide. Because the time when the marriage comes is unpredictable. Even you can't predict it? I can. But I can't reveal the heavenly secrets." "Fine." Tang Wan sighed. The two of them were like grandfather and granddaughter as they chatted. After being enlightened by Han Ju, Tang Wan's bad mood was swept away, and she happily went back to cultivate. Han Ju looked at her back and sighed. To be able to be distracted by love, this was human nature. How interesting. He had already lost this ability, so he missed it. The villa was pleasant and had beautiful mountains and rivers. It was like a paradise in the mortal world. Han Ju felt that staying in such an environment was more comfortable than staying in the Dao field. Perhaps this was peace, but in the Dao field he was just sitting there. From time to time, new phenomena and new living beings would appear in this forest. There were always changes throughout the year. Han Ju suddenly felt the world moving. At this moment, a figure appeared in the universe outside. He raised this mortal world with one hand and walked out of the universe. The current endless era was divided into the Great Dao World, the Great World, and the Little World. The Great Dao World contained countless worlds, and every world was like a universe, containing myriad worlds. Han Ju noticed that this figure was a great Dao sage. A great Dao sage had personally come. It seemed that it was not a small matter. He began to deduce. So it was done by formless world. He wanted to contact all the great Dao worlds and establish a neutral land. Other than giving the juniors a chance to join powerful factions, it was also to strengthen himself. In the eyes of the various factions, it was not a loss to only produce one mortal world. They could even form a formless world. Formless world was not taking advantage of him for nothing. He had to use all his resources to develop the Dao mystic realm and control the mortal worlds to affect the various great Dao worlds. It required a long time and endless resources to nurture so many mortal worlds. Coincidentally, this world was chosen. It was just nice to be a stage for Chu Xiaoqi. He calculated that it would take 5,000 years for this mortal world to fuse with the Dao mystic realm. When he reached the Dao mystic realm, he still had to wait for a period of time. 5,000 years was enough for Chu Xiaoqi to accumulate considerable strength. Han Ju felt that Chu Xiaoqi still lacked the personality of an expert. He thought for a moment and sent a dream to someone. Several days later, a man passed through the clouds and arrived at the villa. Chu Xiaoqi and Tang Wan felt the terrifying aura and walked out of the house. Looking up, a handsome man in purple divine armor stood in the void. He looked around and suddenly saw Han Ju. He immediately knelt down and bowed. Chu Xiaoqi and Tang Wan were stunned. The armored man seemed to sense them. Then, he landed in front of Chu Xiaoqi and said, "From today onwards, I'll teach you cultivation." This person was Han Tuo. Han Tuo sized up Chu Xiaoqi expressionlessly. He was a little glad. He did not expect his second brother to have a son. Chu Xiaoqi asked nervously, "Who are you?" Tang Wan said in a low voice, "Don't you think he looks very similar to Grandpa?" Han Tuo said, "That's right. The grandfather you're talking about is my father, my biological father." Chu Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. He immediately went forward and rubbed his hands to please him. "Then you're my uncle." He had tried to pull strings, but he did not expect it to work so well. Han Tuo said, "I will teach you for 100 years. Not only cultivation but also fighting." All right. It'll be tough. I'm not afraid of suffering." Han Tuo nodded in satisfaction. Chu Xiaoqi added. Count her in. He pointed at Tang Wan. Han Tuo shook his head. My cultivation technique is not suitable for women. Chu Xiaoqi was convinced by Han Tuo's appearance. Such a figure was definitely a very powerful cultivator. He looked forward to his teaching, but in less than a day he regretted it. How was this cultivation? He was completely beaten up. At the back of the villa, Han Tuo established a barrier independently. The internal space was larger than the entire mortal world. Although Chu Xiaoqi was surprised, he did not realize how big the space inside this barrier was. Chu Xiaoqi lay in the ruins, panting heavily. His clothes were ragged, and he was covered in blood. He was in an extremely miserable state. He looked at the high and mighty Han Tuo, his eyes filled with despair. Uncle, can you stop? I'm not your uncle. We're enemies now. The enemy won't let you rest in a battle of life and death, but I've used up all my spirit energy. What I am teaching is to fight to the death even if your spirit energy is exhausted. Han Tuo attacked Chu Xiaoqi again. The power was extremely terrifying. Chu Xiaoqi felt that if he did not dodge, he might really die. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and dodge. After 7 days, Chu Xiaoqi finally came out of the barrier. He dragged his injured body as he went to find Han Ju. Tang Wan covered her mouth when she saw him, but she didn't say anything. After all, the one who taught Chu Xiaoqi was Han Ju's biological son. He was trustworthy. Chu Xiaoqi came in front of Han Ju and cried. This time, Han Ju's heart didn't soften. He didn't let him off no matter how much he pleaded. Chu Xiaoqi left helplessly. Then Han Tuo came to visit him respectfully. He didn't dare to be as unreasonable as Chu Xiaoqi. Facing Han Ju, he still felt distant because he was experienced and knew how strong his father was. Han Ju began to preach the Tao. The father and son didn't need to exchange pleasantries. It was more realistic to directly preach the Tao. He used the power of time, making this lecture independent of time. Only a few days had passed when Han Tuo finished listening to the Tao. Han Tuo found Chu Xiaoqi again and ignored his resistance. He carried the kid into the barrier. Tang Wan was a little worried about Chu Xiaoqi, so she found Han Ju. Seeing that she couldn't change this matter, she could only give up. This time, Chu Xiaoqi stayed in the barrier for a long time. Of course, he was forced to do it. One day, Xianxia returned. She entered Han Ju's residence and pounced into his arms. She acted coquettishly like Chu Xiaoqi and talked about what she had seen and heard during this period of time. Han Ju listened patiently. In the end, Xianxia asked him about his plan for Chu Xiaoqi. Calling Han Tuo over was enough to show how much he valued this kid. Chu Xiaoqi was her only grandson, so she naturally had to care. Han Ju smiled. He has the potential to become a primordial fiend celestial. Xianxia frowned in joy. Aren't you going to tell Huanger about this? No need. That kid is busy building his primordial chaos. Besides, he might not have this son in his heart at all. But if that's the case, this father and son will. Huanger also needs to be corrected, Han Ju said meaningfully. If he nurtured other descendants to surpass Han Huang, this fellow would only be angry. However, if it was a son who he was guilty towards, that would be a different story. Xianxia smiled. I think you just dote on Xiaoqi. How can you be so unreasonable? That's right, I dote on him. As the master of the endless era, do I need to worry about anything when I dote on someone? Yes, you're the best. I'm going to bring Tang Wan away. Her potential is too poor. She won't be able to keep up with Xiaoqi sooner or later. Yes. I'll tell Wanner to say goodbye to him after Xiaoqi comes out. I'll also stimulate this kid to work hard. You're really something. Xianxia also found it interesting and even began to look forward to Chu Xiaoqi's reaction. That day, she found Tang Wan and showed her ability. Tang Wan was pleasantly surprised and immediately acknowledged her as her master. When Xianxia suggested bringing her away and not seeing Chu Xiaoqi for a long time, she immediately panicked and hesitated. Ever since her brother died, Chu Xiaoqi had been her only family. Furthermore, she had always loved him as he always protected her. How could she abandon him for opportunities? Forget it. I can't leave him. Tang Wan sighed, and her eyes became firm. For the sake of love, giving up longevity was undoubtedly a huge determination. She could also tell that Hanju only cared about Chu Xiaoqi. She was only a side character. Xianxia smiled. Cultivators can live for more than 1,000 years or 10,000 years. As the difference in your cultivation levels increases, you won't be able to keep up with him sooner or later. She waved her right hand, and a memory surged into Tang Wan's mind. It was a Taoist temple. The old her lay on the bed, preparing to welcome her end. Beside her stood Chu Xiaoqi, still young and even more handsome. The difference between life and death. This memory was very short. There were no words, but silence was better than words. When Tang Wan woke up, she was deeply stimulated, and sweat broke out on her forehead. After struggling for a long time, she finally agreed and followed Xianxia to cultivate. Half a year later, Chu Xiaoqi finally came out of the barrier. This time he seemed to have been reborn. He was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness. This time he didn't look for Hanju but Tang Wan. However, he only found a jade slip in her house. He injected spirit energy, and a shadow appeared. It was Tang Wan. Brother Xiaoqi, I'll have already left when you see this letter. I've obtained the favor of an immortal. She wants to bring me to the immortal world to cultivate. Actually, I've always liked you, but you don't seem to like me enough. I didn't want to leave you at first, but then I saw the future. Without opportunities, I can't keep up with you. You'll still be young when I die. I don't want this. I want to walk side by side with you. Tang Wan's eyes turned red as she continued. I have to cultivate and catch up to you. However, my only regret is that I don't know if you like me. Grandpa said that we are fated, but are we really? Brother Xiaoqi, see you in the future. We will definitely meet as long as you don't forget me. Tang Wan's shadow dissipated. Chu Xiaoqi stood in front of the table and remained silent. Several days passed, but Chu Xiaoqi did not leave Tang Wan's room. Han Tuo sat at the edge of the cliff as his thoughts drifted. He also thought of the most important woman in his life. His old friend was already dead and had already become a memory. He could revive that person, but he felt that it would only be a shell, not the true person. Some people and some things could be placed in his memories. Half a month later, Chu Xiaoqi finally came out. He still didn't look for Hanju or ask if the immortal who took Tang Wan away was related to his grandfather. He directly found Han Tuo and continued cultivating. They entered the barrier again. Hanju walked out of the house and stood in the courtyard, enjoying the sunlight. He smiled. Since he had nothing to do, he stretched and checked his emails. Soon he saw a noteworthy email. Your disciple Xianxia has crossed the origin spacetime. His karma has been severed. Hanju opened his friends list. Xianxia's portrait was still there. He was not dead. However, he observed the endless era and couldn't find Xianxia at all. He couldn't even find the past or the future, including his own past. Hanju's cultivation was outstanding, so he could still remember Xianxia. However, other than him, everyone had forgotten about him, including the hidden sect disciples. It was as if Xianxia had never existed in the world. Interesting. Origin spacetime. Hanju wanted to visit him in his dreams, but he couldn't. He couldn't find Xianxia at all. He had no choice but to use the system's derivation function. I want to know Xianxia's location. Unable to derive its karma. Can't be found in the blank domain. Interesting. Does Xianxia have a chance to surpass me? Although he was a disciple, people would change. He still had to be wary. If he couldn't save him, he had to be careful if the other party would benefit from a disaster and surpass him. If there was hope, Hanju would not curse Xianxia. He would only cultivate harder. If he encountered Xianxia in the future, he would face him with extreme caution. 600 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Forever impossible. To reach the Creator Lord realm, one has to surpass the primordial Fian Celestial's potential. The origin spacetime doesn't have such an opportunity or possibility. Hanju was relieved. His system was formed by the blank domain consciousness. It was equivalent to the greatest opportunity of the blank domain. It was nurtured by countless predecessors, and it was very difficult for anyone to catch up to him. However, Hanju still didn't let down his guard. Just because Xianxia couldn't, it didn't mean that others couldn't. He did not ask the system if there was a possibility of him being surpassed. He was afraid that the answer would be impossible to surpass. Hanju didn't want to relax. Origin space-time. Hanju had an idea. He immediately created a clone and entered space-time to search for the so-called origin space-time. Then he continued reading the emails. The endless era had already entered peace after 100 million years. Although there were occasional conflicts in his circle of friends, compared to the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity, it was simply too friendly. After the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity ended, the endless era welcomed an explosive period. New worlds appeared every day, but there were also hidden dangers in the hidden sect. Some disciples began to have conflicts. This was like fighting for a country. When fighting, everyone was united. Once they unified the world, they began to fight for power. Hanju couldn't forcefully stop this situation. Even if he was enslaved by the ultimate origin heavenly prison, he was loyal to Hanju and not absolutely kind to others. Hanju let it pass. Every family had their own difficulties. He would let them fight among themselves. For the next period of time, Chu Xiaoqi immersed himself in the barrier as if he had gone mad. He stayed inside for 80 years. 80 years later, Chu Xiaoqi walked out of the barrier and came to visit him. His appearance did not change, but his body was clearly much stronger. There was a murderous aura between his brows. All these years, his cultivation level had almost not increased, but his strength had changed drastically. The first thing Chu Xiaoqi said when he saw him was, "Grandpa, when can I see Warner?" This kid was not stupid and guessed who the mastermind was. But he didn't beg Hanju to let them meet because he knew that this was the best path for them. Hanju said, "You will naturally see her when the time is right. Marriage requires your own efforts, not waiting." Chu Xiaoqi was deep in thought. He suddenly grinned and said, "I'll cultivate for 1,000 years first. During this period of time, find a few hundred concubines to play with. This girl is easily jealous, so I can't let her discover it." He regained his composure, but Hanju knew that he was changing the topic. Chu Xiaoqi didn't have a chance to find any mistresses now. "Grandpa, what's your son's name?" All these years, when I asked him, he didn't answer. "He's really strong. Is he a Mahayana cultivator?" Chu Xiaoqi asked expectantly. Now he admired Han Tuo the most. All these years of cultivation made him unable to imagine what Han Tuo had experienced. Hanju smiled. "He will say it when he needs to. But he's leaving. Then work hard and strive to come into contact with his world one day." "Fine." Chu Xiaoqi sighed. He was indeed too weak. Otherwise, his brother wouldn't have died and he and Tang Wan wouldn't have been hunted down. Outside the door, Han Tuo bowed to Hanju and directly jumped out of this great Tao world. At this moment, with Chu Xiaoqi's speed, it would take countless billions of years to arrive. Hanju asked, "What do you plan to do next? Continue cultivating or go out and adventure?" Chu Xiaoqi thought for a moment and then said, "Cultivate. Although I'm already very strong, I'm not invincible in the world. Being by your side is the greatest opportunity in the world. Why run around?" Chu Xiaoqi smiled proudly and started to massage Hanju's back and shoulders. No matter how old he was, he would always be that youth in front of him. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a while before Chu Xiaoqi went to cultivate. Hanju also continued cultivating. To the current him, cultivating was the same no matter the place. After reaching the Creator Lord realm, he no longer needed to cultivate his dermic powers. His cultivation was more about comprehending new and non-existent things. The cultivation technique Hanju taught Chu Xiaoqi was enough for him to cultivate to the Mahayana realm. So he didn't disturb Hanju in the following days. Years passed. Spring and autumn alternated. Things changed in the world. The villa stood in seclusion. 500 years passed quickly. Chu Xiaoqi was transcending the Mahayana realm tribulation and was preparing to break through to the loose immortal realm. He was extremely nervous as he faced this tribulation. As long as he succeeded, he could ascend to the immortal world and find Tang Wan. He was also a little nervous. Would she still like him after getting used to the situation in the immortal world? These hundreds of years were very short for Hanju, but they were torturous to Chu Xiaoqi. How many days and nights had he missed her? In the past, when Tang Wan was by his side, he did not like her. But he missed her now that she was gone. Hanju walked out to the courtyard and looked at Chu Xiaoqi transcending the tribulation. Although Chu Xiaoqi was nervous, Hanju already guessed that he could successfully transcend it. Indeed, 49 days later, Chu Xiaoqi became a loose immortal. A pillar of light descended from the sky and covered him. It broke through the sky and pulled him up. Chu Xiaoqi turned to look at the villa. After reaching the Mahayana realm, he could see countless ghosts hidden in the villa. They were all suppressed under the villa by the mysterious dermic powers. No wonder he felt that it was sinister back then. There were really ghosts here, so it was Grandpa who was protecting them. Chu Xiaoqi shouted, "Grandpa, I'm about to ascend. See you in the immortal world in the future." The power of ascension was too strong. He could not stop at all and was forcefully ascended. "Grandpa, I'll always remember you. I'll definitely be filial to you if I have the chance in the future." Chu Xiaoqi continued to shout, his voice resounding through the sky. "Wanner, I'm coming." At this moment, Hanju's voice floated up. "In that case, don't ascend." Chu Xiaoqi sat on the cliff with his eyes wide open, unable to come back to his senses. His ascension had actually stopped. He had already fantasized about meeting Tang Wan, but he did not expect his grandfather to forcefully pull him back. He felt that it was ridiculous. After all, his grandfather was also an immortal and could definitely go to the immortal world. Why did he pull him back? This was the first time Chu Xiaoqi was dissatisfied with Hanju. He didn't understand what his grandfather wanted, so he was angry and didn't look for him. Hanju naturally saw through his thoughts and didn't explain. He waited for Chu Xiaoqi to come to him. Chu Xiaoqi finally came to him several days later. He sat in front of Hanju and snorted. He crossed his arms and looked unhappy. Hanju ignored him. He couldn't help but say, "Grandpa." Seeing that Hanju still didn't open his eyes, Chu Xiaoqi almost died of anger. Extremely angry, Chu Xiaoqi suddenly lay on the ground and wailed. Han Tuo would definitely die of anger if he saw this. Hanju asked, "Do you really want to see her?" Chu Xiaoqi looked up. "If I don't go, she might be taken by other men. Even if I'm confident in saving her, I can't let myself be cuckolded." Hanju couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry. She won't find anyone else." "Why? Aren't you confident? Why can't you trust her?" "But, Xiaoqi, there's no medicine for regret in this world. As long as you lose it, you have to be prepared to bear the consequences. Cultivate well. You'll be at the bottom if you go to the immortal world now. How can you attract her, who has already changed her mind?" Since you can't attract her, why not trust her? I believe that she hasn't changed her mind. What you have to do is make yourself stronger. So strong that you can change everything. Chu Xiaoqi fell into deep thought. Hanju smiled. "I've never taken risks for women in my life. The path of cultivation should focus on oneself. Only if you're strong enough can you have the right to protect everything." Chu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. "I understand. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I was short-sighted. Then, when do you think I can ascend?" "Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps soon or a long time." Hanju closed his eyes. Chu Xiaoqi thought for a while before standing up and leaving, preparing to cultivate. Chu Xiaoqi became even more diligent. He meditated and cultivated every day to increase his cultivation. Chu Xiaoqi's life seemed long, but in the endless era, time still passed very slowly. In the blank domain, the heavenly court stood above dozens of worlds. It emitted endless divine light that illuminated all worlds. Heavenly court, imperial garden. The evil heavenly emperor and Han Tuo were drinking and chatting. "His Majesty is becoming freer and freer." Han Tuo smiled. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "Yes, you two. In the past, you rarely visited me. Han Tuo shook his head. At that time, my obsession was too deep and I indeed neglected too much. Now that I've removed my burden, I suddenly feel that being the strongest is not that important. The evil heavenly emperor smiled teasingly. That's true. After all, you can't catch up to your father. Han Tuo rolled his eyes. Who chatted like this? The evil heavenly emperor said, By the way, you came at the right time. Do you know Chinju? Yes, he's a descendant of the Han family. He's the most talented recently. I want to recruit him. Are you going to speak up for me? This child didn't seek refuge with a major faction. He only has Linger secretly protecting him. Why didn't you directly invite him? I've invited him. This kid disdains immortals. Speaking of this, the evil heavenly emperor was very helpless. That Chinju really looked like that existence. Of course, it was only his appearance and personality. Han Tuo shrugged. Then forget it. As an ancestor, I can't force the fate of my descendants. The evil heavenly emperor sighed and immediately felt desolate. Han Tuo ignored his performance. The two of them changed the topic and continued chatting. Why have you descended into the mortal world before? The evil heavenly emperor suddenly asked. The evil heavenly emperor was also a great Tao Supreme. He couldn't sense Han Ju's existence, but he could capture Han Tuo's movements. However, he couldn't deduce what he had done. This kid wouldn't descend into the mortal world for no reason. Han Tuo smiled and said, You can't ask about this. It's a very important matter. Your Majesty, this endless era looks peaceful, but there are actually undercurrents. The heavenly court is a neutral force. Don't accidentally take the wrong side. The heavenly court's foundation was still a little weak. In Han Tuo's opinion, it could not withstand the test. Of course, Han Tuo was only scaring the evil heavenly emperor. Han Ju's nurturing of Chu Xiaoqi was clearly different. Han Tuo didn't want to disturb them because of him. Han Tuo couldn't see through his father, but he felt that there was a deeper meaning in nurturing Chu Xiaoqi. The evil heavenly emperor was deep in thought. Several hours later, Han Tuo left. The evil heavenly emperor's smile vanished. He looked at the mortal world Han Tuo had gone to. Tao mystic realm. The evil heavenly emperor's expression was solemn. He swirled his wine cup with his right hand, thinking about something. Times had changed and so had people. The terror of the Tao creator was reflected in the great Tao immeasurable calamity, making them existences who had survived the calamity yearn to become Tao creators. Only by becoming a Tao creator could one become undying and eternal. Only then could reality and illusion be defined. He, the evil heavenly emperor, also wanted to become a Tao creator. The heavenly court alone could not do it. Time passed quickly. 1,000 years had passed in the mortal world. The dynasties had changed, but the cultivators in the mountains did not know the changes outside. Chu Xiaoqi was one of them. After 1,000 years of cultivation, his cultivation level had already reached the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. This speed was very slow in Han Ju's eyes, but it was considered fast to a normal immortal world. On this day, Han Ju summoned him. A more stable Chu Xiaoqi sat in front of Han Ju openly. He didn't play the same tricks as before. What is it, Grandpa? Chu Xiaoqi smiled. Looking at his mature and handsome face, Han Ju felt a sense of achievement. After all, he had raised this kid personally. Han Ju smiled and said, You can ascend now. Chu Xiaoqi's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He asked, Are you coming with me? No, go ahead. You should walk your own path from now on. Han Ju shook his head gently. Chu Xiaoqi became silent. Chu Xiaoqi suddenly said, I'm not leaving. I'll stay by your side. Why? Don't you miss your Wanner? Everyone has their own life. If she still cares about me, she will find me sooner or later. I don't owe her anything, but I owe you everything, Chu Xiaoqi said seriously. He looked at Han Ju with gratitude. He knew very well that if not for this grandfather, he would have died under the cliff. He would not have met Tang Wan later and embarked on the path of cultivation. After interacting with him for so many years, he had never been filial to Han Ju. Chu Xiaoqi thought of how Han Ju would stay in this valley alone and enjoy the loneliness of time if he ascended to find that illusory so-called love. He felt very uncomfortable. From the time they met until now, everything in the past appeared in front of him. From the beginning to the end, the person who accompanied him was his grandfather. Hanju was satisfied when he saw Chu Xiaoqi's expression. He had not nurtured him in vain. What a good grandson. He smiled and said, "Go. I really want you to go this time. What you said just now. Everyone has their own life. You have yours too. I'm only a passerby in your life." Chu Xiaoqi was silent, his heart filled with reluctance. Hanju reached out and touched his head. "Xiaoqi, the path of cultivation is extremely long. One day, 1,000 years will only be a day for you. At that time, when you look back, your mental state will be completely different." Chu Xiaoqi couldn't help but ask, "Is this your current state of mind?" "That's right." "How old are you?" "Grandpa, are you a very powerful immortal in the immortal world?" "I don't belong to the immortal world. Actually, I'm not an immortal. As for how old I am, I'm actually not that old." Hanju smiled gently. These words made Chu Xiaoqi think that he was a land deity traveling the mortal world. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a long time. Finally, under Hanju's wave of the hand, Chu Xiaoqi was expelled by the rules of the mortal world and began to ascend. He, who was constantly rising into the sky, looked down and did not see his grandfather. He did not come out to send him off. For some reason, Chu Xiaoqi suddenly felt sorrow and confusion. His family had long turned to dust. Now that he had bid farewell to his grandfather, he was really wandering the world alone. What should he do in the future? Where should he go? He suddenly thought of Han Tuo, that firm and domineering figure. Perhaps that was his goal, the man he wanted to become. Chu Xiaoqi no longer acted like a child. He looked up at the sky with anticipation. "Immortal world, I want to see how exciting you are." After he ascended, Hanju also quietly left the villa. The villa returned to its ghostly appearance. After more than 1,000 years of accumulation, the ghost aura of the villa was even stronger. It was definitely a dangerous place to the mortal world. Hanju returned to the third Dao field. Many disciples were still cultivating near the Taoist temple group. Now that the three Dao fields were connected, the disciples who could come to a radius of billions of kilometers of the Dao temple were all people with high status in the hidden sect. Hanju quietly returned to his Taoist temple. Shani had never returned since he went out. It seemed that he had been holding it in the past. These disciples were like his children. They rarely returned after going out. Hanju sat for a while before calling Fang Liang in. Fang Liang had been waiting for him outside for hundreds of years. Fang Liang entered the temple and bowed. After sitting down, he said, "Grandmaster, I feel that time and space might have changed." Hanju asked, "Why?" "I often study space-time and know its changes. Recently, I've clearly felt that I've forgotten something. There are also fluctuations in the space-time rules. Someone must have tampered with space-time. I'm worried that it will affect us," Fang Liang said worriedly, but his words made Hanju think highly of him. Thinking about it carefully, Fang Liang had traveled through space and time earlier than Xianxia. However, the fact that Fang Liang could sense the origin space-time proved that his talent was very impressive. Even a great Tao Supreme couldn't sense the origin space-time. Only a Tao creator could do it. Speaking of which, Fang Liang and Xianxia were once the best brothers. Later, because of the battle of the heavenly Tao's immeasurable calamity, the two of them became strangers for hundreds of millions of years. He did not expect that after Xianxia disappeared, the only person who cared about him was this brother who had turned against him. Hanju said, "That's right. This is indeed the case. A disciple touched the origin space-time and was devoured by karma. Everyone forgot about him." Fang Liang frowned. Hanju didn't disturb his thoughts. After a long time, Fang Liang asked, "Is that person important to me? Is this question meaningful? I'm uneasy. If he's important to me, I'll definitely save him. By severing karma like this, he should have no choice. Ancestor, please guide me." Hanju looked at him meaningfully and said, "We can only investigate if we go to the origin space-time. But I don't know how to save him. You were once the best brothers, but later you broke up. You didn't get back together until he disappeared. He told the truth. Feng Liang would decide on his own. Feng Liang frowned even more. The Taoist temple fell silent. Han Ju's gaze passed through the Tao field and landed on the blank domain. After the chaos shattered, the worlds of the chaos had already dispersed. It could even be said that most of the worlds of the endless era had evolved from the chaotic world. Han Ju discovered that his children were estranged. They hadn't interacted for a long time. Speaking of which, the most filial was the youngest son. He did not think highly of Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin's potential was the worst, but he would return every once in a while to visit his elders. It was the same for his brothers and sisters. However, other than Han Ling, Han Tuo, Han Huang, and Han Qing'er did not care much about him. The current Han Yunjin was still struggling at the great Tao Sage realm. He had only reached it with the support of the hidden sect. With his potential, he might never have the chance to become a great Tao Supreme. Han Ju suddenly wondered if he should show him some concern. Feng Liang looked up and said, I choose to save him. Grandmaster, please guide me where the origin spacetime is. Right now. I'm already prepared. Han Ju waved his hand and pointed, sending Feng Liang into the origin spacetime. It didn't matter if Feng Liang could succeed. That was his choice. The origin spacetime erased all karma. The soul fragment that Xianxia had left with Han Ju had already disappeared, which meant that Feng Liang could die. Han Ju was already indifferent to life and death. He couldn't protect all the disciples forever. He was already invincible. If he was biased like this, the hidden sect would dominate the endless era. He would suffer a backlash sooner or later. Any unification would end eventually. Han Ju had already jumped out of the hidden sect and wouldn't be especially biased. The essence of the current hidden sect had already been disbanded, but with its soul around, all the personal disciples had their own forces. They would fight sooner or later. Han Ju stood up and disappeared from the Taoist temple. Heavenly Tao. Ever since the endless era began, the heavenly Tao had completely soared. Without the suppression of the great Tao divine spirit, the heavenly Tao could develop without restraint. Now it was still dominated by heavenly venerate Xian Du, but its control was still in Han Ju's hands. Many of the upper echelons of the heavenly Tao were his slaves. Han Yunjin had also been promoted to one of the most powerful heavenly Tao sages. At this moment, he was playing with a mirror in his Taoist temple. Many images flashed in the mirror and reflected in his eyes. Han Ju quietly appeared behind him. The situation of various descendants of the Han family appeared in the mirror. It turned out that Han Yunjin's favorite thing was to screen the bloodlines passed down in the Han family and choose those with outstanding potential to nurture. Previously, Chun Ju, who had obtained the creation heavens chosen, had received his secret help, so he disdained the immortals. Han Yunjin nodded from time to time and smiled in satisfaction. Han Ju sighed in his heart. This kid really didn't have the bearing of an expert at all. However, this was also good. His children all wanted to be the strongest. Wouldn't they have to treat Han Ju as their enemy in the future? This kid is not bad. Humph, the Han family actually has such a vile descendant. You're courting death. Sigh, how pitiful. You've been alone all your life. Fortunately, I saw it and came to save you. This child is not bad either. He knows how to endure. Han Yunjin muttered to himself. It was quite funny in Han Ju's eyes. After a long while, Han Yunjin was still immersed. Seeing that he probably wouldn't end his spying for a long time, Han Ju coughed lightly. Han Yunjin was frightened. He turned around and saw that it was his father. Stunned, he immediately knelt down to kowtow. Greetings, father. Han Yunjin was extremely nervous and regretful. Did his father see his ugly state just now? His father rarely came to see him. He didn't expect to see him spying on his descendants. Han Yunjin was extremely embarrassed and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Han Ju didn't tease him. After all, the father and son weren't as close as he was to Chu Xiaoqi. He began to ask about what he was doing recently. Han Yunjin became more and more excited. Was his father visiting him? He knew that his father was the strongest person and would not visit him for no reason. After chatting for several hours, Hanju began to preach the Tao. The Tao voice of the Creator Lord directly made Han Yunjin, a great Tao sage, fall into a state of enlightenment. After a certain period of time, Han Yunjin opened his eyes and felt that the entire world had changed. He thought that his father had already left, but he discovered that he was playing with his mirror in the distance. Han Yunjin hurriedly walked over and bowed. He scratched his head and said, "This is a Dharma treasure I created with the Han bloodline karma as the foundation. It's useless. I just can see the descendants of the Han family." "Sorry, father." With Hanju's ability, he didn't need such a Dharma treasure at all. He could see all his descendants scattered in the myriad worlds at a glance. Although Han Yunjin was so flustered and uneasy in front of him, he was in the heavenly Tao. His dignity did not belong to the older generation of sages. Hanju smiled. "Not bad. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that the Han family can prosper. Although you don't have the cultivation potential of your brothers and sisters, I've always seen your efforts. I'm very glad. You're the one I'm most satisfied with and looking forward to among my children." These words made Han Yunjin extremely excited and even brought tears to his eyes. He was not acting. He was being sincere. Ever since he was young, his father had never praised him like this. He had also been looking forward to this. He didn't lack anything now. What he lacked the most was his father's recognition, the recognition of the strongest. Han Yunjin tried his best to control his emotions, feeling that his hundreds of millions of years of hard work had not been in vain. Hanju left after giving Han Yunjin a chaotic supreme treasure. He didn't order him to do anything in the future. This kid had already done well and didn't need to be taught. After his father left, the hall fell silent. Han Yunjin took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. He understood what his father meant. His father wanted him to continue developing the Han family and praised him for handing over the power of the Han family to him. Perhaps this was his method to attain the Tao. Others used the world to attain the Tao, but he might be able to use his family to attain the Tao. The Tao mystic realm was surrounded by thousands of mortal worlds. These mortal worlds all overlapped. Above them was the immortal world, and they were all cultivators above the Mahayana realm. Below them was the mortal world where all living beings suffered. In the center of the myriad worlds, countless rocks condensed into a land that kept expanding. In an immortal world, Chu Xiaoqi rode the clouds and mist, roaming the world. He looked around for Tang Wan after ascending. However, there were countless women with this name in the immortal world. According to their looks, they were still useless. Chu Xiaoqi traveled the immortal world and searched for hundreds of years, but did not find any traces of Tang Wan. However, he was not disappointed because he had obtained many opportunities and his strength had been increasing rapidly. Even he felt that the experiences over the years were exciting and legendary. They were even more soul-stirring than the stories his grandfather had told. On this day, Chu Xiaoqi came to a land of immortals. All the immortal worlds had immortal orthodoxies that were responsible for ruling the three realms. This immortal world also had them. The immortals were collectively called the divine race. The divine clan was about to recruit immortals in this immortal land. Chu Xiaoqi felt that if he became an immortal, he might be able to find Tang Wan. At least it would be easier than his current identity. Immortals could see through the three worlds. It was not difficult for him to become an immortal god with his cultivation. However, what surprised Chu Xiaoqi was that he was not the most outstanding one. The most outstanding person in this immortal ascension meeting was a man younger than him. His name was Chunju, and his cultivation level far exceeded his. This was the first time Chu Xiaoqi had encountered such a genius. He had broadened his horizons. After becoming an immortal god, Chunju was still extremely glorious. Chu Xiaoqi often heard legends about him. Unknowingly, surpassing Chunju had become Chu Xiaoqi's goal. He wasn't even in a hurry to find Tang Wan. Above the white clouds, the palace was like a sea of stars in a courtyard. Han Tuo and Han Yunjin were drinking. Han Yunjin asked curiously, "This Chu Xiaoqi is your disciple? His potential is average." Chun Ju and Chu Xiaoqi met because of their manipulation. Han Tuo smiled. Yes, this child's talent is average, but his fate is extraordinary. Chen Ju is extremely talented, but his temperament is not good. Let the two of them become their own whetstones. Han Yunjin smiled. I only dared to agree because you said so. Third sister thinks highly of Chen Ju. She stopped the heavenly court from recruiting him. Between big brother and third sister, he still knew who had the highest say. Han Ling would probably not blame him. Han Yunjin changed the topic and asked, but then again, the Tao mystic realm is controlled by the formless world, after all. Could it be? Formless world wouldn't reject other mighty figures from stuffing geniuses into the Tao mystic realm. He couldn't wait for this. Han Yunjin was worried that Chun Ju would die in the Tao mystic realm. Han Tuo said, don't worry. I have a good relationship with Formless World. Formless World was someone under the formless transcendent deity and was loyal to Han Ju. Formless World naturally wouldn't go against the Han family. Han Yunjin did not know about the Tao creator level, so he was worried. However, he was relieved after hearing Han Tuo's promise. Han Tuo was still very reliable. At least, he was more reliable than his other siblings. At this moment, a figure flew over and knelt down beside the two of them. Sage concubine Yuan is in trouble. You have to save her. Han Yunjin frowned. Sage concubine Yuan was a zenith heaven golden immortal. How could it be difficult for her to give birth? He immediately bid farewell to Han Tuo and left with his subordinates. Han Tuo originally did not care. However, he suddenly frowned and turned around. This feeling, how can this be? He wasn't the only one. The other descendants of the Han family also felt it. Primordial chaos. In the dark hall, Han Huang, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. This feeling, primordial fiend celestial. No, it's not the primordial fiend celestial. To be able to resonate with my bloodline, it must be a descendant of the Han family. Han Huang's gaze pierced through the primordial chaos and landed on the heavenly Tao. At this moment, in Han Yunjin's Tao field, Han Yunjin quickly entered a chamber. He appeared at the edge of the bed and looked at the woman lying on it. The woman's face was in pain and she couldn't stop sweating. She held her stomach with both hands. Red light shone from her stomach, illuminating her blood vessels and meridians. One could see the fetus struggling violently. Husband, Sage concubine Yuan called out with an aggrieved expression when she saw him. Han Yunjin frowned. What's going on? You can't give birth. Sage concubine Yuan's eyes were filled with fear. She said with a trembling voice, he's absorbing my dermic powers and resisting being born. My dermic powers are no longer controlled by me. She had given birth to more than 10 children for Han Yunjin, but she had never encountered such a situation. Han Yunjin reached out and pressed down on Sage concubine Yuan's stomach. He wanted to use his dermic powers to move the child out, but just as his dermic powers touched the fetus, he instantly felt a burning pain, startling him so much that he subconsciously retracted his dermic powers. Impossible. He was a great Tao sage. An unborn fetus could hurt him? Han Yunjin did not believe it and continued to try, but the burning sensation was too strong. Could even touch the soul. Han Yunjin panicked. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Han Yunjin. It was Han Ju. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. He directly pulled the fetus out. Sage concubine Yuan wailed and collapsed on the bed. He took the fetus with his left hand and waved his right hand, using the power of the Lord to heal her injuries. Han Yunjin heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that it was his father. He couldn't be bothered to bow and hurriedly checked on Sage concubine Yuan. Han Ju looked down at the fetus. It was even smaller than a normal fetus of a mortal. It was only the size of a palm and was glowing red. There was a strange smile on the fetus face. After the fetus was born, it didn't wail. Instead, it stretched out its hands and grabbed at Han Ju. He giggled terrifyingly. Han Ju was expressionless. A notification floated in front of him. Unknown Fiend Celestial. A new product of the endless era. Catalyzed by the basic rules of the blank domain, it contains the instinct to destroy everything and eliminate obstacles for the blank domain. Its talent is comparable to the primordial fiend celestial. A new bloodline finally appeared. Every era had different outstanding races. It was also possible for the endless era to give birth to talents that surpassed the past. After Han Yunjin walked over, Han Ju handed him his child. As for this grandson's potential, Han Ju didn't plan to seal it. His potential comparable to the primordial fiend celestial was not enough to destroy the endless era. This child is extraordinary. You have to discipline him well, Han Ju said meaningfully. The child was not that strong after being born. Previously, he was mainly protected by the basic rules in his mother's womb. Han Yunjin looked at the child he was holding with mixed emotions. He felt lingering fear at the scene just now. He couldn't help but ask, "Father, will there really be no hidden danger?" "Yes, so I need you to discipline him." With that, Han Ju disappeared. He was born with the instinct to destroy everything. It looked evil, but that was not necessarily the case. Everything had two sides. After all, he was his grandson. Han Ju naturally couldn't kill him in one go. Sage concubine Yuan had already recovered under the healing of the power of the Creator Lord. She came to Han Yunjin's side and took the child. She was no longer as afraid as before and only had a doting expression. She said softly, "Your father said just now that we need to discipline him well. Any child can take the wrong path. Let's not be too wary of him and treat him as a normal child." Han Yunjin was silent. For some reason, he inexplicably thought of Han Huang during the Great Tao immeasurable calamity. Would his child also become so violent? In the immortal world, above the 9 heavens, clouds surrounded a heavenly door standing on the top of the clouds. Chu Xiaoqi was standing guard. He clutched his chest and frowned. "What's going on? What's this feeling?" Chu Xiaoqi inexplicably panicked. His soul felt cold. This feeling was unprecedented. The immortal soldier beside him asked him with concern if he needed to rest. He did not force himself. He bid farewell and left. After returning to his residence, Chu Xiaoqi immediately circulated his energy to heal his injuries. However, the strange feeling disappeared just as he started. Strange? Chu Xiaoqi couldn't figure it out. He remained vigilant for the next period of time. Only after the feeling no longer appeared after a long period of time did he no longer worry. He wasn't the only one. All of Han Ju's descendants felt it. The 10 divine stars even returned to the 3rd Tao field to visit him. Han Ju didn't see them and only said, "You'll know in the future." The 10 divine stars couldn't figure it out. They quickly left the Tao field. They also had their own great ambitions. Han Ju silently paid attention to Han Yunjin's child and named him Han Liang. This name, how meaningful. Han Liang had been lively since he was young and liked to cause trouble everywhere. It made Han Ju inexplicably think of the legendary Neza. The story of Neza had long disappeared in history, but Han Ju still remembered that there were children like Neza in every era. Rebellion was human nature, but normal people were bound by moral standards. Although Han Liang liked to cause trouble, under Han Yunjin's restrictions, he did not hurt the innocent. For the time being, it was difficult to imagine that this kid was born with the duty to destroy everything. Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. Should he use the creation heavens chosen? Perhaps it could increase Han Liang's talent. Han Ju looked at Han Liang's future. His future had many possibilities. Most of them he walked the evil path just like Han Huang. However, in some futures he maintained his rationality and bottom line. In one of the possible futures he was a sage, a true sage who saved all living beings. Interesting. Born to destroy, he traveled the world but did good deeds. Han Ju became interested in Han Liang. As for the creation heavens chosen, he should keep it. He would gather 100 attempts in the future and use them together. The descendants who had already reached the great Tao Sage realm knew about Han Liang. The bloodline resonance caused by him was too oppressive. Therefore, on Han Liang's path of growth, strange clansmen often came to visit him. The one who treated him the best was Han Qinger. She even brought him out to play. 1,000 years later, Han Liang looked to be only 5 or 6 years old, as if he would never grow up. Han Liang was not troubled by this. Like Han Huang, He did not care about the opinions of all living beings. On this day, Han Liang was playing on the heavenly Dao's Buzhou Divine Mountain. Han Yunjin was quite relieved since Han Yu was also on the mountain. A black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Han Liang. A huge black hand stretched out and grabbed him. Before this kid could even shout, he vanished without a trace. Han Yu appeared and quickly entered the black vortex, chasing after him. This was his little ancestor. How could he disappear in Buzhou Mountain? Passing through the black vortex, Han Yu arrived in the spatial turbulence. As the great Tao Supreme, Han Yu was not confused by the spatial illusion and quickly tracked Han Liang's figure. Han Liang was hugged by a masked gray-robed man and could not break free. The gray-robed man's mask was clearly a chaotic supreme treasure. Han Yu could not spy on his true appearance. Even his aura felt ethereal. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would probably think that Han Liang was traveling through the spatial turbulence alone. Han Yu quickly approached. Han Liang's eyes widened in surprise when he saw him. The gray-robed man turned around and waved his sleeve. Endless blood wind drowned Han Yu, but he did not panic. He used a divine might great heaven palm to disperse it and even severed this spatial turbulence. Han Yu reached out and wrapped Han Liang with his dermic powers. He wanted to pull him over, but an extremely powerful force dispersed his dermic powers and even injured his soul. Han Yu frowned and felt uneasy. With this exchange, he knew that he was not the other party's match. However, he did not retreat. He had to save Han Liang. Han Liang was born with a bloodline suppression on the other clansmen. Such potential was the fortune of the Han family and could not be lost. Han Yu attacked again. The gray-robed man suddenly stopped and cancelled out Han Yu's mystical power. "Sage Han Yu, you shouldn't have stopped me." Han Yu found his voice unfamiliar and asked in a low voice, "You want to be enemies with the Han family?" The gray-robed man said, "On the contrary, I'm saving the Han family. This child can't be left alive." Han Yu frowned. The gray-robed man raised his right hand and drew a semicircle in front of him. In an instant, a blood-colored half-moon condensed. Han Yu's gaze subconsciously landed on the blood-colored half-moon, and he was in a daze. Han Yu opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived in a blood-colored void. In the distance, he could see many dilapidated worlds. Corpses were everywhere. This was a blank domain. The reason why it was blood-colored was that there were too many killings. Han Yu saw a figure. It was Han Liang. This Han Liang looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. He wore a blood-patterned black robe. The crisscrossing blood patterns constantly emitted a blood mist. This black robe was slightly wide. His long hair was disheveled, and a cruel smile hung on his handsome face. Han Yu was not shocked to see Han Liang. He realized that this was an illusion. What he saw and heard was not important. What he had to do was leave the illusion as soon as possible. When Han Liang rushed in front of him, he still did not care. Boom! Han Liang's palm pierced through Han Yu's chest. The extremely realistic pain moved Han Yu. Disbelief appeared on his face. Han Liang was absorbing his dermic powers. This was not a fake illusion. Impossible. In the third Dao field, Han Ju opened his eyes. Han Yu and Han Yunjin were waiting to see him outside the Taoist temple. Han Ju let them in. Han Yunjin bowed and said anxiously, "Father, my son Han Liang has been captured." Han Yu told him about his pursuit of the gray-robed man. He hid the future of Han Liang he had seen. Han Ju was not surprised and said calmly, "I already know about this." Seeing Han Ju's calm reaction, Han Yunjin couldn't help but ask, "Father, what should we do about this?" Han Yunjin had countless children, so he naturally did not show preference to Han Liang. At first, he was still very vigilant, so he was more worried that Han Liang would become a hidden danger. With that, a small head poked out from behind Han Ju. Who else could it be but Han Liang? The Taoist temple blocked their senses, so Han Yunjin and Han Yu didn't sense Han Liang's existence after entering. In front of Han Ju, they didn't dare to look around. "Lianger!" Han Yunjin shouted in surprise. Han Yu also heaved a sigh of relief. Han Liang didn't pounce on his father. Instead, he lay on Han Ju's shoulder and giggled at his father. Seeing his smile, Han Yu could not help but shiver. Hanju said, "Go back. Liang'er will stay here with me." Han Yunjin hesitated. Seeing that his youngest son did not want to go with him at all, he sighed and left. Han Yu also wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt relieved upon seeing Han Ju's gaze. Perhaps their progenitor, the strongest existence, knew everything. Han Yu also left, but Han Yunjin did not leave the Dao field immediately. Instead, he went to visit his mother, Liao. Han Ju hugged Han Liang and smiled. "Little fellow, don't run around in the future. Many people want to capture you, including yourself." Han Liang tilted his head and asked, "Grandpa, why would I capture myself?" Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything. He rubbed his head. In the Taoist temple next door, Han Yunjin faced Liao and expressed his worry. The two of them sat facing each other. They did not look like mother and son, but more like siblings. Liao's cold face revealed a smile. "Don't worry. Liang'er is by your father's side now. This is your father's concern for you." Han Yunjin was stunned and came to a realization. If even his father could not control Han Liang, no one in the world would be able to protect him. Liao continued, "You already have enough descendants. You don't have to have children anymore." Han Yunjin blushed and hurriedly bid farewell. Liao smiled and closed her eyes to continue cultivating. Among Han Ju's Dao companions, she was the one with the greatest hope of becoming a Dao creator. She had also been working hard toward this goal and had never relaxed. 3,000 years later, in the Dao field, Han Liang rode the clouds. Sometimes he transformed into a Kuan Peng, sometimes into an azure dragon, causing the disciples on the ground to exclaim and clap from time to time. These disciples' cultivation levels far exceeded Han Liang's. The reason why they were so shocked was not only to please him but also because of Han Liang's potential. This kid was already at the deity realm. He had grown too quickly. Han Liang had always looked like a youth and his temperament would never grow up, so he was deeply loved by the disciples. "Liang'er, third aunt is here." Han Qing'er flew over and hugged him. Han Liang looked disgusted and struggled to get out of her grasp. "Go away. I don't want to play with you." In the beginning, Han Liang quite liked Han Qing'er, but every time she came, she would trample on him, causing him to feel more and more disgusted. No matter how Han Liang struggled, he could not escape Han Qing'er. On the other side, Jiang Juesher went to visit Han Ju. After Han Ju became invincible, he no longer deliberately entered seclusion. Furthermore, very few people dared to disturb him. Jiang Juesher kowtowed respectfully after entering the temple. He looked up at Han Ju and said, "Master, I discovered something in the cycle of reincarnation. A mysterious force is accumulating power in spacetime and even mentioned the Dark Forbidden Lord. I'm afraid it's not a good thing." He told Han Ju what he knew. He left after Han Ju expressed his understanding. He only came to remind him. Han Ju looked at Han Liang. "I didn't expect you, Xianxia, and Heavenly Venerate soon to be together." "How interesting," Han Ju muttered to himself. Heavenly Venerate soon was the future Dao creator from the great Dao Immeasurable Calamity. He was also Han Ju's descendant, but that was not Han Liang. He was only related to him. A Dao creator could not spy on the future of another Dao creator. In other words, in the future they could spy on, a new Dao creator would not appear. At most, they would have the cultivation of the great Dao Supreme realm. They couldn't tell which great Dao Supreme had the chance to become a Dao creator. As the Creator Lord, Han Ju couldn't tell which Dao creators could reach the Creator Lord realm, but he could see how many Dao creators there were in the future. Karma kept changing and the number of future Dao creators kept increasing. The future in which Han Liang and Xianxia became Dao creators was very distant. Xianxia severed karma after he entered the origin spacetime. However, Han Ju saw him appear spacetime again, but the karma that had been severed wouldn't recover because of his appearance. Heavenly Venerate Soon was previously related to Xianxia. The two of them were now colluding and had even taken in the future Han Liang. The gray-robed man who had captured Han Liang was the future Han Liang. Now that Han Liang was in Han Ju's hands, it was very difficult for the three of them to succeed in the future. If he was really forced, Hanju could directly destroy the entire spacetime and recreate everything. A Dao creator could also destroy everything below the Dao creator realm. The reason why it didn't happen before was that there were too many Dao creators and they restrained each other. However, Hanju could be fearless as the only creator lord in existence. However, since he could reach the creator lord realm in hundreds of millions of years, there might be a second example in the future. Therefore, he couldn't cultivate in seclusion for too long. In the future, it would not only be Xianxia, Han Liang, and Heavenly Venerate Sun. The other Dao creators would also be the same. There were almost no independent Dao creators. Hanju looked at Han Liang for a while before continuing to cultivate. The three of them could not do anything. The reason why they kept traveling through space and time was that the existence that would suppress them in the future was another Dao creator faction, the three primordial fiend celestials. It was precisely because of this that Heavenly Venerate Sun did not dare to interfere in the three fiend celestials past, afraid that he would disturb them and cause them to pursue him from the future. The disciples in the Dao field came and went. Han Liang's existence was also known by the entire hidden sect. They all knew that he was the divine might heavenly sage's grandson and was doted on. He was personally taught by the divine might heavenly sage. Han Liang's name began to spread in the endless era. The evil heavenly emperor couldn't help but visit Hanju in his dreams, but he rejected him. Han Liang was very important. Hanju was afraid that the evil heavenly emperor couldn't control him. Time passed quickly. Han Liang became stronger day after day, while Chu Xiaoqi was still struggling in the immortal world. After leaving Hanju, Chu Xiaoqi's comprehension growth became extremely slow. He was only an ordinary human and his potential was naturally not strong. However, he also had a good immortal position in the divine clan, but compared to Chenju he was getting further and further away. Chenju had already become the most dazzling existence in this immortal world. His talent was unparalleled and his beautiful name even spread to other immortal worlds. Chu Xiaoqi and Chenju were two vastly different characters. No one expected them to be related by blood. After parting with Chu Xiaoqi, Hanju didn't care too much about him. In any case, this kid could reincarnate even if he died. He had already helped enough in this life. He still had to walk the path of life himself. Of course, part of it was because of Han Liang. He had another grandson now. 10,000 years passed like smoke. On this day, Hanju was teaching Han Liang in the Taoist temple. Han Liang was still so short. He looked like he was in his teens. It was difficult to imagine that he was already 10,000 years old. Han Liang sat in front of him with a vexed expression. He really couldn't understand the mystical power Hanju had just taught. It was normal to find it difficult to understand because Hanju was teaching the ultimate origin heaven seal. Han Liang did not have the ultimate origin power, so he would create his own heaven seal. So far, Han Liang's race had yet to be named. The name was very important, especially for such a creation race. So Hanju didn't take the initiative and let Han Liang discover and define it himself. Hanju used his Dao voice to help Han Liang as his brows quickly relaxed. At this moment, Hanju seemed to sense something. He left a clone in the Taoist temple and his main body jumped out of the Dao field. He came to the Dao mystic realm and arrived at an immortal world. At this moment, the divine clan was attacking the nearby devil world. The Dao mystic realm had been established for a period of time. The various worlds in the mystic realm had already begun to interact. The so-called devil world was actually another divine clan. If they did not define the enemy as the devil race, it would not be easy to mobilize morale. As an immortal god, Chu Xiaoqi naturally had to participate. At this moment he was targeted. What targeted him was not the living beings of the two worlds, but an existence that surpassed the Dao mystic realm. Huang Zuintian, Chu Xiaoqi traveled through the starry sky in an extremely sorry state. No matter where he fled, every time he turned around, Huang Zuintian would follow behind him, scaring him so much that he continued to escape. Huang Zuintian kept chasing after Chu Xiaoqi as he thought to himself, "Where did this kid come from? Even I can't figure it out." Indeed, the Dao mystic realm is not that simple. Huang Zuintian also offered his mortal world after the Dao mystic realm was established for a period of time. Huang Zuintian also personally checked the Tao mystic realm. Chu Xiaoqi attracted him. His potential was average, but he could not deduce this person's future. If it were any other mighty figure, they would probably not notice Chu Xiaoqi. However, Huang Zuintian was once a calamity life controller and was extremely sensitive to this. He felt that Chu Xiaoqi was definitely not simple. After being chased for a long time, Chu Xiaoqi suddenly stopped and cursed. "Dog! Kill me already! Stop humiliating me!" He was considered firm, but he still trembled in fear when Huang Zuintian appeared in front of him. Huang Zuintian wore a dignified black robe with the figure of the primordial fiend celestial printed on it. His aura was definitely the strongest existence Chu Xiaoqi had ever seen. He was even stronger than his grandfather and the master of the divine clan. In front of such an existence, he, Chu Xiaoqi, could not escape at all. However, Chu Xiaoqi still wanted to die heroically. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find Tang Wan or see his grandfather again. After 10,000 years, Chu Xiaoqi's impression of Tang Wan and his grandfather was no longer that deep. He was already independent, but he still missed them occasionally. Huang Zuintian asked, "Tell me about your life." Chu Xiaoqi cursed. "Just search my soul if you have the ability." Huang Zuintian immediately reached out. Chu Xiaoqi froze and could not move. However, Huang Zuintian searched for Chu Xiaoqi's memories but found nothing. It was as if they were blank. He was shocked. Tao creator. This child was definitely related to a Tao creator. If he was really a Tao creator, he would definitely be warned and might even die. But now, Huang Zuintian thought of another possibility. The Tao creator was omniscient and omnipotent. He would definitely sense that he had come into contact with Chu Xiaoqi. He did not warn him or attack him. There was only one possibility. The other party tolerated him. Huang Zuintian immediately retracted his hand. Chu Xiaoqi woke up and looked at him warily. "Become my disciple," Huang Zuintian said directly. Become his disciple? Chu Xiaoqi was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. This twist. Huang Zuintian stared at him and said, "It's difficult for you to escape this world with your current potential. As for me, I can bring you to a higher sky. Think about it carefully. I won't kill you even if you refuse. Farewell." Chu Xiaoqi's heart beat faster. No wonder this fellow did not kill him previously. Chu Xiaoqi took a deep breath and asked, "What's your cultivation level?" "Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal." "Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal?" Ha 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 ha. Huang Zuintian laughed wantonly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. Chu Xiaoqi was shocked. To be so disdainful of the legendary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Could this person be an illusory sage in the legends? Chu Xiaoqi was completely tempted. If he did not capture such a mighty figure, ever since he left his grandfather, although he had encountered opportunities, they were not opportunities that could allow him to be reborn. He gradually realized his mediocreness, but he had always been holding back his anger, something called unwillingness. Chu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and asked, "Why do you think highly of me?" Huang Zuintian said bluntly, "You had a great opportunity in your previous life. Your providence is unpredictable. Perhaps you're very weak now, but I feel that you might be extraordinary in the future. Perhaps I'm the benefactor who will help you soar. It depends on whether you're willing to believe me." Chu Xiaoqi couldn't help but think of the grandfather he had met when he was young. Could it be that his grandfather had also taken a liking to him because of his providence? Indeed, I was born extraordinary. Chu Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment but still chose to follow Huang Zuintian. The reason was very simple. He could no longer grow in the divine clan. He deeply realized how weak he was in this war between the gods and devils. Chen Ju's attacks were unstoppable. In contrast, he was only cannon fodder. They clearly entered the divine race in the same batch, and Chen Ju was the same age as him. Huang Zuintian said, "I'll show you how tiny you are first." He waved his right hand and brought Chu Xiaoqi to the top of the Tao mystic realm. Chu Xiaoqi looked down and saw countless grains of light scattered in all directions. Those are small worlds. Every small world has the immortal world, the mortal world, and the netherworld. Huang Zuintian introduced, causing Chu Xiaoqi's eyes to widen. How big was the immortal world he was in? From this angle it was actually so small. Huang Zuentian brought him out of the Tao mystic realm and arrived at the blank domain. Unlike the universe in the Tao mystic realm, the starry sky was pale, but there were still dense lights of various colors dotted in all directions. Where we were just now is one of the worlds below. It contains the small world I introduced to you earlier. There are as many as stars. Huang Zuentian's introduction shocked Chu Xiaoqi. A heaven beyond the heavens. This was Chu Xiaoqi's feeling now. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Huang Zuentian, scaring Chu Xiaoqi so much that he took a step back. It was the master of the Tao mystic realm, formless world, the 10 absolute prodigy of the first chaotic assembly. Formless world looked even more dignified than before. Its aura was not inferior to Huang Zuentian's. Formless world sized up Chu Xiaoqi, making him extremely nervous. He had no choice but to hide behind Huang Zuentian. This child's foundation is average. It's only you, hard to predict his fate. It's because of right. Formless world said. The communication between Huang Zuentian and Chu Xiaoqi was isolated by the former. Other than a Tao creator, the other existences could not spy from afar. Huang Zuentian said, "Yes, he's my disciple. I plan to nurture him and leave him in your Tao mystic realm. You have no objections, right?" Formless world smiled. "Of course. I'll take care of him. There's no need for that. Let him grow up on his own. When he grows up, he will owe you a favor, and so will I." Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. What favor can we owe each other? Formless world smiled and disappeared. This was what he wanted to say, so he did not stay any longer to prevent Huang Zuentian from returning. After all, Huang Zuentian's primordial chaos was more suitable for cultivation than the Tao mystic realm. There was no need to let Chu Xiaoqi stay here. Chu Xiaoqi swallowed and asked carefully, "Who was that just now?" Huang Zuentian said indifferently, "You're not qualified to interact with him. TCH, like my grandfather." Chu Xiaoqi curled her lips. "Oh? Who's your grandfather?" Huang Zuentian asked curiously. "Someone I met when I was young. I don't know his identity either." Chu Xiaoqi didn't think too much and replied directly. With Huang Zuentian's cultivation level, he shouldn't lie to him. Besides, Hanju didn't ask him not to say anything about their interactions. At least, there was no such scene in Chu Xiaoqi's memories. In any case, more than 10,000 years had passed and this experience was no longer important. "Then show me his appearance," Huang Zuentian instructed. Chu Xiaoqi waved his hand, and a figure shining with divine light appeared in front of him. He was stunned and cast another spell. No matter how he cast his spell, he could not show the face in his mind. This feeling was extremely strange, causing Chu Xiaoqi's blood to run cold. Huang Zuentian was stunned. It was really him. Huang Zuentian said in a low voice, "All right, from now on, don't tell anyone about your experience with this person. Just pretend that this grandfather never existed. Understand?" Chu Xiaoqi retracted his hand and nodded. He muttered in his heart. His grandfather did not seem simple. Even such an existence was so afraid. Chu Xiaoqi was about to ask Huang Zuentian if he knew his grandfather, but he waved his hand and brought him back to the immortal world. The two of them landed in a forest. Without waiting for Chu Xiaoqi to say anything, Huang Zuentian began to teach him a cultivation technique. Chu Xiaoqi's cultivation technique was too ordinary. Cultivating to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm was already the limit. Huang Zuentian prepared to teach Chu Xiaoqi his legacy. Since he was someone that master valued, he would teach him everything. Hanju stood in the blank domain and witnessed Huang Zuentian's performance. Not bad. Huang Zuentian still did not lose his loyalty to him after becoming a primordial fiend celestial. It was good to let Chu Xiaoqi follow him. He had walked a heaven-defying path. If Chu Xiaoqi followed him, he might be able to learn a lot. Hanju stared at Chu Xiaoqi and sighed. The two grandsons he had personally taken care of were not good people. One was Primordial Despair's Reincarnation, and the other wanted to destroy everything. He wondered how their future relationship would be. Hanju suddenly looked forward to it. It would be interesting even if they became opponents. As for Chunju, whom Chu Xiaoqi respected, Hanju didn't care about him. Chunju was only one of his countless descendants. He was just lucky to receive the creation heavens chosen. It was nothing much. More descendants would obtain the creation heavens chosen in the future. Hanju watched for a while before disappearing. On the other side, in the primordial hall, Han Huang opened his eyes and frowned. Why can't my primordial chaos condense the supreme rules? Han Huang muttered to himself in frustration. Only a world with rules was considered a world. Only a world with great Tao rules was considered a world. The same was true of the great Tao world. However, to reach the Tao creator realm, the great Tao world had to condense supreme rules. Ever since the great Tao immeasurable calamity ended, although Han Huang had obtained a huge opportunity, he discovered that it was very difficult for his cultivation level to increase, as if he had already reached his limit. He was a primordial fiend celestial. How could he have a limit? Could it be that the potential of those Tao creators was stronger than his? Impossible. Han Huang fell into deep thought. Could it be that he had killed too many people, causing the primordial chaos to be unable to transform? However, he had observed the other great Tao worlds. Other than the great Tao world of the Tao creator, the other great Tao worlds could not successfully condense the supreme rules. In other words, the existences at the perfected great Tao supreme realm were temporarily on the same starting line. From the embryonic great Tao world to the complete great Tao world, this process was extremely difficult. The Tao creators did not guide the great Tao supremes. Even if their own people asked, they would only answer. The path to becoming a Tao creator varied from person to person. How stable the great Tao world was depended on one's own creation. Just as Han Huang was feeling frustrated, footsteps came from the darkness beside him. A figure slowly walked over. Han Huang was not surprised. He didn't even turn around. This figure was completely black and had a human figure. A pair of red eyes with black pupils appeared on his face, looking sinister. It takes time to condense your great Tao world. How long did it take the chaos to evolve? How long has your primordial chaos been evolving? The red-eyed black shadow smiled with a mocking tone. Han Huang snorted. I know, but even if it takes time, you can at least sense the progress, right? The red-eyed black shadow said, there are a total of 5 Tao creators now. Your father is one of them. Why don't you ask him for guidance? Han Huang sighed. How can I have the face to look for him again? He was not Chu Xiaoqi. He was born to be strong. With his unparalleled talent, if he could not rely on his father, he would try his best not to. The red-eyed black shadow snorted. How pretentious. Your body was given by your parents and your father saved you many times. Do you really think you relied on yourself? You started from the beginning and completely relied on your father. You just don't dare to accept reality. Perhaps that's the reason why you can't succeed. Han Huang's expression instantly turned ugly, but he was not angry. The red-eyed black shadow continued to mock him. Now there are 3 primordial fiend celestials, you, primordial origin, and Huang Zuentian. Your potential is no longer unique. Put down your arrogance. So what if I let go of my arrogance? If Father could guide the path of a Tao creator, the hidden sect would have long produced a second Tao creator. It's the same for the other Tao creators. Perhaps they don't want anyone to reach the Tao creator realm, even if they're on their side. Because the Tao creator realm is supreme, there are very few of them. Han Huang was silent. The red-eyed black shadow did not say anything else and retreated into the darkness. The hall was silent. Han Huang slowly stood up. His gaze darkened as he muttered, perhaps I should really look for Father. He disappeared into the hall. Several days later, Han Ju received Han Huang. Han Huang asked about the method to attain the Tao. Han Ju didn't say anything else and directly preached the Tao, telling him his creation experience. Han Ju was naturally not stingy with his son. However, the Tao creator's method to attain the Tao was extremely difficult. It was useless to know how to build the great Tao world. After all, every great Tao world was different. If one wanted to attain the Tao, one had to rely on potential or epiphany. Han Ju relied on his potential to become a Tao creator with the potential of the ultimate origin fiend celestial. It was not difficult. However, he couldn't tell Han Huang this directly. After a long time, when Han Ju finished speaking, Han Huang woke up. He hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. The father and son did not exchange pleasantries. Han Huang left. Han Ju couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing Han Huang's excited expression. Will he hate me if he still fails? Han Ju had already seen Han Huang develop mental demons. This kid even created mental demons into clones and often talked to them. This time, Han Huang came because the mental demon clone persuaded him. It was not impossible for father and son to fight. Han Ju looked at the future. Han Huang's future continued until he reached the Tao Creator realm. Although he had always treated him as a target, he had never crossed the line with him. The future was endless. Han Ju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating. He suddenly felt that time passed very slowly ever since the great Tao immeasurable calamity ended. Perhaps his cultivation level had increased too slowly, causing his cultivation passion to decrease greatly. No, he could not be numbed. Those Tao creators were so relaxed, causing them to be unable to improve. However, he couldn't cultivate blindly. The ninth chaos buried his head in cultivation and gave Han Ju a chance to rise. The ninth chaos probably couldn't understand even until his death. He had only taken a nap. Why did he give Han Ju a chance? How did Han Ju create a Tao field that even a Tao creator couldn't enter in so little time? Han Ju needed to cultivate, but he couldn't cultivate too much. He looked at the corner where a ball of gray chi floated. It was the ninth chaos will. It was being enslaved by the ultimate origin heavenly prison. The disciples entering and leaving did not sense anything special about the gray chi. Han Liang was once curious about it, but he was chased away by Han Ju and never dared to approach it again. Han Liang was not afraid of anything but Han Ju. Perhaps it was his bloodline suppression. The ultimate origin Fian Celestial's bloodline was stronger than his bloodline, after all. Under the old tree, Han Liang opened his eyes and looked angrily at a man beside him. It was Han Ju's grand disciple, Murong Qi. Didn't you agree to have the same cultivation level as me? Han Liang said angrily as he clenched his fists. Murong Qi smiled. Yes, I did suppress my cultivation, but the difference between bodies can't be suppressed. Han Liang turned his head away, looking like he would not listen. Murong Qi stood up and prepared to leave. Ah, why are you leaving? I've never played it before. Forget it. You can't afford it. No, brother Murong, I was wrong. Han Liang hugged Murong Qi's right leg and said pitifully. Murong Qi had no choice but to sit back down. Han Liang was now the favored son of the entire Tao field. Because of his temperament and body, everyone liked him. Brother Murong, can you tell me about the outside world? Don't you often wander outside? Han Liang asked curiously and stopped the simulation trial. He did not like to be tortured either. Murong Qi did not hide anything. He talked about his experiences outside. Sometimes he was excited, sometimes he sighed. Han Liang widened his eyes and clenched his fists, exclaiming, Han Liang, do you want to go out too? Murong Qi rubbed Han Liang's head and asked with a smile. Han Liang nodded. Of course. I'm already tired of staying in the Tao field, but Grandpa doesn't let me out. Murong Qi smiled. Indeed, we shouldn't go out. Once we go out, it's very difficult to return. It's not only that you don't want to return, but your grandfather won't let you cultivate beside him anymore. The greatest opportunity in the world is your grandfather. You have to think about it. Han Liang tilted his head and fell into deep thought. Murong Qi continued, you have to find your cultivation goal. You can't just become stronger in general. Everyone has their own life. You have to find the true meaning of your life. Han Liang said in a low voice, I want to go to a place that has never been discovered. A place that has never been discovered? Murong Qi couldn't help but laugh. Was there anything in the world that his grandfather did not know? Your grandfather is the strongest. Han Liang said with a yearning expression. I've been thinking about how high the sky is and how far the surroundings are. Brother Murong. I keep feeling that something is summoning me from afar. Murong Qi smiled. Then cultivate well. With your current cultivation level, it won't be long before you're eaten alive. "Tch, you only know how to scare me. How many people in the simulation trial are you unable to defeat? This is only our Dao field. Think about how many people are outside." "But I can't see those people in the Dao field. They must be outsiders." "You're quite smart." "Of course." The two of them chatted casually. Han Liang couldn't leave the Dao field without Han Ju's approval. It was useless even if he begged Murongqi. After Murongqi left, other disciples accompanied Han Liang. He could be said to be doted on. They were both biological grandsons, but Chu Xiaoqi was not so lucky. Huang Zuentian left after passing down his legacy to Chu Xiaoqi, leaving him to wander alone. Under Huang Zuentian's instructions, Chu Xiaoqi resigned from the position of immortal god. This caused the divine clan to be dissatisfied. If the immortal gods wanted to retreat, what dignity would the divine clan have? Therefore, Chu Xiaoqi was hunted down. Chu Xiaoqi regretted it. He had a good impression of the divine clan, so he went back to say goodbye. If he had known earlier, he would have pretended to be dead and fled. In any case, the divine clan might not remember him. Chu Xiaoqi had been reborn after obtaining Huang Zuentian's inheritance. Ordinary immortals were not his match at all. Under the pursuit of the divine race, Chu Xiaoqi became famous until he met Chenju. Because Chu Xiaoqi was difficult to deal with, the divine clan had no choice but to send Chenju. Chu Xiaoqi had special feelings for Chenju before. Even if Chenju did not know him, he still felt very pressured when he blocked his way. Chu Xiaoqi surrender. Chenju wore the silver armor of the divine clan and had phoenix wings on his crown. His cloak fluttered in the air. Just his aura was enough to make people think of the words war god. Chu Xiaoqi's appearance was also outstanding, but he would always feel ashamed in front of Chenju. Chenju frowned. "On account that we are the same batch of immortals, I don't want to attack you. Surrender." He continued to approach Chu Xiaoqi. A strange black pattern suddenly appeared between Chu Xiaoqi's eyebrows. Calamity Life Controller. He had actually been given the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority by Huang Zuentian. Chu Xiaoqi planned to go all out as he faced the famous Chenju. Chu Xiaoqi's speed was extremely fast. Before Chenju could react, he attacked from behind him and waved his palm. This palm struck out thousands of stars and quickly expanded. The rapidly expanding stars collided with Chenju and sent him flying into the sky. Boom! 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 Chenju was caught off guard and fell to the ends of the world. These stars were all as big as mountains. They exploded the moment they hit Chenju. Chenju was unable to withstand it. "This kid?" Chenju was shocked and had no choice but to use his mystical power to dodge. Just as he appeared, another star collided with him, followed by countless stars, making him dizzy. Chenju continued to move, but no matter how he moved, the stars chased after him. This was Chu Xiaoqi's special ability as a Calamity Life Controller. Every Calamity Life Controller would obtain their own special ability when they obtained the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. It was equivalent to an innate mystical power. Chu Xiaoqi could already use his ability proficiently. He felt that it was very domineering and almost invincible. The outcome also proved it. Even the powerful Chenju was suppressed. These stars were made with his dermic powers. They were no different from true stars. After Huang Zuentian's guidance, Chu Xiaoqi and Chenju's cultivation levels were already very close. So his mystical power was enough to suppress the latter. "I'm too strong." Chu Xiaoqi was excited. Huang Zuentian's image in his heart soared. The mystical power his master had taught him could even suppress Chenju. Chu Xiaoqi was satisfied and was not in a hurry to escape. He kept using his mystical powers and pressed Chenju to the ground. Soon, his divine armor shattered and he was covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. Chenju was also extremely angry. These stars were too annoying. They were simply his counter, making him unable to counterattack. Chu Xiaoqi suddenly couldn't bear it. After all, when Chenju first found him, he did not directly attack. After thinking about it, Chu Xiaoqi retracted his hand and transformed into a beam of light that disappeared into the sky. However, Chenju rushed out of the ruins and chased after him again. In terms of speed, Chu Xiaoqi was far inferior to Chenju. After Chenju caught up, Chu Xiaoqi used his mystical power to suppress him again. Chu Xiaoqi panicked as the cycle repeated. Although Chenju could not defeat him, he could not kill him either. His dermic powers were about to be exhausted, but Chenju was still at his peak. Impossible. Was this fellow's dermic powers endless? Chu Xiaoqi roared in his heart as jealousy surged. Talent. He knew that the amount of dermic powers was not only related to cultivation techniques but also potential. At the same realm, the dermic powers of a prodigy far exceeded ordinary potential. In the end, Chenju's divine spear pierced through the sky and space when Chu Xiaoqi's dermic powers were about to be exhausted. It pierced through Chu Xiaoqi, causing blood to burst out. Chu Xiaoqi fell and smashed into the sea below, startling thousands of feet of waves. Chu Xiaoqi's consciousness faded. He could vaguely see a figure crashing through the sea and swimming towards him. Damn it, I'm still too weak. Chu Xiaoqi sighed. If he couldn't even defeat Chenju, how could he jump out of the immortal world and admire the higher sky? He thought of his grandfather and Tang Wan. Indignant. He was really indignant. Although he was unwilling to give up, Chu Xiaoqi had already reached his limit. He fell unconscious. In the Dao field, Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed faintly. Han Liang opened his eyes and looked at his grandfather curiously. Grandpa rarely sighed. He wanted to ask, but he was afraid of being scolded. Han Ju smiled and asked, "You have a brother who is training outside and has no one to help him. He's about to die. Do you think I should help him?" Han Liang widened his eyes and suddenly stood up. "Of course, you have to help him. Grandpa, bring me along. If anyone dares to bully my brother, I'll tear them apart." "Hee, you want to go out?" "No way." "So be it. But Grandpa, you have to save him. If you don't save him, you definitely won't save me if anything happens to me in the future." Han Liang curled his lips and pretended to be aggrieved. Han Ju smiled. "Aren't you afraid that he's stronger than you?" Han Liang scratched his head. "So what if he's stronger than me? Many people in the hidden sect are stronger than me." Han Ju sensed that he was telling the truth and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this kid's talent misdirected? Wasn't he born with the instinct to destroy everything? "Grandpa, hurry up. Don't miss the opportunity." Han Liang came to Han Ju's side and shook his arm. He looked like a spoiled child. Not like a little boy, but more like a girl. Han Ju smiled and said, "He was already saved while we were talking." Han Liang's eyes widened. "Who saved him?" "Of course it was me." "Wow, Grandpa, you didn't move just now. Could it be that you have a clone? Grandpa can save him with a thought." "Wow!" Han Liang shouted. It had to be said that this performance made Han Ju very comfortable. This kid was very sensible. Han Ju pulled Han Liang into his arms and rubbed his head. He smiled and said, "You have many siblings, but most of them are far younger than you. They might not be that close to you, but in my eyes your potential is the best. In the future you have to protect your siblings and juniors. Understand?" Han Liang was overjoyed. His grandfather's praise was higher than any achievement. He nodded enthusiastically and patted his chest, promising. Han Ju planned to continue teaching the sect in the future and let Han Liang become the guardian of the Han family. This kid's potential was comparable to the primordial fiend celestial. He was slightly stronger than a single creation heavens chosen. So far, Han Liang's performance was still quite satisfactory. Nurturing powerful descendants was what Han Ju was most interested in now after becoming invincible. Primordial Hall. Han Huang opened his eyes and frowned. He muttered, "Why doesn't it work?" The red-eyed black shadow walked out of the darkness and smiled. "This means that your father doesn't want to guide you at all. Like the other Dao creators, they don't want a new Dao creator to appear. This is also the reason why your father hid in the Dao field after attaining the Dao." Han Huang snorted. "My father isn't like this. That means that your father's method cannot be used again. Everyone has their own path. Perhaps your limit is the great Dao Supreme Realm. Don't think that the primordial fiend celestial is unparalleled in the world. Don't forget, the chaos replaced the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos potential should be weaker than the chaos. However, you use all the living beings in the chaos as your standard. The true standard is the ninth chaos who created the chaos, the once strongest Tao creator. The red-eyed black shadow's words made Han Huang silent and fall into self-doubt. He thought of the power he had relied on previously. It was his father's dermic powers. His primordial fiend celestial bloodline was also given to him by his father. Was there a possibility? Actually, he was not a primordial fiend celestial at all. Furthermore, his mother couldn't give birth to him. Instead, his father sacrificed his bloodline to cause his birth. So, I can't become a Tao creator because I'm not a true primordial fiend celestial. Or rather, the primordial fiend celestial can't reach the Tao creator realm at all. Father broke through a higher bloodline restriction. Han Huang was enlightened and felt relieved. The red-eyed black shadow saw his expression and smiled like a crescent moon before disappearing into the darkness. Han Huang relaxed a lot after he put down the burden of the primordial fiend celestial. He stood up and smiled. I'm confused. How can I create my own great Tao world if I don't see the various forms of all living beings? Perhaps my bias is too deep. That's why I can't create my own great Tao world. He stepped forward and walked towards the door. Primordial chaos. What is the primordial chaos? Han Huang's voice became softer and softer as his figure walked further and further away. The blue sky and blue sea were cloudless. Cliff after cliff cut through the endless sea. Countless waves slapped the mountain wall, stirring up countless white waves. Chu Xiaoqi and Chun Ju sat at the edge of the cliff. Chu Xiaoqi stretched lazily and looked at Chun Ju beside him. He smiled and said, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. Chun Ju changed into a green robe and looked at the sky calmly. The sea breeze blew his hair, making him look extremely carefree. Even Chu Xiaoqi was a little jealous. In terms of handsomeness, this man was second only to his grandfather. Why did you save me? Why did you betray the divine clan with me? Chu Xiaoqi asked curiously. He thought that he was doomed. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was not dead. Chun Ju had saved him and even said that he would betray the immortals with him. Chun Ju said calmly, I don't have a good impression of the immortal gods to begin with. I just treated them as a springboard. As for you, you're the stupidest person I've ever seen. Clearly, no immortal god remembers you, but you still came back to tell them you were leaving. You're simply a fool. However, your strength is not bad. I see you in a different light. Chu Xiaoqi curled his lips. How true. However, Chun Ju was indeed powerful. In any case, Chu Xiaoqi was convinced. He asked curiously, Then, what do you plan to do next? What are your plans? Of course, I'm gonna wander the world. Me too. So, you really want to follow me? The fact that you dare to return means that you are responsible. You dare to face the pursuit of the immortal gods and not surrender. Such spirit is qualified to follow me. Follow you? TCH, you should be the one following me. The two of them began to bicker. The two of them looked at each other, but their lips were actually curled up. Chu Xiaoqi was very happy. It had been a long time since he had met a companion who was willing to wander the world with him. Chun Ju was also in a good mood. He felt that he had company. Actually, he had chosen Chu Xiaoqi because, in the previous battle, Chu Xiaoqi had no intention of killing him. In the first half of the battle, he had been beaten. He could sense that Chu Xiaoqi had an even stronger power that had yet to erupt. It was not only Chu Xiaoqi. Chun Ju couldn't bear to kill him either. This feeling was ridiculous. In fact, from the moment the two of them met, Chun Ju had a deep impression of Chu Xiaoqi. Chu Xiaoqi was secretly observing him, and so was he. It was precisely because of this that he especially accepted the mission to hunt him down. Somehow, the two of them seemed to be fated. For the time being, Chun Ju could not think that this fate might be a trap because he and Chu Xiaoqi had no karma in the past. Chun Ju, what's your cultivation goal? You first. I want to see the scenery of the world. I want to go to places I've never been and see the demeanor of a mighty figure I've never seen. How empty. My goal is to become stronger. to constantly become stronger and eventually become the strongest. Chen Ju curled his lips and talked about his goal in high spirits. Chu Xiaoqi regained his chatterbox personality and bragged non-stop. Far away in the third Dao field, Han Ju slowly smiled. He was cultivating, and so was Han Liang. No one noticed that the corners of his mouth were lifted. In the eyes of invincible people, fate in this world was karma. The reason why he wanted to matchmake Chu Xiaoqi and Chen Ju was because of Fang Liang and Ji Xianxian. Some friendships could last a long time. Han Ju could see through Chen Ju's personality at a glance. It was worth handing Chu Xiaoqi over to him. Chu Xiaoqi could give his back to Chen Ju. Hooking up with Chu Xiaoqi was equivalent to having Han Huang as a backing. Han Huang was a future Dao creator. Such a background was definitely worth giving up everything. Although Chen Ju had the heaven's chosen creation, he would have many such descendants in the future. The difference in seniority was too great. Furthermore, Han Ju was prepared to accumulate a large number of heaven's chosen creation attempts. 10,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at Chu Xiaoqi. Ever since he helped Chu Xiaoqi, he did not dare to enter seclusion for too long, afraid that if he was not careful, Chu Xiaoqi would be gone. Chu Xiaoqi and Chen Ju had already made a name for themselves in the Dao mystic realm in the past 10,000 years. They were legendary figures that the divine clan of the immortal world had to look up to. In Han Ju's eyes, 10,000 years was like a day. It was very short, but in the eyes of cultivators, 10,000 years was an era. From the looks of it, Chu Xiaoqi and Chen Ju had already established themselves. Unless they encountered existences that far exceeded their cultivation realm, it was very difficult for them to die. Behind Chu Xiaoqi was Huang Zuintian, and behind Chen Ju were Han Yunjin and Han Ling. Han Ju smiled and felt that he was too childish. He looked at Han Liang. This kid was cultivating in the Dao field and following Han Ju. He had already become a primordial chaos sage. Seeming to sense his gaze, Han Liang opened his eyes. He immediately rubbed his hands and chuckled upon seeing him smiling. "Grandpa, you're finally awake. When are you letting me out? I'm already a sage. I'm strong enough." Han Ju smiled. "It's not enough. You're birth destined that your opponent will be stronger than the opponents others encounter. Understand?" Han Liang curled his lips. "I know that our hidden sect and the Han family are very powerful, but Uncle Master Long Hao said that no one dares to provoke us. Don't listen to him. He almost died outside." Han Ju snorted and recounted Long Hao's experience in the heavenly Dao immeasurable calamity. Han Liang was shocked again. He did not expect the seemingly gentle Long Hao to be so rebellious. Han Ju said meaningfully, "This is a path of failure. You have to take it as a warning. I used to think highly of him. Now I think highly of you the most. Han Liang, you were born extraordinary and are doted on by all. Your starting point is higher than all living beings. Your heart has to calm down. Cultivation is not only cultivation but also heart tempering." Han Liang seemed to understand. He had too little experience. Something sounded clear, but it was very difficult to understand. "Then, when can I go out?" Han Liang asked. "At least become a great Dao sage." "Great Dao sage." Han Liang's face turned bitter. Great Dao sage. It looked like he was only separated by the freedom realm, but it was actually extremely far. After attaining the Dao, he felt that it was very difficult to break through a minor realm. Han Ju ignored this kid and started to check his emails. He could observe the entire blank domain, but he was used to reading emails. This was one of his few joys. Han Liang struggled for a while before continuing to cultivate. The mysterious domain was dark and one could not even see their fingers. A head that emitted a faint light was advancing. It was the chaotic consciousness. The 8 eyes on his face looked in different directions. After an unknown period of time, the chaotic consciousness finally stopped. A crimson egg was in front of him. Its surface was wrapped in countless blood vessels. It was ghastly and terrifying. A dragon-like figure swam inside the huge egg. Occasionally, it would change its figure and emit an ancient aura. "You're finally here," an ancient voice sounded. The chaotic consciousness asked, "What do you plan to do?" I can feel that my main body's will is being controlled by him. Sooner or later, my main body will become his slave. The chaotic consciousness was silent. He was taking a huge risk by coming here. Consciousnessless, there's still a chance. He might have surpassed the Tao creator realm and called himself the Lord, but he has yet to dominate everything. There are too many unknowns in the blank domain. I've long expected this day, so I severed the mental demon and split it into two. I asked you to come this time to nurture an existence that surpasses the Tao creator realm. If this existence perishes with all living beings in the blank domain, we can reconstruct everything. An ancient voice sounded with an indifferent tone. The chaotic consciousness asked, "Do we really have a chance of winning? Are you willing to stop here? You don't want to surpass the Tao creator realm anymore." The chaotic consciousness fell silent again. He couldn't refute the ancient voice. All Tao creators had ambitions stronger than all living beings. The chaotic consciousness ambition was greater than the other three Tao creators. This was also the reason why he still dared to come after Hanju became invincible. Now that the formless transcendent deity and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity had already submitted to Hanju, the remaining Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable was useless. The chaotic consciousness asked, "How long will that take?" "Just wait. It won't take longer than you becoming a Tao creator. The endless era looks bright, but it's actually the prelude to destruction. Although he surpasses the Tao creator realm, he doesn't understand the blank domain or how the primordial chaos destroyed it. As for me, I created the chaos." The figure in the huge egg suddenly stopped and disappeared. The light of the huge egg converged until it was hidden in the darkness. Next, you have to nurture as many talented people as possible and strengthen your force. The stronger, the better. The chaotic consciousness left. The ultimate origin world had stopped expanding ever since the endless era's creation. After fusing with the purity great Tao world, it was definitely the largest world in the blank domain. The ultimate origin world was extremely far from the center of the endless era. Very few living beings were involved in the ultimate origin world, but its legend had already spread in the center of the endless era. The ultimate origin world's interior could be said to be extremely exciting. As the era changed, many experts appeared. Han Ling had discovered the ultimate origin world from the netherworld a long time ago, and even nurtured the ultimate origin cultivation potential, which was Han Ziyuan of the 10 Divine Stars. After that, Han Ling and Han Yunjin joined forces and sent many disciples of the Creation Emperor Court and Han descendants into the ultimate origin world to develop. They discovered that the spirit Qi in the ultimate origin world far exceeded the various worlds and had 8 supreme rules. This was definitely the most impressive world. They naturally thought of Hanju. This was also the reason why they dared to be at ease. Hanju didn't reveal the ultimate origin world, and they didn't ask further. They had a tacit understanding. At that moment, a demon was born in the ultimate origin world. It wreaked havoc in billions of worlds and looked like it was about to stir up a calamity. Inside a palace, more than 1,000 figures gathered here. They were the great Tao Fiend Celestials born in the ultimate origin world. Their cultivation levels had at least reached the great Tao Sage realm. There were more than 30 great Tao Supremes among them. Such a foundation was very powerful. The leader was the Life Fiend Celestial. It was one of the few existences that had received Hanju's personal guidance. It was also the existence with the highest status in the ultimate origin world and was called the Master of the Gods. The Life Fiend Celestial scanned the area and asked, "This demon has unprecedented power. What do you think?" The great Tao Fiend Celestials were all silent. No one spoke. That demon was indeed powerful. Many great Tao Fiend Celestials had already returned in failure. Unless several great Tao Supremes joined forces, they could not defeat it. After being subdued, this demon could not be destroyed and was truly undying and indestructible. Most importantly, during the period of suppression, this demon was still becoming stronger, making them feel uneasy and embarrassed. Threshold, the silent hall, was extremely oppressive. The Life Fiend Celestial frowned. His eyes filled with displeasure. "This demon's power is indeed extraordinary. Why don't you ask the heavens?" A great Tao Fiend Celestial asked. The other great Tao Fiend Celestials agreed, as if they had opened a conversation box. The hall instantly entered a noisy state. Yes, since we don't know, we'll ask the heavens. The divine lord of the nether race seems to be able to contact the heavens. The nether race is just trash. This demon grew up under their noses. Don't say that. The great Tao Fiend Celestial and the nether race are both favored children of the heavens. They should be as close as brothers. The life Fiend Celestial's brows did not relax at their words. He felt that this was nonsense. If he could, he would have found it long ago. At this moment, an old man said, I have a way to send this demon into the cycle of reincarnation and use it to slow his growth speed and will. Most of the great Tao Fiend Celestials agreed with the old man's proposal. The life Fiend Celestial felt that it made sense and agreed. The great Tao Fiend Celestials heaved a sigh of relief. At least they had a way. They really did not want to face that demon anymore. The calamity in the ultimate origin world didn't attract Han Ju's attention. His transcendent rule was an alarm. If there was really a danger that endangered the ultimate origin world, the transcendent rule would remind him. The endless era was already getting further and further away from the creation time. Peace could not last forever. The experts' ambitions of all sides also began to grow, especially the perfected great Tao Supremes of the older generation. After so many years, they couldn't find a way to become Tao creators and began to have other thoughts. Some factions with blood feuds began to friction, and conflict erupted. The battle of the great world began. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at Chu Xiaoqi first. 1,000,000 years was enough for Chu Xiaoqi to transform and become independent. As the battle of the great world began, the Tao mystic realm also fell into a storm. The small worlds came from different factions. Although they were gathered together, the control of the old factions was still very strong. Chu Xiaoqi and Chenju had experienced countless life and death situations. Although they kept growing, they still could not achieve much in the Tao mystic realm. It was mainly because they did not have any forces. Han Ju retracted his gaze and looked at Han Liang. This kid sat in front of him. His body was golden like a golden statue. It seemed that Han Liang had already begun to study his body. His bloodline potential was not inferior to the primordial Fiend Celestial. It was the first brand new peak bloodline in the endless era. Han Ju was still looking forward to it. Han Ju said, "Come in." Han Liang opened his eyes and turned around. He saw Han Ling walking into the temple and removing her divine light to reveal her true appearance. Han Liang chuckled, "Fourth aunt. Long time no see." Han Ling smiled at him and walked in front of Han Ju, bowing respectfully. Han Ju sighed in his heart. After going out to train, the father and daughter were no longer as close as before. They were more like master and disciple. It was not only Han Ling. All the children and descendants who went out were the same. Therefore, once Han Ju wanted to nurture someone, he would not let him leave easily. Once he left, it would be very difficult for their relationship to recover. After his children went out to train and knew how tall and strong Han Ju was, they naturally felt reverence for him, let alone after not seeing him for a long time. Han Ju had 5 children and countless descendants. Family ties might not be important to him. At least his children thought so. "Father, I'm here for the ultimate origin world," Han Ling said, making Han Liang find it strange. What was the ultimate origin world? Han Ju didn't say anything, and Han Ling continued. The geniuses sent by the Creation Emperor Court to the ultimate origin world had all transformed into ultimate origin lifeforms. Now, in the ultimate origin world, all living beings were in a panic, as if the great Tao immeasurable calamity of the chaos had arrived. That evil devil's power is really strange. He can't be killed and can still become infinitely stronger. Now, we can't suppress him unless 20 great Tao Supremes join forces. Han Ling frowned. Great Tao Supreme? Han Liang was even more curious, as if ants were crawling in his heart. Han Ju smiled faintly. "Why are you so concerned about my ultimate origin world? Is a mere junior worth you coming to me personally? That's not your style." Han Ling said helplessly, "I really can't hide it from you, father. That power made me fantasize. There are no new Tao creators in the current endless era. I used to think that the rules of the great Tao world were not good, but after seeing that evil devil, I had another opinion. Does the Tao creator realm also have to look at potential? Hanju smiled and didn't reply. Han Ling heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that her guess was right. She began to feel excited. At least she had grasped the true secret of becoming a Tao creator. Potential. Why couldn't so many perfected great Tao supremes become Tao creators? Apart from the great Tao world itself, it was also related to potential. Otherwise, how could there be so few Tao creators since ancient times? Han Ju maintained a smile as he stared at Han Ling. The evil devil of the endless era indeed had top-notch potential. It had the potential to become a Tao creator. It was precisely because its potential was too outstanding that it attracted the covetous eyes of others. After the conflict erupted, they kept fighting, causing it to lose itself in strength and finally become an evil devil in the eyes of all living beings. Actually, that fellow was not an evil devil. He was the strongest potential born in the ultimate origin world. His future achievements were that of a Tao creator. Therefore, the great Tao Supremes could not see through his future because they could not. They thought that he was a calamity. However, it was probably not that simple for Han Ling to target him. Hanju asked, "What do you want to do?" Han Ling said, "I'm just curious. How far is my potential from becoming a Tao creator?" Tao creator? Han Liang was even more confused. What was this? Hanju said, "All you need is time." Han Huang, Han Ling, and Han Liang all had the potential to become Tao creators and also had great creations. On the other hand, the other children were much inferior. Han Ling asked, "What do you think of that evil devil?" Hanju said, "I don't care." Han Ling nodded. The father and daughter exchanged a few more pleasantries before Han Ling bid farewell. Hanju sighed faintly after she left. The human heart is unfathomable, and the sage heart is even more unfathomable. Han Liang scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Will you change in the future?" "Yes. I'll become stronger in the future." Hee. Silly kid. Hee. Han Liang thought that his grandfather was praising him and smiled even more foolishly. Hanju shook his head. He had already seen through Han Ling's ambitions. Ever since the great Tao immeasurable calamity ended, Han Ling felt that her emperor soldiers were not strong enough. She had a bold thought and even succeeded. She prepared to refine living spirits into emperor soldiers. The dermic powers and potential of the emperor soldiers would become part of her. Now, she had targeted the evil devil of the ultimate origin world. In order to become a Tao creator, perfected great Tao supreme existences began to think of all ways. Many existences like Han Ling wanted to steal potential. Hanju didn't blame Han Ling for her thoughts. The path of cultivation was a selfish path. The strong preyed on the weak. There was nothing to say. Moreover, that evil devil was not so easy to deal with. Han Ling and the evil devil could be each other's whetstones. All these years, Han Huang had walked around in the blank domain. In Hanju's emails, Han Huang discovered many new maps. He shed the ruthlessness of the primordial fiend celestial and became more like an expert who had attained the Tao, making Hanju satisfied. At this rate, Han Huang could really become the first primordial fiend celestial in the endless era. Hanju looked at the clone sent to explore the origin spacetime. Ever since something happened to Xianxia, he had asked one of his clones to find him. Finding Xianxia was not the most important thing. It was mainly to explore the origin spacetime. The origin spacetime was indeed impressive. Based on the rules of the blank domain, generally speaking, spacetime could be tampered with or even destroyed by cultivators. However, the origin spacetime could not. It was an independent existence. The origin spacetime determined the development of the rules of the blank domain, not the past and future of living beings. Hanju's ultimate origin world had already condensed 9 supreme rules. Only a Tao creator could see the 9th supreme rule. Now, he planned to use the origin spacetime to create the 10th supreme rule. The more rules there were, the stronger the ultimate origin world became. There were far fewer than 3,000 great Tao back when the 9th chaos created the chaos. It was only because he kept becoming stronger that he formed 3,000 great Tao. In the future, Hanju would have more supreme rules. It was not impossible to reach 3,000. Chu Xiaoqi and Qinju had already stabilized themselves. Hanju planned to return to his previous seclusion state. He was still the person who kept wanting to become stronger. Hanju slowly closed his eyes. 10 million years had passed when he opened his eyes again. He was already 580 million years old. 10 million years was also a long time for the endless era. Han Liang had already become a great Dao sage and was not at the early stage. Because Hanju didn't open his eyes, he shouldn't disturb him rashly. He had been waiting for this moment. Not long after Hanju opened his eyes, he immediately woke up from his cultivation. Hanju said before he could speak, "You can go out." "Yay!" Han Liang jumped up excitedly like a child. He flattered him for a while before leaving the Taoist temple in a hurry. Hanju smiled and looked at the ninth chaos will. He didn't know when he could successfully enslave it. He started checking his emails. Your son Han Huang was attacked by your son Han Tua. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by the Void Divine Clan X8928723330. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan. Your granddisciple Fang Liang has comprehended the origin spacetime. His cultivation has increased. Your grandson Chu Xiaoqi was attacked by a great Dao divine spirit and was severely injured. Your daughter Han Ling has entered the ultimate origin world. Your grandson Han Liang has awakened the power of his bloodline. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend, the formless transcendent deity, has comprehended a trace of the basic rules of the blank domain. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor fell into a blank crack and into the anti-magic domain. His circle of friends had been very lively in the past 10 million years. More battles also ensued. Some of Hanju's disciples and children also began to fight with each other. He was not angry about this. Instead, he watched with relish. Hanju's mentality had been changing after becoming a creator lord. What he cared about in the past was not so much now, because he had the ability to protect and reconstruct everything. He would find it boring if the world in his eyes remained the same. He had no reason to stop the juniors from fighting. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the smaller their circle would be. The benefits they could obtain would also decrease. Fighting was naturally inevitable. Who did not want to become a Dao creator? Hanju suddenly had an idea. He immediately came to the formless transcendent deity's palace. The formless transcendent deity had created a separate world above the center of the blank domain, symbolizing his status. The formless transcendent deity seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. Seeing that it was Hanju, he immediately bowed respectfully and lowered his posture. He knew that everything he had now was given to him by Hanju. Hanju didn't imprison him in the ultimate origin heavenly prison because he was rewarding him for taking sides back then. I have a great Tao Providence divine authority here that comes from the ultimate origin world. You can gather the great Tao Supremes and give them a chance. I've already thrown this divine authority into the lower realm. As for where it is, let them find it, Hanju said. The formless transcendent deity couldn't help but look up. Can they become a Tao creator? Perhaps. Understood. Hanju sat down and started to preach the Tao to the formless transcendent deity. After becoming a Tao creator, the formless transcendent deity had not listened to the Tao for a long time because the Tao of others was useless to him, but Hanju was the creator lord. After an unknown period of time, the formless transcendent deity woke up. Hanju was no longer in the hall. He sighed. As expected of a creator lord, he immediately summoned all the great Tao Supremes and Tao creators of the endless era. 100 years later, all the great Tao Supremes gathered in the hall. The chaotic consciousness, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, and Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable also came. The great Tao Supremes of the ultimate origin world were also present. The current ultimate origin world was no longer isolated from the world. The formless transcendent deity said, "The current karma is given to me by the Lord. It can be considered an opportunity for you to become a Tao creator. It's the great Tao Providence divine authority created by the Lord. It's already in the lower realm. As for where it is, I don't know. The hall exploded. Even the chaotic consciousness, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity were quite shocked. They didn't expect Han Ju to take out the power of a supreme rule to reward all living beings. Han Huang, Han Tuo, Han Ling, Han Qing'er, and the descendants of the Han family were also excited. Soon, all the mighty figures present realized a problem. The calamity was coming. In order to become a Dao creator, they would definitely fight until their heads bled. Even if they knew that it would cause a calamity, they had no choice but to enter it. May I ask, Great Deity, what form is the Great Dao Providence Divine Authority? Dijuan, who had survived the chaotic era, asked curiously. Pangu, Hongjun, the 12 ancestral magi, ancestor Shiqian, and the other ancient existences of the heavenly Dao were also waiting expectantly. The formless transcendent deity replied, I don't know. I can only tell you that this opportunity indeed exists. This is a chance given by the Lord as his pity to all living beings. However, it's definitely not that simple to become a Dao creator. Even if you obtain this great Dao Providence divine authority, you still need to comprehend it well. Don't be anxious for quick success. We Dao creators have experienced countless eras before transcending the great Dao. Mighty figures agreed with him, but even more mighty figures had already begun to think about where the great Dao Providence divine authority would be. The door to the transcendent divine hall opened and mighty figures flew out. Nearly half of the mighty figures quickly used their mystical powers and fled out of the sea of clouds. The remaining mighty figures began to interact. Han Tuo, Han Huang, Han Ling, Han Qing'er, Han Yi, Han Yao, Han Bahen, Etian, and the others gathered and left together. Etian smiled. Why don't the Creator Lord directly reward you with this great Dao Providence divine authority? Han Tuo shook his head. Father is already the Lord. All living beings are his children. What's the point of bias? The others nodded. They had their own living beings ever since they established their great Dao world. Their mentality was also changing, so they could understand Han Ju's thoughts. If he really favored them by blood and had many children, who should he favor? They began to discuss where Han Ju would throw the great Dao Providence divine authority. Long Hao suddenly mentioned, could it be in the heavenly Dao? The others' eyes lit up. It was impossible for this great Dao Providence divine authority to be in the ultimate origin world. Other than the ultimate origin world, only the heavenly Dao had a high possibility. They immediately took action. In the third Dao field, Han Ju and Xing Hongxian were chatting in the Taoist temple. Tang Wan? That girl hasn't mentioned Xiaoqi for a long time. Xing Hongxian shook her head in pity. Han Ju smiled. Perhaps she's hiding it in her heart. You can let her go. Xing Hongxian spread her hands and said, my clone has long given her freedom, but she doesn't want to leave. She still wants to cultivate with my clone. Tang Wan was not a hidden sect disciple, so she naturally could not enter the Dao field. Therefore, Xing Hongxian asked her clone to teach Tang Wan. This lasted for 10 million years. Then let her go to the Dao mystic realm. Alright, I quite like this girl. I'll send my clone to help her if she encounters danger. Is that okay? Up to you. When have I ever restricted you? I thought you would set some rules. There's no need. Han Ju smiled. He indeed didn't ask for anything from the endless era. The one who set the rules was the formless transcendent deity. He was happy to do this. The great deity who had once claimed to transcend everything and not be affected by karma was now a rule maker and controlled all living beings. The difference was really great. The two of them talked about Han Huang next. Xing Hongxian sighed. This kid seems to have changed recently. He traveled the heavens and accumulated a lot of merit. He seems to be clearing his reputation. Han Ju smiled. People will always change. Some will become bad, and naturally some will also become good. In fact, everyone will change between good and bad. It's just defined by their level and standpoint. Huang only let go of his arrogance. In the past, he treated all living beings as ants. Now, he truly realizes that the difference in bloodline only affects cultivation. To the essence of living beings, there's no difference. Xing Hongxian fell into deep thought. She had also indulged ever since she obtained Han Ju's invincible power. However, because it was not her own power, she was not too fearless. However, she admitted that she was indeed very arrogant in that period of time. She couldn't help but look at Hanju. Even if her husband was invincible, he didn't wreak havoc on all living beings. Instead, he maintained his original intention and stayed away from the mortal world. Thinking of this, Xianxia was filled with admiration for him, as expected of the man she liked. "Husband, do you have any thoughts of finding a new lover? Do you want me to help you?" Xianxia giggled. Hanju shook his head and laughed. "Aren't you afraid of losing favor?" "I'm not afraid. Besides, it's useless even if I'm afraid. I might as well continue to please you." Xianxia shrugged indifferently. The smartest thing about her was that she never interfered with Hanju's decisions. She also maintained a good relationship with his other women. She was the gel that bound them together. She knew very well that the difference between her and Hanju was huge. It was impossible for her to restrain him. Could it be that she was like a mortal woman and insisted that Hanju only had her? What if he was unwilling? Could she go look for other men? In that case, she would have long floated in the cycle of reincarnation for countless generations. Hanju smiled. "There's no need. Do you think the desires of the mortal world can still control me?" This was the truth. Unless he was touched, it was very difficult for Hanju to like women because of his instincts. The love between men and women was no longer that important in his eyes. It was not as good as the joy brought by cultivation. As for being touched, with Hanju's strength, it was almost impossible for other women to touch him. The two of them chatted for a while more before Hanju stood up and left. After interacting with the other women for a period of time, he returned to his Taoist temple. He did not enter cultivation immediately. Instead, he observed the blank domain and looked at Han Liang. After Han Liang left the third Dao field, he first went to join Long Hao's dragon court. Long Hao was pleasantly surprised by his arrival. For the next period of time, Han Liang would probably have to stay in the dragon court. It was also a good thing to have someone guide him. To Long Hao, Han Liang's potential was extremely outstanding. Putting aside their relationship as fellow disciples, he had to rope him in. Hanju closed his eyes after watching for a while. Cultivation began. Another 10 million years passed. Hanju opened his eyes. His cultivation level had increased a little, but overall he had improved very little. Who knew how long it would take for him to break through? However, the improvement of the Creator Lord was also something that all living beings needed to spend countless years to accumulate. Hanju was really not used to not seeing Han Liang when he opened his eyes. Hanju felt that time had passed a little slowly ever since he interacted with his two grandsons. These tens of millions of years surpassed the hundreds of millions of years of memories. A disciple was waiting outside the Taoist temple. Murongqi. Hanju let him in. After entering the temple, Murongqi first bowed and then went straight to the point. "Grandmaster, Fang Liang is missing. Do you know where he is?" Murongqi and Fang Liang were disciples of the same generation and had always been best brothers. At least Murongqi thought so. Hanju said, "He went to the origin spacetime to find a disciple who severed karma." Origin spacetime? Murongqi was stunned. "Ignore him. With your strength, you'll be doomed if you go. Furthermore, he's not in danger for the time being," Hanju said softly. Murongqi nodded. "Other than that, there's one more thing. We chaotic fiend celestials have recently broken up, and each of us has established a force." "I'm afraid this matter," Hanju said. "Let nature take its course. In the past, I nurtured you because I needed you to fight for me. Unfortunately, this opportunity didn't arrive. Now, I don't need you anymore. You can work hard for yourselves." Murongqi felt ashamed. They seemed to have never helped Hanju since the beginning. Instead, Hanju had saved them time and time again. If not for him, they wouldn't be where they were today. Murongqi began to kowtow in shame. Hanju smiled. "Murongqi, I've always thought highly of you. Since they're fighting, you have to fight too. So what if you're a fellow disciple? I won't interfere as long as you fight openly. I hope that you can become a Tao creator one day." Murongqi looked up. He was so excited that his arms trembled. He felt like his entire body was on fire. Wuxia began to create his own force after he left. From Hanju's words, he realized that an unprecedented era of competition was about to arrive. It would be more dazzling than any previous era because, since ancient times, no era had had so many great Tao Supremes. Hanju quickly entered cultivation again. Chaos would ensue in the endless era since he released the great Tao Providence Divine Authority. In the chaos, the eternal prodigy would appear, and a new Tao creator would be born in advance. Hanju didn't deduce who would obtain this great Tao Providence Divine Authority. He also wanted to leave himself some suspense. After tens of millions of years of development, the Tao mystic realm developed rapidly. It was extremely vast and was no longer inferior to the current heavenly Tao. Formless World obtained the formless transcendent deity's help and invested a lot of resources into the Tao mystic realm, attracting more and more cultivators. In a small world, the mountains undulated like the back of an ancient ferocious beast. It was vast and imposing. Chu Xiaoqi and Chenju sat side by the cliff, healing their injuries. Chu Xiaoqi suddenly opened his eyes and cursed. "Damn it! The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have to kill him." Chenju did not even open his eyes. The other party is a great Tao sage and controls a major force. He has more than 1,000 Freedom Realm cultivators under him. It's impossible for us to kill him. So what if he's a great Tao sage? Is he invincible? So far, yes. Wait for me to call my master. You don't even know who your master is. How can you call him? Chenju opened his eyes and said in a strange tone. Chu Xiaoqi would brag every time they encountered danger. At first, Chenju believed it and even looked forward to it, but now he no longer believed it. Chu Xiaoqi still wanted to quibble. Suddenly, the world shook and mountains ran. The two of them were attracted by the horizon and saw a majestic figure walk past the end of the horizon. The figure was like someone from beyond the heavens. It was 10 million kilometers away. From the horizon to the top of the sea of clouds, only his waist was revealed. It was difficult to see his true appearance. The two of them were already at the Freedom Realm. Their gazes passed through the small world and saw the huge shadow's true body. It was a mysterious man in sinister black armor. He had 3 heads and 6 arms and a pair of wings on his back. He was like an Azura fiend celestial patrolling his territory. They shivered as they felt his terrifying aura. They immediately hid their auras, afraid that they would be discovered. After a long while, the black-armored man left their vision, and Chu Xiaoqi heaved a sigh of relief. Chenju frowned and muttered, "What a powerful aura! To make freedom so afraid, could it be a great Tao sage? He seems to be looking for something." Chu Xiaoqi crossed her arms and thought, "It's strange. We've encountered many great Tao sages recently. Could it be that something big is about to happen?" Chenju was also thinking. At the same time, in the void in the center of the Tao mystic realm, extremely far away from the two of them, a majestic palace hung in the void and emitted endless divine light. The light changed and was like a dream. Countless meteors floated in all directions. Every meteor was guarded, and the lowest was 1,000,000 feet tall. In the hall, Formless World sat at the head of the table, smiling. His gaze landed on a man in the hall. Wuxia. Back then, the battle of the 10 absolutes was very exciting. The geniuses of the future were still much inferior to us. Formless World sighed. Compared to the chaotic assembly, he had lost his edge. He was more tactful and stable. Wuxia smiled. Of course, after hundreds of millions of years, Brother Formless already has the prestige to control the situation. I'm so envious. Formless World laughed. Fellow Taoist Wuxia, feel free to ask if you need the Tao mystic realm's help. He had always been passionate about the hidden sect because the formless transcendent deity had reminded him. I indeed need your help. I heard that the great Tao lake of the Tao mystic realm is a huge opportunity. I want to let my 7 new disciples enter. What do you think? Wuxia asked with a smile. Formless World smiled. Since fellow Taoist Wuxia has spoken, I naturally allow it. It just so happens that the Tao mystic realm is preparing to hold a grand event like the chaotic assembly. The battle of the geniuses will decide the time in the Great Tao Lake based on the ranking. Why don't you let your 7 disciples participate? It's a good opportunity to show the geniuses of the Tao mystic realm the glory of the outer world. I'll let them in no matter their ranking. However, fellow Taoist, you must tell them to take it seriously and not slack off. Morongqi smiled. No problem. He cursed silently. He had just taken in his disciple and their cultivation level was not high. They would embarrass him if they lost. They continued to reminisce and became more familiar with each other. Like brothers. The news of the Great Tao Lake also spread in the Tao mystic realm. When the news reached Chu Xiaoqi and Qinju, they immediately decided to participate. There was hope of becoming a great Tao sage after entering the Great Tao Lake. How could they miss such an opportunity? This event was created by the Realm Lord. Their enemies shouldn't dare to act recklessly. At the same time, Formless World invited the various factions of the Endless Era to participate. The Dragon Court also received the news, and Long Hao brought Han Liang to the Tao mystic realm. Long Hao was high-spirited and felt that this was an opportunity for Han Liang and the Dragon Court to shine. He trusted Han Liang. With his strength, he would definitely be invincible below the Great Tao Supreme Realm. Han Liang was also looking forward to finally showing his edge. Third Tao Field. Detected that you are 600 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and destroy all living beings. Create living beings that belong to you. You can obtain a Great Tao Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, and a Primordial Fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a Great Tao Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, and a Primordial Fragment. You have obtained a Creation Heaven's chosen attempt. Hanju opened his eyes and silently chose the second option. The reward was the same anyway. At this point, he had accumulated 20 Great Tao Fragments, 17 Creation Spirit Stones, 9 Primordial Fragments, 49 Creation Heaven's chosen attempts, 2 Heavenly Tao Spirit Stones, and 2 Ultimate Origin Spirit Stones. Hanju took out 9 Primordial Fragments and fused them. He wanted to improve his bloodline. The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial is higher than the Primordial Great Creation. The 9 Primordial Fragments can condense into 1 Ultimate Origin Fragment. You can obtain the Ultimate Origin Great Creation after gathering 9 Ultimate Origin Fragments. Ultimate Origin Great Creation. You can create cultivation techniques, split the world, create races, and create everything. Can do this? Hanju raised his eyebrows. In other words, 1 Ultimate Origin Great Creation required 81 Primordial Fragments, which was equivalent to 8.1 billion years. No, after a billion years, he would definitely only receive a reward once every billion years. In other words, it would take tens of billions of years. Hanju was a little dissatisfied. You and I are already so powerful. Why do you have to restrict us? Everything has an extreme number. It's the same for great creation. However, as the karma of creation develops, the extreme number will also constantly increase. Ultimate Origin Great Creation. Tens of billions of years? Then he would wait. Hanju didn't lack time now, let alone he was the only creator lord. No, after reaching 10 billion years old, the system would need 10 billion years to trigger the choice reward. In that case, the time needed would be endless. It seemed that it would take an extremely long time to increase the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial's bloodline. Instead of evolving his bloodline, it was better to raise it to its current limit. As for the Creation Heaven's chosen attempt, Hanju didn't want to use it for the time being. It would definitely be very exciting to use them together when he gathered 100. 100 consecutive draws might produce a heaven-defying junior. Hanju thought silently and opened the emails at the same time. Even more battles broke out in his circle of friends ever since he had thrown out the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. He discovered that many of his good friends had gone to the Heavenly Tao, including his children. Did these guys think that he had thrown the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority to the Heavenly Tao? Impossible. Do you really think I care so much about the Heavenly Tao? Hanju smiled. The Great Tao Providence Divine Authority was fluid and had yet to reach the Heavenly Tao. Who could obtain it depended on their luck. He was not biased. After reading the emails, he looked at the blank domain. The Tao mystic realm became the most famous place in the Endless Era. The event held by Formless World was very successful. It pushed out many geniuses and also spread the Great Tao Lake's reputation. One could increase their comprehension of the Great Tao upon entering it. After the event ended, 33 Great Tao sages were born because of the Great Tao Lake. Everyone under the heavens was shocked. The Tao mystic realm's status rose. Formless World could be said to be in high spirits. He had prepared for tens of millions of years, and his name had shaken the heavens. Faced with the Tao mystic realm's success, the other factions wanted to imitate it. For a time, all sorts of low-quality Great Tao lakes, Great Tao springs, Great Tao divine mountains, and so on appeared. Unfortunately, they were all inferior to the Tao mystic realm's Great Tao Lake. The Great Tao Lake was the work of a Tao creator. Furthermore, this Tao creator was the greatest leader of the Endless Era. Hanju understood the formless transcendent deity's thoughts, but he didn't dislike it. It was normal to accumulate strength for himself. Furthermore, Formless World's attitude was very good, making Hanju very comfortable. Chu Xiaoqi and Chenju escaped the siege and became one of the 33 Great Tao sages. As for Han Liang, he was even more impressive. He directly attained the Great Tao Supreme Realm and became the most famous existence in this event. His name spread throughout the Endless Era, and he was thought to be the most talented prodigy now. The Creator Lord's grandson was not inferior to the primordial Fiend Celestial in terms of physical potential. Hanju was very satisfied with his two grandsons' performance. They had already set off, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to them anymore. "You can walk your own path from now on," Hanju muttered to himself. The trace of concern he had for them vanished. He had already sent away many children, so he naturally would not be obsessed with a certain grandson. On the other side, Chu Xiaoqi and Han Liang opened their eyes almost at the same time. They frowned and felt inexplicably disappointed and panicked, as if they had lost something. They couldn't deduce what it was. This inexplicable feeling made them very uncomfortable. However, no matter how they searched, they could not deduce it. Hanju continued cultivating. He would choose another descendant to accompany him when he was 1,000,000,000 years old. It could also be considered adding a hint of joy to the boring cultivation years. Time passed. Hanju's seclusion began to lengthen after he severed his ties with his grandchildren. 50 million years passed like a dream. Hanju opened his eyes. The environment didn't change from 50 million years ago, but he knew that the outside had already changed drastically. He stretched and smiled. It was better to enter seclusion for a longer time. The increase in cultivation was obvious. He checked his emails as he observed the blank domain. Your son Han Huang established the supreme rules and his providence increased greatly. Your grandson Chu Xiaoqi was attacked by your good friend, the divine robe Taoist. He was severely injured. Your granddisciple Fang Liang created a space-time world and his cultivation increased. Your good friend Huang Zuintian received a dream from a transcendent existence. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by your good friend Jiang Juesher. Your good friend Dao Ancestor has recovered his true body and established the supreme rules. Your good friend, the formless transcendent deity, encountered the dream of your enemy, the ninth chaos. Your good friend Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana deity encountered the dream of your enemy, the ninth chaos. Han Huang and the Dao Ancestor established the supreme rules. That meant it was only a matter of time before they became Tao creators. Hanju was curious about where the Tao Ancestor's Great Tao World was. After deducing, he learned that it was the Great Tao World where the Tao Heavenly Race was located. That Great Tao World was still connected to Pangu's Great Tao World. The two worlds were next to each other like a single Great Tao World. The Tao Heavenly Race called itself the Chaos, as if they were continuing the incense offerings of the old chaos. The Tao Ancestor had actually walked in front of Pangu. Interesting. Apart from these two, the ninth chaos also attracted Hanju's attention. The ninth chaos will was still in the ultimate origin heavenly prison and had yet to awaken. In that case, there was only one possibility why he could still visit someone in their dream. The ninth chaos mental demon. This mental demon was extraordinary. The ninth chaos had been split into two. No wonder this fellow had said such harsh words before he died. The mental demon temporarily stayed in the ultimate evil chaotic devil's body. He disappeared for a long time. Could it be that the mental demon was still plotting? Hanju looked at the formless transcendent deity. He directly spied on the dream. Indeed, the ninth chaos wanted to rope in the formless transcendent deity and use the gimmick of surpassing the Tao creator realm to incite him. Unfortunately, he was rejected. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity also rejected him. However, the chaotic consciousness and Shurtion's immeasurable destruction venerable were a little tempted. Hanju couldn't deduce where the ninth chaos mental demon was, but it mainly involved the karma on the surface of the blank domain. He could see it. The ninth chaos probably did not expect a creator lord to be so terrifying. Hanju tried to visit the ninth chaos mental demon in his dreams but failed. This way he could not use the dark nightmare. Where was this fellow hiding? Hanju could only ask after the ninth chaos was successfully enslaved. During this period of time, it was impossible for the mental demon to become a creator lord. If he wanted to become the creator lord, he needed to trigger the basic rules of the blank domain. Once he entered such a state of enlightenment, as the only creator lord, Hanju would definitely sense it. Hanju looked at the great Tao Providence divine authority that was thrown out. No one had obtained this opportunity yet. It was mainly because this opportunity was hidden too well. No one could expect it to help people become Tao creators. Then let's wait a little longer. Hanju smiled. He stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple, preparing to go out for a walk. He did not visit his children and descendants. Instead, he came to the Fusang divine tree. Ever since the Fusang tree was split into two, its transformed body had been outside all year round. As for the divine tree, because it was given the divine authority by Hanju, it now had an extremely high status in the endless era and controlled space and time. The Fusang divine tree trembled upon seeing Hanju appear. It said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." The divine tree was equivalent to a clone. Its will was the same and it did not become an independent spirit. It was equivalent to the Fusang tree multitasking. Hanju asked, "Can you establish a connection with the origin spacetime?" Tens of millions of years ago, Hanju had sent a voice transmission to the Fusang divine tree and instructed it on this mission. The Fusang divine tree supervised spacetime. How could it be worthy of being the god of spacetime if it couldn't even maintain the origin spacetime? I can't find the origin spacetime you mentioned, but recently more and more cultivators have crossed spacetime. Do you think we need to set up a spacetime order? Perhaps I can sense the origin spacetime more clearly after spacetime stabilizes. The divine tree replied with an ashamed tone. Hanju said, "You will set the order of spacetime. I will give you authority. Don't ask me about anything. If you don't do well, I will give the divine authority to another. If you don't do it, you are also not qualified to sit in this position." The Fusang divine tree trembled and many leaves fell, decorating the pale void into universes. "I'll work hard." The Fusang divine tree's voice was quite weak, like a little girl. Hanju left without getting his answer. He originally wanted to guide the Fusang divine tree, but he did not expect it to be so useless. Then forget it. He would reward it after it achieved something. Hanju didn't return to the third Tao field. Instead, he came to the top of the blank domain. The formless transcendent deity established the transcendent divine hall here, symbolizing his noble status. Hanju also planned to create one, but he wanted to create a world instead. He established a hidden domain above the transcendent divine hall. No one sensed it. Even the formless transcendent deity was none the wiser. The difference between a creator lord and a Tao creator was too great. As long as Hanju didn't want the formless transcendent deity to discover it, it would be very difficult for him to sense it even if he stood in front of him. This method naturally used the basic rules of the blank domain. Hanju entered the domain he had created. It was dark red like the sky of purgatory. He waved his right hand and looked at the blue sky. Then he paved an endless land below. The forest covered the ground. Clouds gathered and rain poured down. It gathered in the valley of the mountain and formed a vast sea. A familiar environment appeared. At first glance, it looked like the mortal world. Hanju left a stone statue here that contained a trace of his will. If a fated person came to this world, they would obtain a huge opportunity. Because this world was located above the transcendent divine hall, it was very difficult to discover it. Things in the world were ever-changing. The formless transcendent deity might listen to Hanju now, but not in the future. If one day, the formless transcendent deity lost justice and happened to become a stubborn person, this world might become a variable to reverse the situation. Hanju smiled in satisfaction and disappeared. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven in the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at someone in the hall with a helpless expression. I really don't know the opportunity of the Lord. If you can't find it, then go somewhere else. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said. The person he was speaking to was Azure Heaven Mystic. Azure Heaven Mystic was once a pawn planted in the Heavenly Tao by the chaotic consciousness. His potential had once stunned the Heavenly Tao, but he fell silent after the chaotic consciousness attacked the chaotic assembly. All these years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation level had already reached the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. He had no choice but to come to the Heavenly Tao because he couldn't become a Tao creator on his own. Azure Heaven Mystic frowned and said, "In that case, let me stay in the Heavenly Tao." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Of course, but don't bully the juniors." Azure Heaven Mystic's personality was too arrogant. In the past, he had made countless enemies in the Heavenly Tao. He clearly rarely killed, but his mouth was foul and annoying. "Humph. I understand." Azure Heaven Mystic waved his hand and left. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled bitterly. Azure Heaven Mystic looked down at the immortal world after walking out of the Universal Hall. His brows still furrowed. "Strange, what did I forget?" Azure Heaven Mystic muttered to himself. He had not returned to the Heavenly Tao only to find the opportunity to become a Creator Lord. Unknowingly, a hint of discomfort appeared in his Tao heart. He felt that he had forgotten something. At first, he did not care, but this feeling lingered in his heart and would not go away. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided to personally visit the immortal world. There were many great Tao Supremes hidden in the current immortal world. They were all here to find the Lord's opportunity. Therefore, they left many inheritances in the immortal world and also planted a fortuitous encounter for countless future geniuses. Dragon Court. This world was surrounded by an extremely majestic golden dragon. The power of the coiling dragon shook the blank domain, causing ordinary factions to not dare to provoke the Dragon Court. A stone pavilion stood quietly above the sea of clouds. In the pavilion was a youth in silk blue clothes. His facial features were exquisite and his long hair was tied up under a crown. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, like a young immortal who had walked out of a painting. Han Liang opened his eyes and looked at his hands, frowning. "What's missing?" Han Liang muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He grabbed his head, causing his crown to tilt. "You don't recognize your instincts." A voice sounded and a figure appeared in front of him. Han Liang frowned and slowly stood up. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" He had been in the Dragon Court for some time. He was the strongest person here. Even Long Hao was not his match. However, he sensed danger from the aura in front of him. The figure replied, "You can call me the Time Lord." "Oh? You call yourself the Lord? You're really arrogant," Han Liang said coldly. The sky outside the courtyard changed color. He used his dermic powers to seal the sky to prevent accidentally injuring the living beings of the Dragon Court. The Time Lord chuckled. "It's useless. You can't hurt me." Han Liang suddenly attacked. The stone pavilion exploded and the sea of clouds churned. However, his dermic powers couldn't do anything to the Time Lord. He was like a shadow. Han Liang flashed in front of the Time Lord and reached out to grab him. However, his hand passed through the ladder. Han Liang's pupils constricted. He immediately used a soul attack, but it was still useless. He couldn't hurt the Time Lord no matter what method he used. It was as if he was hallucinating, as if the Time Lord did not exist. Han Liang stopped and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The Time Lord replied, "I am time, and time is me. When the world has the definition of time, there will be me. I am here to lead you on your mission. Han Liang, you are a fiend celestial of the endless era. Your potential is countless times stronger than the chaotic fiend celestial and the primordial fiend celestial. You should be the endless fiend celestial. Your duty is to create a greater domain for other existences, not work for others and compete with them." "What does that have to do with you?" Han Liang snorted coldly, his heart filled with vigilance. The other party came for him and might attack at any time. The Time Lord said indifferently, "I want to lead you. I can't let you delay your talent." "How arrogant. I want to see how you will lead me." Killing intent burst out from Han Liang's eyes. The Time Lord suddenly disappeared and his voice echoed in the air. "Han Liang, you will understand sooner or later. I am not your enemy. The two of us will reach a consensus in the future. You will understand when you see through the essence of existence. I hope you're stronger the next time we meet. At that time, I won't persuade you like this anymore." Han Liang frowned. The dermic powers domain in the surrounding sky dissipated and Long Hao suddenly appeared beside him. He asked, "What happened just now? Why did you suddenly use your dermic powers?" Han Liang did not hide anything and told him the process of meeting the Time Lord. Long Hao frowned. From this name, he knew that the other party was not easy to deal with. Han Liang's strength was already very terrifying. He couldn't hurt the other party at all. When did such an expert appear in the endless era? Long Hao said in a low voice, "Go ask Master." "Grandpa!" Han Liang's eyes lit up. That's right. There was nothing in the world that his grandfather did not know. Third Dao Field. Han Ju opened his eyes. Another 10 million years had passed. He called Han Liang, who was waiting outside the Taoist temple, in. Although he had clones in the Dao Field, they usually did not care about this. They were only responsible for letting people in and out and guarding the Dao Field. Han Liang had been waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. After entering the Dao Field, he bowed respectfully. For some reason, he was extremely nervous when facing Han Ju. The wait made him realize that they were not only grandfather and grandson. There was also an insurmountable gap between the two. He knew how powerful his grandfather truly was after leaving this place. Han Ju smiled and asked, "What is it?" Han Liang took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He looked up and said, "Grandpa, do you know the Time Lord?" "I know." "Who is he?" "He's one of your uncle masters, but he has already severed karma. No one remembers him, as if he had never existed." Han Ju replied casually, as if he was talking about a small matter. Han Liang widened his eyes. He did not expect the mysterious and terrifying Time Lord to be from the same sect. Was the hidden sect so terrifying? Ever since he was young, the hidden sect disciples he had encountered had always been very kind, causing him to ignore the sect's terrifying foundation. Han Liang asked, "Grandpa, what should I do?" Han Ju said, "What do you think?" "I naturally can't listen to him. Although he's Uncle Master, he wants to teach me how to do things. I feel that there's a conspiracy." "Then don't listen to him." "But I can't defeat him." "Then think of a way to beat him." Han Liang was speechless. Han Ju said, "Did you come to me to ask about his background? Or do you want me to help you deal with him?" Han Liang was silent. He wanted to say that he would deal with the Time Lord, but he knew that he couldn't say that. It was too degrading. He was already a great Tao Supreme, the publicly acknowledged strongest prodigy. Did he want his grandfather to help him every time he encountered trouble? How would he be able to live if news of this spread? What would his grandfather think of him? Furthermore, Han Ju's attitude might not help him. After all, the other party was his grandfather's disciple. Han Liang gritted his teeth and said, "I just want to know his identity." Han Ju smiled. "He's not that terrifying. The reason why you can't hurt him is that he doesn't dare to appear in front of you." Han Liang was stunned. Han Ju was telling the truth. Xianxia used a method similar to a dream, but it was reflected in reality. But Han Liang couldn't tell. Xianxia did not dare to personally come into contact with Han Liang. This would anger his origin consciousness. Han Liang was a Tao creator in the future. Tao creators could sense when others used the power of space and time to come into contact with their past selves, unless the other party was a creator lord. Such a situation could also be used. It was a fool's dream to go to the past and kill enemies he could not defeat in the future. If he was stronger than the enemy, he did not need to go to the past. In the eyes of sages and above, space and time were only rules that could be controlled. Han Liang suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "Damn it! So he's deliberately mystifying things." He felt relieved. That the Time Lord was not that terrifying. Han Liang hurriedly thanked Han Ju. After chatting for a while, he left the Tao field. Han Liang was worried on the way back to the Dragon Court. He could feel that his grandfather no longer doted on him as much as before. There was a distance between them now. This distance made him almost forget that they were grandfather and grandson. He suddenly thought of Murongqi's words. Leaving the Tao field might really make him regret it. But soon his eyes became firm again. He, Han Liang, had to rely on himself in the end. He couldn't always rely on others. Time Lord, very good. You can be my whetstone. Han Liang regained his confidence and was in high spirits. In the Tao field, Han Ju began to check his emails. In his opinion, Xianxia pretending to be the Time Lord was only a small matter. Xianxia, heavenly venerate soon, and Fang Liang had already gathered in the origin spacetime and reached an agreement. What they wanted was not Han Liang, but to surpass the Tao creator realm. Han Liang's potential was their hope. Unfortunately, they couldn't succeed. Han Ju already saw that in the future, the three of them would fall at the feet of Han Huang, primordial origin, and Huang Zuantian. Han Ju could see too many futures. It was impossible for him to be wary of all futures. In that case, it was better to kill all living beings so that he would be left alone. However, in that case, the basic rules of the blank domain would backfire. Primordial chaos, chaos, and the heavenly Tao. Previously, they seemed to be isolated by the blank domain, but they were actually protected. How could they stop the basic rules if they really wanted to destroy them? Putting down the matter of Xianxia, Han Ju focused on reading the emails. Han Huang and the Tao ancestor had not moved recently. It seemed they immersed themselves in the construction of the great Tao world after establishing the supreme rules. Han Ju looked at them. Han Huang's primordial chaos developed the fastest among the three primordial chaos. Its scale had already surpassed the heavenly Tao. All sorts of rules and great Tao were gradually being perfected, attracting an endless stream of races to join it. The Tao ancestor encountered trouble. Back then, he had established the Tao heavenly race to obtain opportunities in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. However, now, the Tao heavenly race dominated his and Pangu's great Tao world. Any foreign races that joined were enslaved by the Tao heavenly race, causing their reputation to begin to worsen. How could the great Tao world be established just by relying on one race? The Tao ancestor began to think of a way to suppress the Tao heavenly race, but he couldn't personally take action. Therefore, various heavenly tribulations and fates of the Tao heavenly race began to appear. This powerful race that wanted to dominate the world had no choice but to drop its delusions. Han Ju began to look forward to it. Between Han Huang and the Tao ancestor, who could become a Tao creator first? The chaos had been destroyed to usher in the endless era, but many great Tao worlds still used this name. For example, the great Tao world created by the Tao ancestor and Pangu called themselves the Chaos. Pangu was the strongest chaotic fiend celestial. He called himself the Chaos and was considered orthodox. The current Chaos was led by the Tao heavenly race. Many races were born under them, but they were either killed by the Tao heavenly race or enslaved. From the point of view of the Tao heavenly race, there was nothing wrong. It would be the same if any race obtained power. However, recently all sorts of calamities appeared in the chaos. Even evil devils were born and wreaked havoc in the chaos and ate those of the Tao heavenly race. After fighting all year round, natural disasters and man-made disasters caused the Tao heavenly race to lose more and more people. On this day, The great Tao Supremes of the Tao Heavenly Race gathered in the Tao Ancestor Hall and asked to see him. The Tao Heavenly Race had unparalleled potential. After nearly 200 million years of development, they had given birth to 5 great Tao Supremes. In the entire endless era, they were considered a first-rate race. The 5 human ancestors sat on the ground, waiting quietly. After an unknown period of time, the Tao Ancestor finally appeared. The Tao Ancestor had white hair and a youthful face. He wore a white Taoist robe and sat on the lotus throne. His body emitted a holy light. The 5 human ancestors immediately bowed. Even though they had already attained the great Tao Supreme realm, they still looked mediocre in front of the Tao Ancestor. They could reach this point because of the Tao Heavenly Race's providence. Otherwise, with their potential, they would still have to endure for a while before they could attain the great Tao Supreme realm. The human ancestor in the middle said, "Tao Ancestor, the providence of the Tao Heavenly Race has not been good recently. What happened in the chaos?" They were all smart people and realized that the problem was in the chaos. How could so many disasters and evil devils suddenly appear? The Tao Ancestor said calmly, "The chaos has its own rules to derive. How difficult is it now? Perhaps we should find the reason from the Tao Heavenly Race. As the protagonists of the chaos, other than ensuring your own benefits, you should shoulder more responsibility." The 5 human ancestors were moved. One of them said in distress, "How? We'll immediately attack if we see any intruders. We can't build the chaos, right? The power of rules here was created by you and Ancestor God Pangu. We can't interfere. Yes, we've already tried our best. We can't let the other races stand side by side with us, right? That will definitely bring a calamity in the long run." That's right. There will definitely be an endless conflict if other races enter the great Tao world. Tao Ancestor, the Tao Heavenly Race was personally created by you and Ancestor God Pangu. Are you abandoning us? The more the 5 human ancestors spoke, the more indignant they became. The Tao Ancestor remained silent. After a long while, after the 5 human ancestors calmed down, the Tao Ancestor said faintly, "Let me ask you, is there a major faction in this endless era that can decide the fate of all the great Tao worlds?" A human ancestor replied, "Does the hidden sect count?" The Tao Ancestor said, "Not really. When has the hidden sect ever controlled anything? Now, they have even split into many factions and are fighting openly and secretly. You should be able to witness these things." The human ancestors were silent. It was indeed the case. No force in the endless era dared to be dictatorial. Even the formless transcendent deity was suppressed by a lord, who did not care at all. But how could the chaos compare to the endless era? Even if they unified the chaos, it was only a drop in the ocean in the endless era. Which of those major factions did not control a great Tao world alone? Like the Tao Heavenly Race, they were even stronger. Some factions even occupied several great Tao worlds. Why couldn't they? The Tao Ancestor saw the dissatisfaction and unwillingness in their hearts. He said, "This is the calamity of the Tao Heavenly Race. If you are not fated, then wait and see. This is the trend. I'm busy creating the world now and can't support you anymore." With that, the Tao Ancestor vanished. The 5 human ancestors looked at each other. They were about to speak when the leader said in a low voice, "Let's go back. Don't disturb the Tao Ancestors' cultivation." His eyes flickered with anger. Such a situation also happened in the primordial chaos, but Han Huang was even more domineering than the Tao Ancestor. He changed the primordial overlord just like that. Whoever dared to say anything would be directly destroyed by Han Huang. If the great Tao world wanted to develop, it needed countless races to be born. It was ever-changing. Only by opening more and more vitality and expanding the great Tao could they obtain more creation. The great Tao world could only stagnate if it was dominated by one race. The news of Han Huang and the Tao Ancestor creating the supreme rules quickly spread in the endless era. The supreme rules could not be hidden. They hung above the 3,000 great Tao and could be seen by all the great Tao Supremes. Ever since the start of the endless era, the Tao Creator realm had become the target of all the great Tao Supremes. However, no matter how the great Tao world developed, it could not create supreme rules. A new Tao creator. For a time, the entire endless era surged. Han Huang was the primordial fiend celestial, the contributor to the great Tao immeasurable calamity. And the Tao ancestor, he was once the number one person in the chaos. Later, he mysteriously disappeared. They did not expect him to appear again and even wanted to become a Tao creator. He could be said to be a legend. Regarding who was stronger, it also became a topic of conversation among the experts. Of course, no one below the great Tao supreme realm knew about all of this. In the starry sky on a meteor, Chu Xiaoqi and Chun Ju meditated side by side. Chu Xiaoqi kept staring into the depths of the starry sky. He was investigating something. He sighed. Primordial fiend celestial Han Huang, Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Who are these two? They've become so famous recently. Chunju said, don't think too much. That's a domain we can't involve ourselves with. What you see are just groundless accusations. We can't even jump out of the Tao mystic realm. Although they had already become great Tao sages, too many geniuses in the Tao mystic realm advanced at the same time. Not only that, but the Tao mystic realm was also constantly expanding. Some factions also showed some friction. Indeed, there's always someone stronger. Take Han Liang for example. Oh my god, he's really ferocious. Furthermore, he doesn't belong to the Tao mystic realm. Chu Xiaoqi sighed. Han Liang was the best in the competition for the Great Tao Lake. At the mention of Han Liang, Chun Ju opened his eyes and frowned. The first time he felt defeated was when he faced Han Liang. He was furious. He would regain his reputation sooner or later. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Huang Zuintian. Chu Xiaoqi was pleasantly surprised. Master! He hurriedly got up, and Chinju followed suit. He looked at Huang Zuintian in surprise. Chu Xiaoqi really had a master? Huang Zuintian ignored him and stared at Chu Xiaoqi. What have you been doing all these years? Chu Xiaoqi was stunned. Cultivating. Huang Zuintian snorted. The two of you have talent, but you have no goals. You're just wasting time. Chu Xiaoqi scratched his head. Chun Ju frowned and was indeed a little ashamed. He was also very confused. He had thought about preaching and establishing a sect, but he was not. Then what do you think we should target, Master? Do you want us to fight for power? Chu Xiaoqi chuckled. He felt that his current life was quite good. He had nothing to cultivate and could go out with Chinju when he was bored. Huang Zuintian snorted. I'm confused. At your cultivation level, cultivation alone is not enough. You definitely have to create your own world. Whether the world can take form depends on whether the power you nurture is strong enough. With more living beings, there will naturally be more friction. Conflict is inevitable. Chu Xiaoqi was silent. He felt that it made sense, but he also felt that something was wrong. Chinju asked, Senior, other than creating a world, is there really no other way? Huang Zuintian glanced at him and said, Perhaps, but not at the moment. Your question is like asking if there are any other ways to become stronger other than cultivation. Chun Ju frowned. Huang Zuintian said, The Tao mystic realm is about to welcome a drastic change. It's very difficult for you to stop it. Take care. With that, he vanished. Chu Xiaoqi and Chun Ju looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Huang Zuintian came to talk about this. Chun Ju sat down again and suddenly said, Perhaps it's time for us to part ways. Chu Xiaoqi's eyes widened. If you want to create a force, we can join forces. We've worked together for long enough. It's time to split up. Xiaoqi, everyone has to have their own goals. The so-called carefreeness is too much. Chinju shook his head and looked into the distance. He became extremely determined. He seemed to have made a decision. Chu Xiaoqi wanted to say something but hesitated. Looking at Chunju's side profile, his words were stuck in his throat and he could not say anything. Indeed, if they did not separate now, when would they? Even for couples, how many people could hold hands for tens of millions of years? Time passed. The heavens couldn't affect Hanju no matter how they fought. He stayed in the Tao field and cultivated quietly. Time passed quickly. In the past few years, the order of spacetime had stabilized. Transmigrators were almost extinct. The Fusang tree was also afraid of disappointing Hanju. This also caused space-time to stabilize. The Fusang tree's cultivation level also increased. She was overjoyed and treated space-time more seriously. In the blink of an eye, 30 million years passed. Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and stretched facing the sun. Comfortable. In the past few years, his cultivation level had increased faster than before. He sensed carefully and benefited from the development of the ultimate origin world. Han Ling wanted to obtain the bloodline of the evil devil in the ultimate origin world, but she failed time and time again. The evil devil was also constantly becoming stronger. Because he attracted the attention of the various major factions, other geniuses of low birth began to appear. The ultimate origin world was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it was surging. Chaos was not a good thing for the major factions of the ultimate origin world, but sometimes it was beneficial to all living beings, especially living beings with low backgrounds. Chaos was also an opportunity for them. Of course, regardless of whether they were in chaos, it was survival of the fittest. Hanju disappeared and came to the ultimate origin world. This was the edge of the ultimate origin world. Blood chi filled the void. The broken meteors formed rings. In the center of the rings floated a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was carved with blood words. The blood chi in this area was emitted from these blood words. A figure sat on the stone tablet. It was a white-haired man. He was slightly thin and handsome, but because he was only skin and bones, he looked very weak. How long can you last by squeezing out your potential like this? A chuckle sounded. The white-haired man couldn't help but open his eyes. An extremely handsome man appeared in front of him. He subconsciously frowned. Hanju stared at the white-haired man with a faint smile. This white-haired man was the evil devil that Han Ling coveted. He was the strongest talent born in the ultimate origin world and was even stronger than the great Daophine Celestials. The white-haired man frowned and asked, "Who are you?" He didn't attack because Hanju made him feel a sense of familiarity. Hanju sat in front of him and smiled. "It doesn't matter who I am. The point is that you're in trouble. If the stalemate continues, you'll reach the end sooner or later." The white-haired man suddenly thought of something and asked with an excited expression, "You are Grandpa Deity?" He was very excited. Hanju smiled and didn't deny it. The white-haired man's potential was number one in the ultimate origin world, and he was blessed by the heavens. How could Hanju not know? However, he didn't specially take care of him. He imitated the heavenly Tao's chaotic domain. Anyone with outstanding potential could enter the chaotic domain. This was how he knew of Tao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan. The threshold of the ultimate origin world's genius domain was extremely high. Currently, only the white-haired man could step into it. This person's name was Dugu Wu. He was already an orphan when he was aware of himself. Fortunately, he had awakened his bloodline and stepped into the domain of geniuses. There, a wisp of Hanju's will taught him cultivation. Only then could he make a name for himself. If not for Hanju, no matter how talented Dugu Wu was, how could he have relied on himself to cultivate until today? It was precisely because of the opportunities in the prodigy domain that Dugu Wu disdained the other factions. Dugu Wu kowtowed excitedly. Hanju smiled and asked, "You know it's me just by looking at my figure? Your aura is so unfathomable. No one can give me such a feeling in the entire ultimate origin world." "Grandpa Deity, can I call you Master?" Dugu Wu asked carefully. He was already a great Tao Supreme. Not many people could resist him in the entire ultimate origin world. However, facing Hanju, he couldn't resist at all. It was definitely the person in his memories. Hanju smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I took in a disciple. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Do you know my identity?" "I don't know. The emperor who wants to snatch your bloodline is my daughter. I created the great Daophine Celestials and the nether race who bullied you." "What?" Dugu Wu was shocked and in disbelief. Hanju stared at him with a smile. His expression changed. His emotions were extremely complicated. "Dugu Wu has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability 6 stars. Dugu Wu looked at him and said, "Master, You definitely won't harm me. To be able to create the great Tao Fiend Celestials and the Nether race, you should be the master of the ultimate origin world, a supreme existence. After thinking about it, if you also like my potential and your daughter has a way to snatch it, how can you not? The reason why you didn't stop her is also a form of training for me, right? Hanju said, the karma in this world is unpredictable. Enemies can become friends and vice versa. You've been wandering alone for so long, you should be able to sense your problem. Actually, you didn't have to do this. At first, the great Tao Fiend Celestials had recruited Dugu Wu, but he was disdainful and spoke arrogantly, infuriating the other party. Therefore, they spread rumors, causing all the great Tao Fiend Celestials to take their anger out on him. He couldn't be bothered to explain as he yearned to fight. As time passed, Dugu Wu became the entire ultimate origin world's enemy. Dugu Wu was silent. He let down his guard in front of Hanju inside. Dugu Wu looked up at Hanju and asked in a low voice, Master, do you want me to make peace with them now? Hanju smiled. I naturally won't interfere in your karma. I just want you to become stronger. You have already entered a bottleneck. Battle can't help you become stronger, but because you have too much hatred, once you create a world, you will be destroyed by your enemies. Do you have any regrets? Dugu Wu sighed. It's definitely a lie to say that I don't regret it at all. However, I'm really indignant to let go of my hatred like this. I believe they won't let it go. Hanju smiled. What do you think of the ultimate origin world? Dugu Wu replied, I hate those high and mighty fiend celestials. I was born in the ultimate origin world, so I naturally don't hate it. As my cultivation level increased, I also learned that my potential was a gift from the world. Hanju continued, Do you know of the existence of the other great Tao worlds? Dugu Wu nodded. I know. There's a wider place outside the ultimate origin world. That emperor is an outsider. I've been to the netherworld. There's a place there that specializes in transforming the ultimate origin world's providence. The ultimate origin world seems to be stronger than the other great Tao worlds. Otherwise, so many living beings wouldn't come here, he said in a low voice. This was the truth. Currently, in the entire endless era, the great Tao world that was the most attractive to living beings was the ultimate origin world. It was created by the Lord. The spirit Chi far exceeded the other great Tao worlds. Just the 9 supreme rules were enough to make mighty figures go mad. The ultimate origin world was very strong and could suppress outsiders. Hanju smiled and said, Your potential should be used to protect the ultimate origin world, not to fight among yourselves. What do you think? Dugu Wu asked helplessly. Tell me, what should I do? Hanju smiled and said, I can erase the memories of all living beings and let you start over. Dugu Wu widened his eyes. It was not difficult to erase memories, but to erase the memories of all living beings. This included his enemies whom he had difficulty dealing with. Dugu Wu asked nervously, Is this too troublesome? Troublesome? It'd just take a thought from me. Even Dugu Wu, who had experienced many storms, was shocked. What kind of ability was this? Hanju saw through his thoughts and clapped his hands gently. He smiled and said, All right, from now on, all living beings have forgotten about you. It was very simple to make them forget about Dugu Wu. Just erase his karma with all living beings. Not to mention the Creator Lord, even a Tao creator could do it, and the range that the Creator Lord could cover included the Tao creators. Dugu Wu trembled. He didn't feel anything. If not for the fact that the other party was the grandfather deity he had acknowledged, he would have thought that the other party was playing with him. Hanju raised his hand and waved. Hanyu appeared beside him. Dugu Wu immediately became nervous and waited solemnly. Hanyu was still meditating and cultivating. Sensing that something was wrong, he opened his eyes. The moment he saw Hanju, he immediately knelt down in fear and trepidation. This was the first time Dugu Wu had seen Hanyu like this. The leader of the Nether race was one of the most powerful existences in the ultimate origin world. He had always looked down on him previously. Hanju said, Do you know this child? Hanyu turned to look at Dugu Wu and shook his head. No, then. The life fiend celestial appeared beside Hanju. Dugu Wu's expression became strange. Hanju said, This child's talent is unparalleled. He will stay in the ultimate origin world in the future. He's considered one of my disciples. You will protect the ultimate origin world together. The life fiend celestial sized up Dugu Wu and praised him. You're actually stronger than me at such a young age. Dugu Wu coughed. Please take care of me in the future. Sure, sure. The life fiend celestial laughed. Dugu Wu felt relieved and was even more respectful towards Hanju. Dugu Wu was born alone. He had been targeted ever since he displayed his potential. His hatred came from fighting. Because he did not have any family or good friends around him, he did not have any blood feuds. Hanju smiled and said, You guys can chat. The endless era will change again. The ultimate origin world needs more geniuses. Don't let the other great Tao worlds catch up to us. He disappeared after saying his piece. Han Yu and the life fiend celestial did not make the atmosphere awkward. Instead, they talked to Dugu Wu warmly. Dugu Wu looked at these two faces that he had once hated the most and felt extremely uncomfortable. However, it had to be said that the disgust in his heart had greatly decreased. It was actually good that they were not enemies. Dugu Wu was still a little worried, afraid that they were pretending. Then, he followed the life fiend celestial and Han Yu to see the masters of the various factions in the ultimate origin world and obtained unprecedented treatment. Han Yu said that whoever dared to scheme against Dugu Wu would not be able to withstand the consequences. Only then did Dugu Wu realize that Hanju was really terrifying. He clapped his hands and changed the memories of all living beings. In the third Tao field, after settling the matter of Dugu Wu, Hanju continued to observe the endless era. He had his own plans for helping him. As the Lord, how could he not have a new Tao creator from the living beings from his own ultimate origin world? Perhaps Dugu Wu couldn't catch up to Han Huang and the Tao ancestor, but he wouldn't fall too far behind. In the future, the more Tao creators appeared in the ultimate origin world, the better. This could restrain the current Tao creators. Compared to his children, Hanju believed in his ultimate origin world more. All the living beings in the ultimate origin world were also his children. Besides, the stronger the ultimate origin world was, the stronger he was. The stronger he was, the more the ultimate origin world benefited. Hanju closed his eyes and resumed cultivation after watching the endless era for a while. Only by maintaining a cultivation attitude could he be endless. Surpassing the Creator-Lord realm was something he had to do. In the netherworld, Long Hao and Han Liang were advancing on the bridge of forgetfulness. Where are we going? Han Liang couldn't help but ask. Long Hao pulled him out mysteriously and refused to say anything. Long Hao smiled and said, To a place filled with opportunities. Han Liang asked, Where? What opportunities could there be in the netherworld? Ultimate origin world. Long Hao said firmly with a fanatical expression. Han Liang was surprised. He naturally knew about the ultimate origin world. It was a great Tao world personally established by the Lord and was called the strongest great Tao world. However, the ultimate origin world was extremely xenophobic. Only locals could live there. If they wanted to enter, they had to change their karma. But, don't worry, I have a way to hide our karma. This trip to the ultimate origin world won't last long. We just have to find a treasure. This treasure can help you create your great Tao world. Haven't you always been unable to succeed? Perhaps you're just lacking external help. After all, you're young. If you don't have opportunities, it's very difficult to surpass your stage. Long Hao waved his hand as if he was thinking for him. The figure walked over. Strong light flashed, startling Long Hao and Han Liang. They were pleasantly surprised when they saw each other. Ju, Emperor, why are you here? Long Hao asked. He wanted to call her junior sister Linger, but he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this was the netherworld, and it was easy to be spied on. Han Ling nodded slightly and asked, Are you going to the ultimate origin world? The ultimate origin world was in a remote corner of the endless era. It was too far away even to great Tao Supremes. The netherworld was closer. That's right. You just returned from the ultimate origin world. Yes, go ahead. Han Ling nodded slightly and brushed past him. Han Liang turned around. He was secretly puzzled. What was wrong with fourth aunt? Why did it feel like she was distracted? Long Hao was also a little puzzled, but he did not ask further. It wasn't good to ask about other people's private matters. At the same time, Han Ling was also puzzled. Strange, why was I in the ultimate origin world? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Han Ling felt uneasy. She felt that something had happened, but she couldn't understand when she thought about it carefully. It was as if she had a dream, but she had forgotten about it for some reason. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. There was definitely something fishy. 10 million years later, Hanju reached 700 million years of age. The reward this time was no different from before, so he still chose the second option. He opened his eyes and summoned Han Ling, who had been waiting outside the Taoist temple for some time. Han Ling entered the temple and bowed respectfully before revealing her troubles. So she had forgotten something in confusion. There were actually many existences like her, but others did not have a way to have their questions answered. They would forget about it as time passed. Hanju smiled and asked, "What do you think you've forgotten? With your cultivation, who can affect you?" Han Ling frowned and subconsciously said, "Tao creator? But why did a Tao creator interfere with me going to the ultimate origin?" Before she could finish speaking, her expression froze as she looked at her father in shock. Hanju smiled, but it gave her endless pressure, startling her so much that she lowered her head. At this moment, many possibilities appeared in her mind. Could it be that she had offended her father? She understood herself. Without great desire, it was impossible for her to go far away. Hanju asked, "How's the management of your great Tao world?" Han Ling came back to her senses and replied, "I can't condense the supreme rules. It's just like an ordinary world. Other than expanding, there's no substantial strengthening." Her tone was bitter. The news that Han Huang had created the supreme rules deeply agitated her. Although she had a good relationship with him, she had never felt inferior to her second brother. She wasn't the only one. Hanju's other children thought the same. At most, they felt that their opportunities were inferior to their other siblings. Only Han Yunjin acknowledged that he was mediocre. Hanju began to preach the Tao and used his Tao voice to bring Han Ling into a strange state. In an instant, she seemed to see a colorful world. Countless lights coiled around her. Somehow she felt a very strange power. Countless memories surged into her mind. Then, with a boom, she suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw her father's face. "That was?" Han Ling asked carefully. Her tone was nervous and filled with anticipation. Hanju winked. "This is a secret between us, father and daughter. Don't tell anyone. Understand?" Just now, Hanju had brought her to experience the basic rules. It was extremely helpful for her to establish her great Tao world. She could still take another step forward after becoming a Tao creator. At least, the other Tao creators had never come into contact with the basic rules. However, it was impossible for Han Ling to become a creator lord for now. Her potential made it impossible. In the entire endless era, other than Hanju, there was no one with the potential to become a creator lord currently. Not even the primordial Fiend Celestial. The original primordial Fiend Celestial had even failed to become a Tao creator. Dugu Wu was similar to the primordial Fiend Celestial. The current ultimate origin world couldn't give birth to a potential comparable to its creator. Han Ling was excited and hurriedly thanked him. Hanju said meaningfully, "Snatching the creation of others to fulfill yourself seems to be the survival of the fittest. It's the primordial rule. But, if you walk too many of these paths, you'll get lost sooner or later. Furthermore, with this path, you'll only accumulate more and more enemies. Don't ignore it." The previous ninth chaos thought he was invincible. Didn't he still die? Han Ling was silent. Hanju said, "Go back." Han Ling took a deep breath. Then, she stood up and bowed. She said seriously, "Father, you're right. Even second brother can repent. How can I take the wrong path again? I'll let go of those people I refined into emperor soldiers and apologize to them. If you do well, you might be able to shoulder more responsibility aside from the creation emperor court." Hanju chuckled. Han Ling nodded. Although she was a little curious, She knew that it was not the time yet. Just like that, Han Ling left. Han Ju smiled. As for whether she really woke up, only time would tell. Only after Han Ling truly practiced it would she know if the path was wrong. She had already encountered a wall with Dugu Wu. All these years, her cultivation had not increased. She should understand that this path was wrong. Currently, Han Huang and Han Ling had both veered to the right path. Han Tuo and Han Qinger didn't worry Han Ju much. As for Han Yunjin, this youngest son made him relieved as usual. Han Ju looked at his great Tao Providence divine authority. It was time to be discovered after so many years. His great Tao Providence divine authority flowed into a mortal world. This was also his thought. He wanted to give mortals a chance and not be icing on the cake for the other mighty figures. He had come from a mortal. He hoped to continue this inheritance. Land there and wait for the fated person, Han Ju thought silently. The corners of his mouth curled up in anticipation. He transformed the great Tao Providence divine authority into a system and recalled his experience. This system was completely under his control. He wasn't worried that the other party would betray him. 100 years later, Han Ju was disappointed. The first owner of the divine authority system was too arrogant and was killed by a passing mighty figure. The divine authority system was lost in the cycle of reincarnation and fell into another mortal world. The second master was a woman. She was not as arrogant as her predecessor. However, she was deceived and took the wrong path, becoming a demoness who harmed an area. After thousands of years, she fell for the trap of love and lost the divine authority system. It seemed that it would take a long time for anyone to rely on the divine authority system to kill his way out. In Han Ju's settings, the divine authority system needed to be liberated bit by bit. If he forcefully gave the system's master too much power, it was very easy to lose himself. If it was too strong, it would also attract the covetous eyes of other mighty figures. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. On the other side, Heavenly Tao, Buzhou Divine Mountain. Han Yu and Han Yunjin gathered in the hall. Han Yunjin said with a melancholic expression, "I shouldn't have told that brat about father's experience. Now this kid is obsessed. He actually dares to think of becoming the second divine might heavenly sage. He doesn't even look at his potential. He's not even worthy of carrying his brother Han Liang's shoes." Han Yu faced this extremely senior good friend and smiled. "Oh, you don't easily determine his future. This will only make him more stubborn. Sai, this kid has been disobedient since he was young. He relied on my doting on his mother to act recklessly. Help me deal with him." Han Yunjin sighed with a worried expression. He had once been worried that Han Liang would become a scourge. He did not expect him to turn out fine. Instead, his other son with mediocre potential had become a scourge of the heavenly Tao. Han Yu shook his head. "It's not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he will definitely guess that it was you if I make a move." Han Yunjin sighed again. Han Yu smiled and said, "Why don't we send him to the three ancestors? They definitely have a way to discipline him." The three ancestors were naturally Han Tuo, Han Huang, and Han Ling. They were already top mighty figures, the strongest existences below the Tao creator realm. They each had their own forces and were stronger than the heavenly Tao. Han Yunjin said in distress, "I'm just afraid that this kid will learn true skills and become even more lawless in the future." Han Yu shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. He did not want to participate in Han Yunjin's family matters. Now that time was peaceful, Han Yu only wanted to comprehend his great Tao and not torture himself. Han Yunjin quickly stood up to leave. Han Yu smiled. At this moment a figure appeared beside him. It was Qin Ling, Han Yu's grand disciple. This former heavenly Tao soul, primordial world overlord body, ancestral dragon providence, son of the immeasurable calamity, and son of heaven and earth, was also a mighty figure above all living beings now. However, he was still far inferior to Han Huang and the others. Qin Ling sat in front of him and said, "The situation isn't good. Master disappeared into the chaos and might have died. Heavenly Calamity Emperor has already sent someone to investigate." Qin Ling's master, Tianyong, was Han Yu's disciple and also the son of Heavenly Calamity Emperor. He had once brought the Calamity race to invade the Heavenly Tao and was subdued by Han Ju with the primordial Heavenly Prison. Tianyong and Qin Ling were only master and disciple. Qin Ling had always been personally taught by Han Yu. Han Yu frowned. That unfilial disciple died? His expression darkened after he pinched his fingers to deduce. Although his relationship with Tianyong was very thin, they were still master and disciple. He stood up and said, "Let's go to the chaos together. It's said that the Tao heavenly race is extremely domineering. I want to see how domineering they are." Qin Ling nodded and stood up. His eyes flickered coldly. He was bored and had a chance to stretch. How could he miss it? Time passed like a dream. Those who died only left traces in history, as if they had never existed. 50 million years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He stretched and looked at the blank domain. He first paid attention to the Tao ancestors' chaos. The Tao heavenly race was already gone. The greatest thing that had happened in the past 50 million years was the destruction of the Tao heavenly race. Because they were too powerful, they had offended too many factions and attracted siege. At first, they could still forcefully hold on by relying on their defensive advantage. Later, the Tao ancestors severed their providence, and the Tao heavenly race walked towards their end. It was worth mentioning that, in the end, the Tao heavenly race actually sacrificed their entire race and created the most talented Tao heavenly being. Then, he was thrown into the cycle of reincarnation. Even the Tao ancestor couldn't stop them. Although the Tao heavenly race was destroyed, it did not mean that they would not make a comeback. Many mighty figures were teasing the Tao ancestor. They said that he had personally destroyed the race he had created and left behind a source of trouble. It was truly unwise. Another voice also said that as long as the Tao ancestor became a Tao creator, the root of the trouble was nothing. Han Ju noticed that Han Yu's disciple, Tianyong, had also died at the hands of the Tao heavenly race. Among the forces surrounding the Tao heavenly race were the Calamity race, Han Yu, and Qin Ling. Apart from the Tao ancestors' abandonment, the extinction of the Tao heavenly race was also because they were arrogant and had outstanding potential. They looked down on the other races, forming a huge amount of hatred over the long years. Han Ju didn't pay special attention to Tianyong and couldn't be bothered to revive him. The hidden sect had countless disciples. It was the same for his descendants. People just died as time passed. After purging the Tao heavenly race, countless races began to appear in the chaos. Could be said that hundreds of flowers bloomed at once. The rules also became more and more perfected. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Tao ancestor condensed a second supreme rule. Apart from the Tao ancestor, in the other chaos beside him, Pangu also condensed his first supreme rule. Han Ju checked it and discovered that, in the entire blank domain, 5 great Tao supremes had already condensed at least one supreme rule. They were Han Huang, the Tao ancestor, Pangu, the primordial ancestor god, and the Holy Mother of Order. The Holy Mother of Order surprised him. She had lived for countless years and was as ancient as the primordial ancestor god. She was one of the first living beings created by the 8th chaos. Her potential might not be top-notch, but her experience was definitely so. This was also a good thing. In any case, the Holy Mother of Order was Han Ju's servant. Her favorability was maxed out and he was not afraid of betrayal. At first glance, Han Ju's power was not dominant. In fact, he still occupied half of the territory. He wanted to manage this atmosphere. Something else was worthy of Han Ju's attention. That was that the future Tao creator, Heavenly Venerate Sun, who had descended in the great Tao immeasurable calamity, had already been born. He had caused many troubles in the heavenly Tao. Now he was training with Han Tua and Etian. This kid was still far from becoming a Tao creator. He wasn't a threat for the time being. Han Ju retracted his gaze and started to check his emails. The emails were also exciting, and he read them quietly. Han Ju didn't resume cultivation immediately after reading the emails. Instead, he checked the Divine Authority system. The Divine Authority system already had a new master. This person was now a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and stood out in a small world in the Tao mystic realm. It had to be said that it was really fate. Through the cycle of reincarnation, the divine authority system actually went to the Tao mystic realm. Perhaps the divine authority system's master would bump into Chu Xiaoqi and Chenju in the future. Han Ju deliberately didn't look at this zenith heaven golden immortal's future. That would be boring. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Ultimate origin world. Dugu Wu walked in the void, his body surrounded by the seven-colored power of rules. He stared ahead. Dugu Wu welcomed unprecedented relaxation ever since he was accepted by the ultimate origin world. He was extremely glad that he had met Han Ju. Otherwise, he might still be wasting his time fighting with the great Tao Fiend Celestials and the Nether race, with both sides unable to cultivate in peace. It's just ahead. I didn't expect the ultimate origin world to have such a place. Dugu Wu muttered to himself. He saw a majestic figure at the end of the dark void. It was faintly discernible, and its true body was difficult to estimate. He approached and saw this mighty figure clearly. It was not a living spirit, but a stone statue. Its posture was filled with hostility, looking like it was roaring at the sky. Even the experienced Dugu Wu was shocked. What race was this? He raised his right hand and pressed it on the surface of the stone statue. A towering hostility surged towards him and drowned him. After a long while, Dugu Wu suddenly woke up and gasped. He immediately retreated from the stone statue. Just now, he felt that his soul was about to be devoured. Impossible. He was a great Tao Supreme. Could it be that this stone statue was the legendary Tao creator? That's not right. Why was there a Tao creator in the ultimate origin world? Could it be related to his master? Dugu Wu floated in front of the mysterious stone statue. He didn't leave or touch it again. He was very afraid. The mysterious stone statue did not move. It hid in the darkness and would never die. Dugu Wu flew up and arrived in front of the mysterious stone statue's head. He stared at its face carefully and observed it. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was similar to his master. This feeling was very strong. If it was related to his master, that stone statue would contain the strongest power in the ultimate origin world. Dugu Wu's heart beat faster. Although he acknowledged Han Ju as his master, the two of them were not close and he didn't obtain the latter's inheritance. He knew Han Ju's identity. He was the strongest existence at the end of cultivation. Can I pursue master's path if I comprehend the power of this stone statue? The more Dugu Wu thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. In a world in the Tao mystic realm, on the top of a mountain peak that towered into the clouds, Chu Xiaoqi sat at the edge of the cliff. Beside him was a youth who also faced the sun as he absorbed the spirit qi of heaven and earth. The youth opened his eyes and scratched his head. Grandpa, something feels wrong. Why doesn't this cultivation technique increase dermic powers? It only strengthens the body. I don't want to be a body cultivator, Chu Xiaoqi said without opening his eyes. You were born with a weak physique. You have to strengthen your physique first before it can withstand your powerful soul and you can soar. Is that so? Don't lie to me. I heard that body cultivators will be stuck when they reach a certain realm. The higher the realm, the less they comprehend. If body cultivators miss the best period of enlightenment, their future will be ruined. Get lost if you don't believe me. Grandpa! The youth grabbed Chu Xiaoqi's arm and shook it with a fawning smile. Chu Xiaoqi opened his eyes and smiled. Cultivate well. To be chosen by me, that's an opportunity that you won't encounter in your lifetime. He was secretly pleased. Was this how his grandfather felt when facing him back then? This youth was not his biological grandson. He didn't even have a son. It was just that he did not want to take in a disciple and wanted to take in a grandson, so he acted as his grandfather. The youth curled his lips. Yes, yes. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Chu Xiaoqi. Divine Lord. The ultimate sect and the divine clan are at war. This figure wore black armor, a mask, and a helmet. His body was surrounded by a black aura, and he looked extremely sinister and mysterious. I understand. You can leave. Continue paying attention to the situation. Yes. The black-armored figure vanished as if he had never appeared. The youth asked curiously, Grandpa, You seem to be very concerned about the absolute sect. Are you related to them? Chu Xiaoqi smiled. One of Grandpa's younger brothers is in the absolute sect. He's the sect master. Back then, I protected him as he grew up. Although he's already on his own, Grandpa still worries about him. Grandpa's the best. It's really my honor to meet you. Hee. Although Chu Xiaoqi enjoyed it, he inexplicably felt that this kid was being sarcastic. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a while before continuing to cultivate. 50 million years passed quickly. Hanju's origin age had reached 800 million years. His cultivation level had been increasing. Recently, another supreme rule had been born in the ultimate origin world, but he specially hid it above the 9 supreme rules. As time passed, the supreme rules of the ultimate origin world would increase and widen the gap between it and the other Great Tao worlds. How could the development speed of the Creator Lord's Great Tao world be slower than that of the Tao Creators and the Great Tao Supreme's Great Tao worlds? The ultimate origin world became stronger and stronger. The cultivators residing there naturally rose in power. More and more Great Tao Supremes and Great Tao Sages appeared. Among them, the number of Freedom Realm experts had already surpassed the number of Freedom Realm experts outside the ultimate origin world. One day, once those at the Freedom Realm erupted, even the number of higher realm experts would far exceed those of the Endless Era. Hanju looked at the ultimate origin world. The world developed even faster after Dugu Wu reconciled with the mighty figures. Dugu Wu represented a prodigy without a racial background. He brought more hope to all living beings. Dugu Wu also spoke up for those prodigies without a background and asked the other races, the Great Dauphin Celestials, and the Nether race to help take care of the juniors. The current ultimate origin world was similar to the stage when the Endless Era had just been established. All living beings were busy cultivating. Most of the battles were for benefit. The ultimate origin world kept becoming stronger, and more cultivation resources were born. Naturally, there were fewer battles. Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and went to visit Xianxia. Xianxia had gone out several times in the past few years and had a lot to share with him. I went to the chaos to take a look. I feel that the chaos is developing faster than the primordial chaos. It seems that the Tao ancestor will become a Tao creator before Huang'er. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du of the Heavenly Tao also seems to want to create a great Tao world. Unfortunately, his cultivation level is too weak. Husband, what do you plan to do with the Heavenly Tao? Linger has been given the right to supervise the order of the Endless Era. She has soared. Was it your instructions? Ha, that brat Chu Xiaoqi has also taken in a grandson. He's imitating you. Xinghongxian kept talking. Hanju listened most of the time and only occasionally replied. Although he already knew about this, it was interesting to hear it from her. With the change of eras, the Lord had already become a legend, including the Tao creators. He had already faded out of the understanding of all living beings. In their eyes, the great Tao sages were the strongest. Only by reaching the great Tao sage realm could one understand a higher realm. This was the inevitable pattern of development. It was worth mentioning that Heavenly Venerate Sun had already appeared. The mighty figures who had experienced the great Tao immeasurable calamity back then paid a lot of attention to him, but no one dared to scheme against him. It was only because he was the Lord's grandson. It was precisely because of this that no matter where Heavenly Venerate Sun went, mighty figures chased after him, causing him to be even more proud and gradually overlap with the future Tao creator. Hanju had never seen the young Heavenly Venerate Sun. This kid worshipped him and had always wanted to walk his path. But Hanju was not interested in him. Heavenly Venerate Sun's limit was that Hanju could even see how he would die, so he had no expectations for him. In the future, Heavenly Venerate Sun would be killed by the combined forces of the 3 primordial chaos. That was something that even the future Heavenly Venerate Sun couldn't predict. By the way, Liao's Great Tao world has already taken form, but she can't create the supreme rules. You have to help her. She's your Tao companion's representative. The other will see you as incapable if there's no Tao creator among your Tao companions. Xinghongxian suddenly thought of something and smiled teasingly. Hanju smiled and nodded. What about you? Xinghongxian spread her hands and said, My potential is not good. My comprehension is average. I've already given up cultivating. She stopped cultivating and started enjoying life after obtaining the invincible power given by him. Hanju smiled helplessly and didn't force her. The two of them interacted for another few hundred years before Hanju went to Liao's Taoist temple. Liao was very excited upon seeing him, but she tried her best to restrain herself. The two of them chatted for a while before Hanju guided her to comprehend the basic rules. When Liao woke up, she already felt that her senses were completely different. Countless strange thoughts that she had never thought of before appeared in her mind. Liao suppressed her excitement and asked curiously, "What were those just now?" Hanju smiled. "I can't say. Such secrets are not something that anyone below the Tao creator can come into contact with. Don't let the others know. I only taught you." Liao was moved and looked at him with a gentle gaze. She didn't dare to disturb Hanju anymore ever since the great Tao immeasurable calamity ended. She had always wanted to catch up to him, but she didn't say anything. "Is there a limit to the number of Tao creators?" Liao asked. Hanju asked, "Why do you ask?" "The Tao creator is undying and indestructible, above the rules. If there are too many such powerful existences, it's probably not a good thing. Furthermore, can the blank domain accommodate so many Tao creators?" Liao expressed her worries. Actually, she was not the only one. The other mighty figures had such worries. This was also the reason why they fought to become Tao creators first. Hanju smiled. "There are no restrictions. The only restriction is that it's very difficult to attain the Tao creator realm. Can't be achieved through hard work. How many years has it been ever since the birth of the chaos? I don't know how many trillions of years, but there have only been 6 Tao creators in total. You're only 800 million years old. Han Huang is the same. You're all too anxious." Liao heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no limit to the number of Tao creators. She also felt confident after receiving Hanju's guidance. The two of them chatted for a while more. Other than cultivation, the only topic was Han Yunjin. As Han Yunjin's biological mother, Liao was usually not worried about him at all. She didn't go out to visit him. It was always him who came to visit her. Hanju suggested that Liao could go out for a walk. She wouldn't succeed in becoming a Tao creator in hundreds of millions of years. It was beneficial for her state of mind and the plan of the rules to relax occasionally. Liao asked, "Why can you become a Tao creator in hundreds of millions of years?" "My potential is strong. I have the strongest potential. Otherwise, how could I give birth to a primordial fiend celestial?" "Fine." Liao suddenly felt that she shouldn't be compared to Hanju. Compared to others, her growth could already be described as unbelievable. Thinking of this, she relaxed. Hanju noticed the change in her mentality and smiled in satisfaction. Liao also left the Tao field not long after he left. She first went to visit her son. Heavenly Tao. Han Yunjin was flattered by his mother's arrival and almost lost his manners. After all, this was the first time Liao had come to find him. Han Yunjin called his wives and children over and bowed to Liao. Liao was very surprised. She did not expect her son to be so flirtatious. She was usually busy cultivating and would not pay attention to the outside world, especially her son. She felt that Han Yunjin, who had the backing of the hidden sect, could not be in danger, so she did not care about him at all. After his wives and children left, Han Yunjin poured tea for his mother and asked, "Mother, why are you here? Do you need me to do anything?" Liao smiled. "I just listened to your father and came out for a walk. Your father praised you to me. I was wondering if you were really that outstanding. Now it seems that it's true. No wonder the Han family is so strong." Han Yunjin blushed. "Cough cough, mother, you must be joking." He was basically the one expanding the Han family. Han Tuo, Han Huang, Han Qing'er, and Han Ling did not have children. Han Huang did, but no one knew Chu Xiaoqi's identity. Liao asked about what he was doing recently. Han Yunjin replied one by one. "Why don't you create your own great Tao world? How long are you staying in the heavenly Tao?" Liao suddenly asked. Han Yunjin was stunned and asked in surprise, "I can also create a great Tao world?" He thought that his cultivation level had already reached the peak, so he didn't think too much about it. In any case, he was already immortal and had immense power. Why would he need to cultivate more? He could completely rely on his own strength to suppress the enemy if he encountered a powerful one. He didn't need to personally take action. Liao frowned. How can you be so dispirited? Do you think you can always keep your position as the leader of the Han family when the children become stronger? Han Yunjin was silent. That's right, father. Since you're so disappointing, why don't you give me the position of family leader? A loud laugh sounded as a young man in a beautiful blue robe walked in. He came in front of Liao and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grandma. Liao narrowed her eyes. She naturally remembered Heavenly Venerate Sun, the person who had shown in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. She did not expect him to be her grandson. Heavenly Venerate Sun? Ridiculous. How can you use this name? Han Yunjin was shocked and even a little flustered. Heavenly Venerate Sun smiled and said, This is the name I've chosen recently. How about it, father? Do you feel that it's impressive? How impudent. You're not allowed to use this name in the future. Why? Uncle has no objections. You don't listen to me? Father, I've already grown up. What I said just now was not a joke. Heavenly Venerate Sun and Han Yunjin were at odds with each other, their faces filled with arrogance. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended, causing Heavenly Venerate Sun to suddenly kneel. His body trembled as he looked at Liao in horror. Grandma, so rude. It seems that your father didn't teach you well, Liao said expressionlessly. Heavenly Venerate Sun was shocked. He did not expect his grandmother to be so powerful. Han Yunjin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With a straight face he said, Get out and reflect. Heavenly Venerate Sun wanted to leave, but he could not move. He already offended you like this, but you're still protecting him? Liao looked at Han Yunjin unhappily. Han Yunjin said helplessly, This is not the first time this unfilial son acted like this. He just has a dirty mouth. He has never really disobeyed me. Heavenly Venerate Sun looked up at Liao angrily with a dissatisfied expression. Liao said, With his personality, he will attract a calamity sooner or later. Perhaps the Han family's identity can protect him. But what if he offends a powerful relative? He even dares to disdain you, his father. When he becomes stronger in the future, will he look down on your brothers and sisters? Will he look down on your seniors? The more Han Yunjin listened, the more flustered he became. He recalled Heavenly Venerate Sun in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. He was indeed too arrogant. Heavenly Venerate Sun gritted his teeth. I'm not someone who can't tell right from wrong. Han Yunjin did not speak up for him this time. He followed Liao's words and became more and more shocked. He didn't want the hidden sect to split because of Heavenly Venerate Sun. Liao said, It just so happens that I want to travel. Go to my sword domain and reflect. A silver light appeared between her eyebrows and sucked Heavenly Venerate Sun in. Han Yunjin hesitated. Liao asked, Are you willing to accompany me for a walk? I'm naturally willing, Han Yunjin hurriedly replied. Mainly because he was afraid that something would happen to Heavenly Venerate Sun. Just like that, the mother and son left the Heavenly Tao and traveled the blank domain. At the same time, in the sword domain, the starry sky was dark. Countless sword shadows were like stars. Heavenly Venerate Sun could not escape this world. He thought that he was only facing the wall to reflect, but when the sword shadows attacked him, he panicked.